The party had come to an end after all. On the ship, people harbored their own thoughts, the atmosphere as cold as the sea breeze. Duhua was just about to announce that it was time to disperse when, halfway through his sentence, bang! The sound of a gunshot tore through the music and shattered everyone's eardrums. My head jerked to the side as a large-caliber bullet whizzed past my cheek, the heat of it grazing my skin. The waitress standing in front of me wasn't as fortunate. The bullet hit her square in the chest. Her upper body exploded on the spot, and scalding blood splattered all over the people nearby. For 2 whole seconds, dead silence enveloped the room. Then came the screams. Someone's been shot. A Barrett. Take cover. Everybody, get the hell down. The elegant soiree turned into a scene from hell in an instant. Guests scattered in panic, some diving to the deck, others rolling behind couches for cover. The heads of the major guilds turned pale, rushing frantically toward the cabins. But the gunfire only intensified. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Hundreds of guns opened fire on Starlight, unleashing a relentless downpour of bullets. Shards of glass exploded everywhere as rounds tore through the hull. 5 or 6 unlucky bystanders, unable to dodge in time, were riddled with bullets and collapsed into pools of blood, screaming in agony. Chun Guang grunted as a bullet struck his left arm, blood staining his suit instantly. And us? We moved with deliberate calm. With one arm shielding Su Wanqing, I guided Lin Qingxue and Lin Qinghan at a steady, unhurried pace. Step by step, we walked toward the cabin, avoiding each shot with unnerving precision, always by mere millimeters. Amid the chaos, no one seemed to notice the eerie detail. All eyes were locked instead on the Fengshan, the ship that had turned around to return. Surrounding Starlight was a fleet of nearly 200 small boats emerging from the darkness. On every boat stood armed players, weapons trained directly on us. We slipped into the cabin. Xiang Kuan's face was ashen. Snatching the mic, he roared at the top of his lungs. Lin Feng, are you insane? All of us are on this ship, and you still dare to open fire. The gunfire ceased. Lin Feng's voice, amplified through loudspeakers, echoed over the water. Xiang Kuan, did you forget? Who was it this afternoon that forced me to kneel to that bastard Jiang Chun? And when I was humiliated in front of everyone, who just stood by and watched, enjoying the show? Xiang Kuan's chest heaved with anger. Too furious to argue, he barked out a blunt threat. The 4 great guilds have over 1,000 people. You've only brought 200. You think you can settle a score with us? You better rethink whether you've got the numbers for that. Ha ha. Lin Feng's laugh rang out, wild and unrestrained. Thanks to you and your friends, President Xiang, not to mention Presidents Chun and Gao. You 3 were so generous, secretly lending me dozens of guns. Now, with my Barrett in hand, even if your backup arrives, they won't stand a chance against me. Inside the cabin, Xiang Kuan, Chun Guang, and Gao Yuan went as pale as corpses. They could never have imagined. The covert financial support provided to Lin Feng was shockingly revealed in public. Unexpectedly, the gun handed out in secret is now pointed directly at them. President Xiang, when did you lend resources to Lin Feng? Why am I the last to know? Du Hua's elegant demeanor finally cracked, her face now frosted over. Lin Qingxue crossed her arms and let out a cold snort. Isn't it obvious? A few old-timers tried to use Lin Feng as a pawn, secretly propping him up to go against us as their scapegoat. Too bad. A stone thrown just landed on their own foot. Having been exposed so openly by a young woman, Xiang Kuan's face turned beet red, embarrassment wrapping him like a thick fog. But with no time for arguments, he whipped his head around and barked at Du Hua. Why are we wasting time arguing? Your people from Starlight Group are the closest. Call for reinforcements. If we're too late, we're all going to die here. Du Hua chuckled sarcastically, her expression as icy as ever. You want my people to march to their deaths? President Xiang, what a clever little abacus you're playing with there. Taking her time, she casually walked over to the sofa, sat down, and leaned back in an air of nonchalance. I didn't offend Lin Feng. Worst case, I'll just pay my way out of this. You deal with the mess you made. I shrugged indifferently as well, my demeanor calm as water. We're just innocent bystanders here, so helping you out of this isn't exactly on our list of priorities. With that, I led Su Wanqing and the Lin sisters over to a booth on the other side, pouring myself a drink as if this were someone else's theater to watch. You people. Xiang Kuan's hands shook in fury, his voice trembling, yet powerless to do anything. Left with no other choice, he turned toward Chun Guang and Gao Yuan, pinning his hopes on them. Call for backup, you two. Quick. I'll stall Lin Feng somehow. Every minute counts. Grabbing the microphone once again, Xiang Kuan's words softened. Lin Feng, Uncle Xiang admits I was wrong before. But come on, with over a decade of good relations between us, do we have to fight to this extent? Look, how about this? I'll compensate you with supplies, and I'll even have Jiang Chun and Su Wanqing bound and kneel before you. Deal. The response. Lin Feng's unhinged, crazed roar echoed through. Old bastard, don't come pretending we're buddies with me. Today Jiang Chun dies. Su Wanqing, she's mine. And all of you, you'll be buried beside him. Your guilds, your ships, your women, they'll all belong to me. Before those words even finished. Fire. Overwhelm them. Everyone, advance on the starlight. Don't let a single rat escape. 200+ Windwake members gradually closed in on the starlight. The scattered rogue players hiding behind makeshift cover now completely snapped. President Lin, this has nothing to do with us. Spare us. I'll hand over all my supplies. I'll join Windwake and pledge loyalty to you. Their pleas were met with unrelenting gunfire, the crackling crescendoing louder, drowned only by agonized screams ripping through the air. On the deck, where no true cover could shield them, the concentrated fire of over 100 guns quickly wiped out the remaining 10 or so rogue players who had dared linger. Inside the ship, Xiang Kuan watched the carnage unfolding through the porthole. The horror etched into his face only deepened as the situation spiraled further out of control. The enemy ship drew closer. Their legs gave out, and they collapsed to the ground in despair. It's over. Lin Feng has completely lost it. Once his men board the ship, no one will come out alive. Chun Guang and Gao Yuan's faces were ashen, their voices trembling with tears. Our people still need at least 10 minutes. President Xiang, come up with something already. I just started enjoying this godforsaken apocalypse. I don't want to die. Do you think I have some brilliant idea? Xiang Kuan roared in frustration. The only person who can save us now is President Du. If you're desperate, go beg her yourself. The two were momentarily shaken awake, turning around in a fluster. But Du Hua had already raised her golden desert eagle steadily, pointing it at them. From the moment you three schemed behind my back and acted without permission, whatever camaraderie we had was over. Her tone was ice cold. Take one more step, and I won't mind taking someone out just for fun. The trio fell into utter despair. A rabid dog like Lin Feng in front, and a cold-hearted Du Hua behind them. There was no way out. Unless a miracle happened, death was certain today. And then, a miracle did happen. Splash. Out of the sea erupted a massive shark, its sleek body glimmering with an eerie blue hue under the moonlight. In a blink, it crashed through the lead assault boat, shattering it to pieces. The people aboard didn't even have time to scream before being dragged into the icy waters. The shark, victorious in a single strike, moved with terrifying speed to the next speedboat. A tier 2 elite mutant beast, Shadowfin Shark. What the hell is a sea beast doing here? Move. But no matter how fast their boats could go, they were no match for the shark's speed. In mere moments, 5 or 6 more boats were capsized, the players on board wailing in despair before vanishing beneath the whirlpools. On the Fengshan, Lin Feng was seething with rage, his eyes burning with bloodlust. All units halt. Focus all firepower. Kill that damn beast. The direction of gunfire shifted with urgency. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Bullets rained down on the Shadowfin shark, causing sparks to erupt across its formidable skin. Yet no matter how many bullets struck, they couldn't even leave a white mark on its tough exterior. Inside the cabin, Xiang Kuan and the other two erupted in wild joy. Haha, we're saved. Xiang Kuan climbed up from the ground, wildly gesturing and shouting. Who would have thought we'd luck into a tier 2 Shadowfin shark here? Even the heavens want that lunatic Lin Feng eliminated. Chun Guang and Gao Yuan danced with delight as if they could already see their path to survival. I watched the 3 pathetic bosses make a spectacle of themselves and couldn't help but shake my head. I picked up my wine glass, walked up to Du Hua's side, and murmured softly, It seems President Du couldn't bear to finish them off after all. I glanced at the shark wreaking havoc outside, then back at her. That shark. It's your doing, isn't it? The hand Duhua used to hold her wine glass trembled violently, nearly spilling the red liquid. You? How do you know that? I realized I'd let something slip. Ordinary people couldn't see other ships' spirit abilities. Shrugging it off, I simply clinked my glass against hers with a faint smile. This one's mine. Secrets. In any case, I figured out your ship's sole feature. She nodded, didn't press further, and instead gazed out the window at the massive shark wreaking havoc in a storm of blood and death, letting out a soft sigh. I'm not helping them. Lin Feng is like a rabid dog right now. If I fall into his hands, even if I survive, the price I'd have to pay would be unimaginable. I just need to buy some time. She gave a self-deprecating chuckle, filled with despair. What a waste of the sea beast I finally managed to tame. With that Barrett sniper rifle of yours, it's not going to last much longer. I awkwardly rubbed my nose. This mess. Yeah, maybe I was the one who set it all in motion. As for the innocent people dragged into it, sometimes one person's anger ignites a fire that scorches everyone around them. All I could do was silently offer them an apology in my heart. Duhua smirked, dismissively. Relax, I'm not blaming you. But keep this between us. Don't let Xiang Kuan and the others catch wind of it, or they'll just try to make my people cannon fodder again. Got it. I nodded and turned my gaze back to the ocean beyond the ship. Within moments, 5 or 6 dozen ships had already fallen prey. And that Shadowfang shark? Its skin wasn't even scratched yet. It wasn't that Lin Feng was holding back on bullets. He had fired off several shots. But the shark dodged every single one. Damn it. Lin Feng threw his Barrett to the deck in frustration and spun around, shouting at his subordinates. Is there seriously no one in our guild with decent aim? The subordinate trembled from head to toe, his mind racing until a light bulb went off. There is. A couple of new recruits from 2 days ago. Heard they used to be mercenaries over in Vietnam. Lin Feng's response was swift, a slap across the man's face. If we've got talent like that, why didn't you promote them earlier? What? Is your brain full of crap? Get them here now. Tell them. If they kill that shark, they'll become my personal bodyguards for life. Why yes. Right away. The man clutched his face and scrambled toward the cabin, practically falling over himself. It didn't take long. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots rang out, heavy and thunderous, slamming into the hearts of everyone present. The first bullet went straight into the gaping maw of the Shadowfang shark, tearing out a blood-soaked crater the size of a wash basin. The second shot landed squarely in the weakest joint along its spine, snapping its vertebrae clean in two. Ruro. The monstrous shark let out an ear-splitting cry, a dreadful wail of agony and unwillingness as it collapsed. We did it. It's over. We won. The shark is dead. A tidal wave of cheers erupted into the night, a deafening roar of relief and euphoria sweeping over everyone who had narrowly escaped death. Our guild leader is incredible. You're a legend, boss. Flattery came pouring down like a torrential flood, all aimed toward Lin Feng, who stood tall at the bow of the ship. Amidst the cheering, Lin Feng's anger had evaporated. His gaze now locked onto the 2 unflinching mercenaries, calmly reholstering their weapons. For the first time in his life, Lin Feng felt the sweet intoxication of absolute power. But his satisfaction didn't last long. A sharp, grating sound pierced through the air, carrying across the ocean. Listen up, members of the Windrise Guild. You've been surrounded by the united fleets of the Four Seas, Morning Light, and Bright Vistas guilds. Lay down your weapons and surrender. It's your only option. The cheers came to an abrupt halt. The members of the Windrise Guild were horrified to realize that, at some point, their fleet had been encircled by an endless array of ships. The sheer number of vessels, at least in the hundreds, sent a chill down their spines. Power has a way of inflating people, blinding them to the moment they've become prey trapped in another's net. Inside the cabin of the Starlight, the voice of one of Xiang Kuan's trusted lieutenants blared over the loudspeaker. Overjoyed, Xiang Kuan snatched the microphone and roared into it, his shout reaching far beyond the ship. Lin Feng, hear that? Your people are dead or injured beyond saving, and my reinforcements are here. You've lost. Surrender immediately. On the Wind God, Lin Feng's face flickered between unease and determination. He glanced at the massive allied fleet in the distance, then at the two mercenaries clutching Barrett sniper rifles by his side. The fleeting panic in his eyes slowly gave way to something unhinged, something reckless. "Huh," he sneered, gripping the microphone with defiance. "With a Barrett in my hands, what's there to fear?" Snapping into action, he barked into the loudspeaker, his voice louder and more defiant than Xiang Kuan's, a message that filled the entire sea. "All members, listen up. Go stall those bastards. For every minute you hold out, I'll reward you with a day's worth of supplies." With the promise of rewards, courage surged among the remaining 100 or so Windrise members. They immediately turned their ships, charging directly at the hundreds of enemy vessels. Cannons roared once more, and the air filled with shouts and the thunder of combat. Lin Feng turned to his trusted aides. "To catch the enemy leader is to win the war. Board their ship and nab those old dogs first." "Yes, guild leader." The wind god roared to life, its engines pushing it forward at full speed like an arrow loosed from a bow. It crashed heavily into the side of the Starlight with a resounding boom. The impact sent everyone aboard the Starlight sprawling. Xiang Kuan hit the floor face first in a humiliating heap, scrambling to his feet in a panic. "Stop him! Somebody stop him!" he shrieked. But no one listened. Moments later, the cabin door creaked and groaned under the weight of brute force until it was smashed open. Lin Feng stormed in, kicking the warped remains of the door aside. He strode inside like a wolf breaking into a sheep pen, exuding raw danger. I sat back on the couch, quietly sipping my drink, watching the chaos unfold. He didn't bother with me, not yet. I was nothing more than a fish on a chopping block. He wanted to savor the thrill of holding someone's life in his hands first. "Keep those three old fools in your sights," Lin Feng commanded coldly. The black barrels of two Barrett rifles immediately swung towards Xiang Kuan, Chen Guang, and Gao Yuan. "Lin Feng, what are you trying to do?" Xiang Kuan barked, trying and failing to sound intimidating. Lin Feng stepped closer, pressing his boot into Xiang Kuan's face and grinding it into the floor. "I've got guns, you've got a big fat nothing. So whatever I say, you do. Order your people to cease fire and surrender, or I'll show you what it feels like to have your brains splattered all over the place." Faced with the suffocating fear of death, Xiang Kuan's dignity crumbled completely. Scrambling on all fours, he lunged at the microphone and screamed with every ounce of strength he had. "Cease fire. This is Xiang Kuan. I order all of you to lay down your weapons and surrender." Chen Guang and Gao Yuan, pale-faced and wide-eyed, were also forced to give the same commands. In the distance, the Allied fleet descended into chaos in an instant. Despite holding an absolute advantage, the leaders suddenly ordered a surrender. After a brief hesitation, the sound of gunfire grew sparse. Lin Feng listened to the battle outside as it quieted down, his face filled with arrogance. He kicked Xiang Kuan to the ground and looked at the three business tycoons collapsed in defeat, then burst into maniacal laughter. "Haha, aren't you all so powerful? Didn't you want to use me? And now you're kneeling like dogs." He kicked each of them a few more times before slowly turning around, his gaze fixing on me and the three women by my side. "Kid, you've got guts." Sitting there calm as ever, I set down my glass, a sly smile tugging at my lips. What else should I do? Kneel and beg you like them? Now that's some backbone. Lin Feng's grin turned more menacing. "But soon enough, I'll shatter every bone in your body, piece by piece." His eyes roamed shamelessly over Su Wanqing and the Lin sisters beside me. "And these three women, I'll make sure they watch as you're trampled underfoot like a dying dog, before turning them into my most loyal slaves." Such vile words ignited the fury of the three women. Su Wanqing's delicate face turned icy, her intent to kill unmistakable. But before I could react, Lin Qingshan and Lin Qinghan, the sisters standing behind me, stepped forward. "Insult Jiang Qinggij. You're courting death," Lin Qinghan hissed coldly. As soon as the words left her lips, the cabin was suddenly engulfed in two contrasting lights. One was a holy, radiant white light bursting forth from Lin Qingshan, while the other was a deep, foreboding black that surrounded Lin Qinghan. "What is this? Light? They're glowing." Xiang Kuan and the others recoiled in shock. Within the glow, Two massive pairs of wings unfurled from the sisters' backs, one pure and white, the other dark and fallen. Compared to their initial awakenings, their auras now were several times stronger. The immense pressure in the air made it hard for anyone to breathe. More astonishingly, each of them now wielded a sword in hand. Lin Qingshan's was silver-white, emanating golden holy light, while Lin Qinghan's was pitch black, streaked with tendrils of shadowy mist. Angels, muttered Chen Guang, his teeth chattering. Snapping out of his stupor, Lin Feng roared at his mercenaries. Shoot them. Take out their legs. Break their wings now. Too late. The sisters moved. Most couldn't even track their movements. All that could be seen were two streaks of black and white light flashing across the cabin. Ugh! Two mercenaries who had just raised their Barrett rifles clutched their throats in agony. Strangely, not a single drop of blood could be seen. From between the fingers of one, a holy white flame suddenly ignited, spreading over his entire body in an instant. His piercing screams barely lasted a second before he crumbled into a pile of pale white ash, scattering in the air. The other fared no better. The wound on his neck began to rapidly corrode and dissolve, thick smoke rising from the seared flesh. From his neck, it spread to his chest and limbs. He couldn't utter a sound, only watching helplessly as his body rotted away until nothing was left but stark white bones. 3 seconds. One turned to ash, the other reduced to bare skeleton. It was impossibly fast and horrifying to the extreme. The cabin descended into a deep, deathly silence. Somehow, the two Barrett sniper rifles had already returned to the hands of the twin sisters. Gulp. Lin Feng swallowed hard. His legs gave out, and he collapsed onto the floor. A warm, pungent stench filled the air. He wet himself. Under sheer, overwhelming terror, this man who moments ago had been the picture of arrogance, President Lin Feng, had completely broken down. Ghost, he blubbered as he scrambled backward, tears and snot streaming down his face. Are you gods or demons? No, so brutal. You must be demons. Don't kill me. I scoffed inwardly. On the way here, the twin sisters had already reached Tier 2 superhuman status, near the pinnacle of their abilities at this level. Their physical prowess was almost 10 times that of an average human, and each had unlocked their respective signature superhuman weapons, the Holy Light Blade and the Black Soul Blade. One would purify and scorch its target, while the other corroded and decayed. Their current power was something not even I would dare to take lightly. How could they be humiliated by some ordinary man showing off with 2 cheap guns? Du Hua was the first to recover his composure, but he dared not approach the sisters. Instead, he turned to a familiar face, Su Wanjing, and quietly asked, President Su, what is going on here? Relax, Su Wanjing said calmly. They're neither gods nor ghosts. The angelic form you just saw is tied to their transcendent sequence, essentially superpowers. It's one of the ways to grow stronger in this survival game. You'll understand more in time. Transcendent sequence, superpowers, Du Hua repeated under his breath, his expression thoughtful, though he refrained from further questioning. I stood, stepping forward leisurely until I was in front of Lin Feng. President Lin, you know, I said with a faint smirk, I kind of liked that cocky attitude of yours earlier. How about this? Why don't you say a final word in that same arrogant tone? Lin Feng, as though finally understanding that his death was inevitable, didn't plead for his life. Instead, he burst into manic laughter. Haha, I see it now. I get it, all of it. He pointed a trembling finger at me. All of this was your plan from the start, wasn't it? You sold me that Barrett on purpose because you knew this day would come. I thought you were taking advantage of me. But the joke's on me in the end. I shrugged dismissively, clearly not about to admit anything. Humph, you come begging me to sell you something, and somehow your bad fortune becomes my fault? You're delusional. Definitely deserve to die. I was just about to signal the sisters to finish him off, but before I could say a word, something unexpected happened again. A massive wave of energy, so immense that it defied description, suddenly flooded the air around us. The space that had previously been invisible to the naked eye began to ripple, twist, and distort in front of everyone. The lights in the cabin flickered furiously, and the metal walls groaned under immense strain. Even I felt as though I had been plunged into quicksand. Every movement became absurdly difficult, and an overwhelming tide of chaos surged through my mind. A wave of spatial distortion swept over us, making everything around spin dizzyingly. The others couldn't even move a finger, their eyes widened in sheer terror as they helplessly endured the overwhelming and unstoppable force. Thankfully, it only lasted a few seconds. Then, not far from the starlight, the ocean tore apart abruptly, revealing a massive rift of pure darkness, its edges crackling with arcs of dangerous purple lightning, a portal to an unknown abyss. Through this ominous fissure, an ancient oriental warship slowly emerged. Its hull was constructed from a mysterious dark wood, intricately carved with swirling cloud patterns. 3 towering masts bore pristine white sails, improbably billowing despite the absence of wind. Su Wanqing's lips quivered. "Jiang Chun, what is going on?" I shook my head, my expression as serious as it had ever been. "I don't know, but this is definitely beyond anything we can comprehend. Keep your guard up, and if something feels off, run." As the words left my mouth, the entire warship had fully emerged onto the surface of the water. On its deck stood a stunningly beautiful human woman, flanked by 2 beings with serpent-like lower bodies. From the waist up, they appeared to be gorgeous females, but their thick, muscular tails betrayed their otherworldly nature. Each wielded a gleaming trident that radiated an icy menace. I had no time to admire their beauty. Without hesitation, I activated my divine eye. Name: Qingling, Ziling. Race: Celestial Spirit Tribe. Class: Tier: 5 Transcendent Beings. Attributes: Strength: 950 Agility, 880 Constitution, 920 Spirit, 965. Skills: Water Vortex, Ice Spear, Scale Shield, Aqua Binding, Raging Surge. Weakness: vulnerable to high-tier fire and dark-based attacks. But for you, this isn't much of a weak point. Hidden hint: they are elite guards of the Celestial Spirit Tribe, typically residing in secret domains. Their current mission likely involves escorting their saintess on a journey to find an old friend. Tier: 5 Transcendent Beings. A heavy weight settled in my chest as I grabbed Su Wanqing's arm, shouting urgently at the twins on deck, "Get back to the Hope. These opponents are too strong. We can't win this fight." But Su Wanqing didn't budge. Instead, she pointed toward the woman on the ship with visible excitement. "It's Yimei. Jiang Chun, look closely. That's Huang Yimei." As she spoke, she broke free from my grasp and ran straight toward the deck of the warship, waving frantically. "Rose, over here, it's me, Wanqing." Only then did my gaze properly land on the woman's face. Long, elegant legs, an ethereal beauty untouched by the mortal world, and a cool and distant demeanor like the moon itself. It was her, the national goddess. Known to millions as the Immortal Sister, she was none other than the famous celebrity Huang Yimei. Meanwhile, as Huang Yimei stepped out of the rift, her eyes swept over the devastated ocean surface strewn with wreckage, sunken ships, debris, corpses, and the floating carcass of a slain Shadowfang shark. Her brows knitted slightly, a deep unease settling within her. Then, a familiar voice broke through her thoughts. She looked closer and froze. Standing there was her closest friend, alive and well. Immense joy surged through her, scattering every trace of doubt and worry. All the unease. She quickly instructed the guards by her side, "Sister Qingling, Sister Xiling, those are my friends. Hurry and bring the ship closer." "As you wish, Your Holiness," the guards responded. With a subtle wave of their weapons, an invisible current of water lifted the warship, gliding it steadily and swiftly toward the starlight. The 2 ships docked side by side. Huang Yimei took a strong leap and landed onto our deck, immediately embracing Su Wanqing tightly. "Wanqing, I thought I'd never see you again. You little brat. You've been out of touch for so long. You scared me to death." Standing on the deck, the 2 women clung to one another, tears and laughter mixed. I stood by with my arms crossed, not intruding on their reunion. Not far away, Xiang Kuan, Lin Feng, and the others stared nervously at the 2 snake-tailed humanoid creatures aboard the ancient warship. Their heads shrank back instinctively, none daring to make a sound. Moments later, Huang Yimei let go of Su Wanqing and turned her gaze to the group around her, her smile deepening. "Sister Du, it's been a long time. And Lin, Mr. Chun, Uncle Xiang, why do you all look so disheveled? What happened? Before she even finished her sentence, Lin Feng scrambled forward on his hands and knees, sobbing pathetically. Imei, please save me. For the sake of those projects I helped fund for you. Imei froze, her expression puzzled as she turned towards Su Wanqing for an explanation. In just a few concise sentences, Su Wanqing explained everything, including the detail that she was now my woman without the slightest attempt to hide it. Huang Yimei's face darkened. Her gaze lingered on Lin Feng before she turned and approached me, bowing deeply. Thank you for taking such good care of Wanqing. Since she has chosen you, then from now on, we're friends, too. Right. Of course, I replied with a faint smile. Jiang Chun, she continued, her tone earnest. As a friend, I have a request to make. Raising an eyebrow, I gestured toward the terrified men. You're asking for leniency on their behalf? She nodded. They came here at my invitation. While they made mistakes, I can't just stand by and watch them die. Su Wanqing immediately grabbed her arm in frustration. Imei, are you crazy? Which of them has really helped you? They only care about recruiting you into their guild. Moments ago, Lin Feng was pointing a gun at us, and the others just stood by and watched. And now you want to plead for these ingrates? What's gotten into you? Imei's body trembled slightly, her expression conflicted, yet she didn't waver. Instead, she cast an imploring look toward me. I held her gaze for a moment before sighing. Do you realize that in the apocalypse, being overly kind-hearted can lead to serious trouble for yourself? I do. Are you certain of that? I am. The cabin fell into silence. Du Hua watched from the side, a mix of admiration and concern in her eyes. Meanwhile, hope rekindled in the eyes of Lin Feng and the others, as though they were drowning men clinging to a piece of driftwood. After a moment of silence, I finally spoke, my voice not loud, but clear enough to carry through the entire cabin. I can choose not to kill. Lin Feng and the others felt as though they had been granted a reprieve from death, their relief nearly driving them to tears of joy. But I'm not the kind of person who gets schemed against and just acts like nothing happened. I paused. So, your ship stays. Consider it compensation for your offense. What? Xiang Kuan was the first to jump up. Jiang Chun, we aren't even enemies with you. Losing the entire Zhenhai, that's way too much. Exactly. This is too unreasonable. Chen Guang and Gao Yuan chimed in, backing him up. I couldn't be bothered to acknowledge them. My gaze landed solely on Huang Yimei. These are my terms. If you don't accept them, I'll send them on their way right now. Your decision. A smile bloomed on her face. Without hesitation, she replied, Thank you. I'll remember this favor. Then she turned around, facing Xiang Kuan and the others, speaking one word at a time. I can only help you to this extent. Leave the ship, and you can walk away. This is your only chance to live. And one more thing. For teaming up to bully Wanqing, from this day on, we are no longer friends. Goodbye. From now on, we're strangers. Her words struck like a heavy hammer. They had assumed her kindness was weakness, something they could manipulate at will. Little did they expect her to draw the line so decisively. Xiang Kuan's face turned a mix of pale and green, his lips trembling. Imei, we're supposed to be. Shut up. I stepped forward, the invisible pressure bearing down instantly. You think I'll just forget about you lending a gun to Lin Feng? You only have two choices. Leave the ship and get lost, or I'll dismantle you along with the boat. 3 seconds. 1, 2. The fear of death seized them. None of the three doubted that if I reached 3, those two angels would tear them to pieces in an instant. We'll give it. We'll give it. Chen Guang was the first to break down. Take the ship. Please, President Jiang, have mercy. Gao Yuan nodded repeatedly. Xiang Kuan's entire body trembled, and eventually, he lowered his head in defeat, grinding out the words from between clenched teeth. I agree. A ship could be rebuilt, but losing their lives would be the end. As for Lin Feng, he was limp on the floor from beginning to end, not daring to make a single peep. Good, I said, signaling Lin Qingxue and Lin Qinghan with a glance. Escort them off the ship. Strip the soul core from the ship, and then let them leave. Got it, Brother Jiang Chun. Lin Qingxue responded playfully. Watching Xiang Kuan and the others scramble onto a few worn-down vessels and retreat to their faction in embarrassment, Huang Yimei let out a soft sigh. This is all my fault. If I hadn't called them over, none of this would have happened. Su Wanqing patted her on the shoulder. This was their own doing. You don't need to take responsibility for everything. Come on, tell us why you brought us here. For what exactly? Why have you been gone for so long? Her gaze fell on that ancient warship. And those two exceptionally strong and gorgeous sisters by your side. Who exactly are they? The snake-tailed, human torso forms of Qingling and Xiling were simply too eye-catching. Huang Yimei took a deep breath to compose herself and began recounting her extraordinary experience. On the first day of the game, I heard a voice in my head, guiding me to this very ocean. Almost immediately, I was transported to a secret realm called Immortal Spirit Island. From that moment on, I couldn't send out any messages. Immortal Spirit Island. Su Wanqing and Du Hua exchanged curious glances. Even I found myself perking up my ears. Secret realm. This was a term I'd never heard of, not even back in my previous life. This was major information. That's where I met the Grand Priestess of the Immortal Spirits. Huang Yimei's eyes still carried a trace of awe. She's someone who could control the elements with a simple wave of her hand. She told me I was the saint chosen by their clan and that I must inherit the legacy of the Immortal Spirit tribe. It's just, the trials for the legacy are too difficult. I couldn't complete them on my own. She told me to find a few trusted friends to help and lent me this gold-class ship to send out that call for help through the guild system. For the last few days, I've been receiving basic training on the island. It wasn't until today that the priestess opened the spatial barrier to let me leave. Su Wanqing and Du Hua were left speechless, their mouths agape. This is unbelievable, Du Hua murmured. Saint? Legacy? This survival game has mechanics like this. Su Wanqing grabbed Huang Yimei's arm in excitement, her eyes sparkling. Mei, you're incredible. While everyone else is just struggling to survive, you've already become a saint, a chosen one, practically. Huang Yimei gave a wry smile, shaking her head. You have no idea how grueling the training has been. Then her expression turned serious as her gaze swept over the three of us. Sister Du, Wanqing Jiangchun. I know this is asking a lot, but right now, you're all I have. Will you help me? Du Hua glanced over at me, and Su Wanqing before smiling apologetically. Yimei, it's not that I don't want to help, but with my skill level, I'd just be a burden. With Jiang as your guild leader, and Su as the top player, you're in good hands. I'd only get in the way. Su Wanqing didn't answer immediately. She instinctively looked toward me as if deferring the decision. A matter this significant wasn't something she could decide on her own. Once again, everyone's eyes turned to me. I paused, considering. Did the Grand Priestess explain the specifics of the trials for the legacy? Is there any danger involved? She didn't say much about the details, Huang Yimei replied, shaking her head. But she assured me there wouldn't be any life-threatening risks. No life-threatening risks. I weighed the situation carefully in my mind. A being powerful enough to have two fifth-tier extraordinary creatures as bodyguards and who could tear through space with a mere gesture. The obstacle is clear. Any task she assigns us, even if it doesn't threaten our lives, will never be simple. But I understand one thing. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Helping someone as extraordinary as her will undoubtedly lead to unimaginable rewards once the mission is complete. The key point is, based on my past life's memories, I've reached a conclusion. This mission was indeed completed by Huang Yimei in the end. Even without me, she succeeded. As for why she eventually died amidst the conflict between the major guilds, I think I can figure it out now. It likely boiled down to her identity and the secrets of Immortal Spirit Island, which stirred up the greed of people like Xiang Kuan and Lin Feng. And of course, her fatal flaw, a bleeding heart of kindness. In a post-apocalyptic world where the strong prey on the weak, her end was inevitable. Weighing the pros and cons, the gains far outweigh the risks. My mind was made up. All right, we'll help with this. Su Wanqing immediately clung to my arm with excitement. That's awesome. I knew you'd do it. You're the best. You wouldn't leave my friend hanging. Huang Yimei looked overjoyed and thanked me again. Thank you, Jiangchun. Really, thank you so much. At that moment, Lin Qingshuang and Lin Qinghan returned to the starlight, holding 4 glowing crystals in their hands. Brother Jiangchun. Lin Qingshuang handed one to me proudly, as if presenting a treasure. We've dismantled all 4 golden tier yachts. The materials have been transferred to Hope's storage, and these are the ship's soul cores. Su Wanqing's eyes lit up as she snatched them quickly. Haha. Before we head to Immortal Spirit Island, we can upgrade Hope by another level. I shook my head with a smile, letting her have her fun, before turning my attention to Du Hua, who was standing nearby, with envy clearly written across her face. President Du, I began, your Starlight suffered quite a loss in this ordeal. The remaining ships and resources from the 4 major guilds in these waters are yours to collect. Then I shifted the subject and looked at the Lin sisters. And bring the 2 Barrett sniper rifles over. Give them to President Du. Although puzzled, the sisters immediately brought out the rifles. Your tier 2 sea beast is gone. Without a decent weapon, it's going to be hard to protect your guild. This is too much. Du Hua quickly waved her hands in refusal. We can train another sea beast if needed. I can't possibly accept your weapons. Ignoring her protests entirely, I gave the order directly. Load them onto the Starlight. Understood. Once that was done, I called out to everyone. All right, stop standing around. Get back to the Hope. We'll upgrade the ship and then head out to Immortal Spirit Island. As she watched us board the Hope and gazed upon the 2 cases containing the Barretts on her deck, Du Hua stood motionless, overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Eventually, she let out a long, heavy sigh. Back on the Hope, the first thing Su Wanqing did was delegate Lin Qingxuang and Lin Qinghan to host Huang Yimei and her spirit companions, Qingling and Xiling. Celestial Spirit Guard. Mei, you and the others take a break on the deck. Su and I are going to upgrade the ship, I said. Huang Yimei smiled and nodded, understanding my intention. Upgrading a vehicle was the most guarded secret for every player. She knew her boundaries. Go ahead. I'll have a chat with Qingxue and the others. Inside the cockpit, Su Wanqing carefully locked the mysterious egg into the safe before pulling up the storage inventory, her excitement barely contained. The dismantling of 4 gold-tier yachts had added a significant amount of materials to the list. Suddenly, she jumped up and grabbed my arm, her eyes sparkling. Jiang Chun, these materials are enough for the Hope to go through a massive upgrade, at least to gold 3-star status. I smirked slightly. If the effort of scrapping 4 gold-tier yachts can't even level us up twice, then what would have been the point? Don't burst my bubble. The materials are just the basics. The real game changer is the ship's soul core, I replied. All right, almost forgot. Su quickly rummaged through her belongings and retrieved 5 crystals, each glowing with a unique light. B tier, Iron Wall. C tier, Submarine. C tier, Fertile Land. C tier, Eagle Eye. And the rarest of all, C tier, Heavy Cannon. 5 distinct abilities shimmered quietly in her palm. How are we going to use these? She asked. I had already mapped everything out in my head. Heavy Cannon, Submarine, and Iron Wall should be solidified into new traits. Fertile Land and Eagle Eye are less useful for us, so let's use them to strengthen Prosperity and Heavy Cannon. Boosting them to B tier is a better deal. Got it. She nodded without hesitation and proceeded to insert the 3 cores to be solidified into the upgrade interface. Ding. New ship soul cores detected. Would you like to activate Infinite Plunder? Yes. Solidify them all, Su exclaimed, her voice filled with determination. Ding. Plunder successful. The Hope has gained 3 new fixed traits. B-tier Iron Wall, C-tier Submarine, and C-tier Heavy Cannon. Wasting no time, she then added Fertile Land and Eagle Eye to the mix. Ding. C-tier Prosperity has been upgraded to B-tier Abundance. Ding. C-tier Heavy Cannon has been upgraded to B-tier Artillery Cannon. The rapid notifications were like a symphony of triumph. Sue's grin widened with satisfaction as she took a deep breath and moved toward the most pivotal step, upgrading the vehicle's star level. A flood of materials, blueprints, and equipment was fed into the system all at once. Ding. Materials meet the requirements for Gold 2-star upgrade. Ding. Materials meet the requirements for Gold 3-star upgrade. Ding. Overlimit condition achieved. Would you like to perform consecutive upgrades? Yes. Absolutely yes. She slammed the confirmation button without hesitation. In the next moment, a dazzling burst of light erupted from the ship's body. Meanwhile, out on the deck, Huang Yimei and the 2 celestial spirit guards chatting with her were instantly startled. Qingxue, what's happening? Huang Yimei asked, her attention shifting to the trembling deck beneath her. It's Jiang Chun upgrading the ship. Lin Qingxue answered proudly, her eyes twinkling with admiration. Ling and Xiling exchanged a glance, their expressions grave. What an immense energy fluctuation. This ship is far from ordinary. Under the gaze of the crowd, hope transformed completely. The original 12-meter vessel began stretching, widening, and rising in the glow of light. 15 meters, 20 meters, 25 meters. It was no longer a sleek and simple craft, but had become an opulent, three-tiered luxury megayacht. Its carbon fiber hull shimmered faintly with a metallic sheen. The lowest level housed an entertainment area and storage rooms. The middle deck featured an open-concept main deck, complete with a rooftop pool and circular lounge sofas. The top level? The command bridge, complete with a helicopter landing pad. Even more jaw-dropping was the interior. What had once been a cramped single cabin was now an ultra-luxe master suite with a private bathroom, accompanied by 5 spacious guest rooms. It was a palace of luxury, capable of roaming the seas. As the light subsided, Su Wanning and I eagerly opened the system panel. Vehicle, Hope, Golden 3-star. Dimensions, 25m x 10.5m x 8.8m. Durability, 6000/6000, steel wall X3. Capacity, 10 people. Power, infinite endurance. Speed, 160 knots. Ship Soul, Endless Plunder, SSS class unique. Abilities, Windborne, C plus 100% sailing speed. Awakened Spirit, S crew members automatically awaken extraordinary sequence. Wealthy, B loot crate rewards X3. Steel wall, B durability and defense plus 300%. Submarine, C submersible up to 10 meters, radar concealment. Heavy cannon, B ship weapon range and power plus 300%. Modules, space storage room, AI-assisted navigation, fully automated kitchen, seawater purification, home theater/KTV, central air conditioning, full-frequency radar, helipad, rooftop pool. Status, 3-story luxury yacht, lavishly equipped for comfort, though still lacking offensive capabilities. My God, Su Wanning clasped her hands over her mouth, her beautiful eyes brimming with astonishment. Infinite endurance. A speed nearing 300 kilometers per hour. 6,000 durability with triple defense. This is ridiculous. These stats are practically invincible. With this floating fortress, surviving the apocalypse would feel more like going on vacation. Still, its lack of dedicated offense stayed in the back of my mind. After the excitement settled, we gathered on the second-floor deck. Huang Yimei approached, her elegant gaze filled with amazement. Wanning, your ship is way too extravagant. It's no different from the top-tier luxury yachts we've been on before. It makes those battleships at Xianling Island seem so crude. Even if they're impressive, they don't offer any comfort. Su Wanning tilted her chin proudly, wrapping an arm around her friend's shoulder. Then why don't you sail back with us instead? Plenty of rooms to spare. Huang Yimei's eyes lit up. Yi Liang turned to glance at Qing Ling and Zi Ling, elder sisters. Is it all right? I'd like to spend a little more time with my friends. The Holy Maiden's orders shall be followed. There's no issue. Qing Ling nodded. I'll contact the High Priest to open the passage. Follow behind our ship closely. She pulled out a white jade disc and began chanting softly. This mystical communication method was fascinating to witness. About half a minute later, a familiar yet overwhelming surge of energy blanketed the sea's surface. Even though we had seen it once before, watching a dark fissure tear through the space just 100 meters away still brought awe that resonated deep in our souls. Stay close, Ziling said coolly. AI follow mode. Lock onto the ancient warship ahead. Maintain a distance of 50 meters, I commanded. Command received. Captain and crew, please prepare. The next moment, the Hope plunged headlong into the deep darkness. Traveling through the passage wasn't the dizzying whirlwind one might imagine. It felt more like speeding through a pitch-black tunnel. It was hard to tell how much time had passed before a glimmer of light appeared at the far end. And the scene before us left everyone completely stunned. The waters stretched vast, filled with ancient ships exuding a mystical, Eastern aesthetic. Some were slender and agile like arrows skimming the surface, leaving trails of white waves. Others were massive and fortress-like, their decks adorned with pavilions and terraces that seemed to defy reason. Even more astonishing, there were ships floating leisurely among the clouds above. At the center of it all rested a colossal towering ship, a true behemoth. Compared to it, our upgraded Hope was but a tiny, insignificant toy. I estimated its size, over 500 meters long, towering the equivalent of 10+ stories high. Its hull was equipped with spiritual energy weaponry the likes of which I had never seen before. Divine Eye activate. Vehicle, Sea of Clouds Heavenly Arc. Grade, Legendary. Dimensions, 520m x 128m x 95m. Durability? A string of question marks sent a chill down my spine. This was the first time since my rebirth that I'd encountered something divine I couldn't fully analyze. Just the term legendary grade alone was enough to terrify. Jaw-dropping, isn't it? Huang Yimei said, laughing with a hint of pride. I had the same reaction my first time. It feels like stepping straight into some sort of cultivation world. That colossal ship over there? It's the High Priest's vessel, the Sea of Clouds Heavenly Arkansas Legendary Class. Her gaze shifted toward the massive, mist-shrouded island in the distance. That's Immortal Spirit Island. The palace at its center? That's where the High Priest resides, Star Prayer Hall. Su Wanqing and the Lin sisters were mesmerized as they listened. This wasn't some end-of-the-world survival experience. It was like paradise on Earth. After the brief shock, I felt a surge of anticipation rise in my chest. A legendary class vessel, the unfathomable High Priest, a mysterious legacy quest. This journey to Immortal Spirit Island was bound to far exceed my wildest expectations. Elephant. Moments later, the ancient warship of Qingling slowly docked at a greenstone port. On the pier, a group of white-robed Immortal Spirit tribesmen stood, bowing deeply as they saw Huang Yimei's ship approach. "Welcome back, Your Highness, Holy Maiden." Huang Yimei nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to me. "Jiang Chun, let's dock here as well. The High Priest is already waiting for us at the Priestar Hall." All right. Just as I was about to let the AI guide our ship to dock, 3 golden flying boats, each adorned with the figurehead of a golden eagle, descended from the sky. They hovered in a triangular formation in front of the Hope, blocking our way. On the leading flying boat stood a handsome young man with a proud and haughty demeanor. Dressed in a robe with swirling cloud patterns and a jade sword at his waist, it was evident he held a high rank. "Stop there. This is sacred land of the immortal spirits. Who are you, and how dare you trespass?" Huang Yimei's expression darkened. She stepped forward and said coldly, "Feng Xiaoyun, they are my friends, esteemed guests whom I personally invited. What exactly do you think you're doing?" Only then did Feng Xiaoyun turn his gaze to her, his demeanor shifting into one of polite respect. "Ah, so these are Holy Maiden's friends. But the inheritance task is of utmost importance, Your Highness. If you must seek help, wouldn't it be better to enlist someone truly formidable?" He shook his head and let out a dramatic sigh. How could they possibly be of help? His words were like a slap to the face, striking Huang Yimei hard. Her chest visibly heaved with anger. "Feng Xiaoyun, don't go too far. They are my friends. This is not for you to disrespect or interfere with. Move aside." Feng Xiaoyun seemed completely unfazed by her fiery outburst. "Your Highness, I'm only doing this for your sake, and for the sake of the Immortal Spirit Clan. We are a noble race that lives in seclusion. Not just anyone can set foot here as they please." "You." Huang Yimei was so furious her words caught in her throat. At that moment, Qing Ling and Zi Ling stepped forward in unison, gripping their tridents tightly. A tremendous oppressive aura burst forth, blanketing the area. "Feng Xiaoyun, mind your words. These esteemed guests of the Holy Maiden were personally invited by the High Priest. Who are you to behave so rudely?" I stood on the deck, quietly watching the unfolding drama, a small smirk tugging at the corner of my mouth. Amusing. It seems this Immortal Spirit Island is already quite animated, and I haven't even set foot on it yet. Someone's already in a hurry to hand me their pride on a silver platter. Faced with Ziling's authoritative stance and identity, Feng Xiaoyun's expression faltered for a moment, but quickly returned to its composed arrogance. "Ziling, you speak too harshly. I mean no disrespect towards the Holy Maiden, but my actions are purely within the responsibilities of the Cloud Guard." He invoked the name of the Cloud Guard, the elite defensive force of the immortal Spirit Island. Although Ling was a protector directly under the High Priest's authority, she technically had no jurisdiction over the Cloud Guard's directives. Ling's face grew darker, but eventually, she let out a cold snort and withdrew her overwhelming aura. Feng Xiaoyan sighed in relief and turned his attention back to us, the haughty expression creeping back onto his face. Since they're friends of the Holy Maiden, I'll give them some courtesy. However, if they wish to set foot on this island, they'll need to prove their worth first. The audacity of his words was unmistakable, filling the air with tension. Su Wanqing was infuriated, snapping, "What do you think you are? You think you're worthy of testing us?" Feng Xiaoyan was slightly taken aback, but immediately laughed. "Huh, what a defiant little girl. Interesting. That makes me look at you with slightly more respect." He wasted no time, raised a hand, and pointed directly at the Hope ship, his voice suddenly rising in pitch. "The test is simple. On my ship, Golden Eagle, there just so happens to be a third-tier spirit cannon. All you have to do is take one shot from it head-on with this broken boat of yours, and you pass." Gasps echoed through the crowd. The spirit creatures surrounding the port began murmuring in shock. A third-tier ship-mounted weapon? One shot from that could flatten a mountain. This ship looks fancy, but there's not a trace of spiritual energy emanating from it. It would be blasted into pieces instantly. Huang Yimei's face turned pale as she shouted in alarm. "Feng Xiaoyan, are you insane? How could they possibly endure that? Are you trying to kill them?" "Ha ha, Lady Saintess, I simply want to see if they're qualified to step foot on the island. If they can't even handle one shot, they should just scurry back to the world they came from." Huang Yimei trembled with rage, about to command her Qingling and Xiling guards to take action. I spoke calmly, Yimei. Startled, she turned to look at me. However, my gaze was fixed on Feng Xiaoyun, a spark of interest in my eyes. "Do people here usually act like this? It seems your title of Saintess doesn't carry much weight after all." "And no, it's not like that," she stammered, her cheeks flushing scarlet. "Usually, they're very respectful towards me. I don't know what's wrong with them today." I had a sudden understanding. Although Feng Xiaoyan appeared arrogant, every step he took was cautious and deliberate. Whether it was his domineering display or this so-called test, it was clear that someone more powerful was pulling the strings behind him. But no matter the reason, I had no intention of backing down. "A test? I don't agree." I paused for a moment before continuing. "But how about we make it more interesting? Let's wager on it instead. What do you say?" "Oh." Feng Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow. "Let's hear it." I raised my finger and pointed toward the spirit cannon. "If your shot destroys my ship, we'll turn around and leave, never setting foot on the Spirit Island again. But if my ship withstands the blast, then that spirit cannon becomes mine." The crowd stirred up once more, whispers and exclamations rippling through the port. Is this human crazy? Talking about taking the spirit cannon? That ship's made entirely of ordinary materials. How is it supposed to withstand a third-tier cannon shot? Su Wanqing and Huang Yimei grabbed onto my arm in alarm. "Jiang Chun, don't be reckless. That's a third-tier weapon. We have no idea how powerful it is. I'll go find the High Priest to intervene." I patted their hands, signaling them to stay calm. Feng Xiaoyan stared at me dumbfounded for 3 full seconds before bursting into a fit of deafening laughter. "Ha ha ha, such audacity. I've never met a human as bold as you. Fine, I accept your wager." He waved his hand grandly. "Energy of the spirit gathering cannon is charged to 100%. Target that wreck of a ship." "Yes, Deputy Commander." On board the Hope, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Brother Jiang Chun, Lin Qingxue, and Lin Qinghan silently stepped in front of me, a black and white glow radiating faintly from their bodies as they prepared to transform at any moment. "No need." I placed a firm hand on their shoulders. "Let's give the Hope some faith. With its current defense, we've got this." Seeing the unwavering confidence in my eyes, the unease brewing in the hearts of the girls miraculously dissipated. Charging complete. Fire. Hum. A blue energy beam blasted out, hurtling straight toward the Hope. Warning. The Hope is under attack by an unidentified energy beam. Durability decreased by 1,000. Current durability, 5,000/6,000. One shot costing 1,000 durability was proof of just how powerful the spirit gathering cannon was. It was enough to instantly obliterate any gold-tier vessel. However, the Hope's hull was made of diamond-tier materials, with an additional 4,000 durability provided by the iron wall enhancement. As the light faded, everyone stared in disbelief. On the turbulent waters, the Hope hovered serenely. Not a single crack, not even a scratch, was visible. At the point of impact on the bow, there was merely the faintest ripple of energy. This is impossible. Feng Xiaoyun's scream cut through the air, his eyes wide in utter disbelief. Now, I spoke calmly. Do you think my ship is qualified to dock on your island? Feng Xiaoyun's face turned pale, then flushed in waves of humiliation and anger. After a long pause, he clenched his teeth and forced out, Take the spirit-gathering cannon down and give it to them." Despite the immense bitterness roiling in his chest, he couldn't go back on his word, not with so many watching. Two soldiers, dumbfounded and reluctant, leapt onto the deck and reluctantly began dismantling the massive cannon. Once the exchange was completed, Feng Xiaoyun's demeanor shifted, as if he was about to adopt a more welcoming attitude. But just then, his gaze flickered slightly, as if receiving some unspoken instruction. His expression hesitated briefly before the arrogance returned to his face. "I admit, your ship's defenses are impressive. Barely good enough to land on Spirit Isle," he sneered. "But just because your ship qualifies, doesn't mean the people on board do. Kid, do you dare to take on a second challenge?" The crowd of Spirit Isle onlookers began buzzing with discussion. What's going on with Deputy Commander Feng today? Losing once and still pushing for more. He doesn't normally act like this. Did he eat something bad this morning? Qingling and Xiling were fuming. "Feng Xiaoyun, have you had enough? This is completely unreasonable. We'll report this to the High Priest. You'll answer for your actions." Feng Xiaoyun straightened his neck defiantly and scoffed. "There'll be no need for that. I'll report to the High Priest myself and accept any punishment. But this grudge, I'm not letting go of it today." "You're utterly insufferable," Huang Yi shouted in frustration. Mei was so furious she couldn't even speak. He didn't even bother to acknowledge her, fixing his sharp, hawk-like gaze on me. One word at a time, he snarled. "Kid, do you dare or not? Give me a straight answer. Stop hiding behind others." Su Wanqing's delicate face was frosty, and she was just about to snap back when I raised a hand to stop her. "Let's hear it. How do you want to compete? If it's unfair, I'll naturally refuse." Feng Xiaoyun visibly perked up, a cocky grin spreading across his face once more. He pointed at Lin Qingxue and Lin Qinghan, who stood behind me. "There are 3 tier, 2 transcendents on your ship. If I stepped in, it'd be like bullying kids. So, I'll only send out 3 tier, 2 fighters too, 6 people in a melee. The last side standing wins." It didn't surprise me that he could sense our power levels. The strong always have their methods, able to detect the energy waves of others. However, before I could reply, the 2 sisters tugged at my sleeve at the same time. "Brother Jiangchun, do you think we can manage? We're at the peak of tier 2, sure, but we've only ever fought normal people before." Their words trailed off, but I had already understood their hesitation. Both of them were afraid. Not long ago, they were just students. It was only after the survival game descended that they first had to face life and death. When they dealt with Lin Feng's hired mercenaries, they overwhelmed them with ease. It couldn't even be called a real fight. But now, these warriors from the Immortal Spirit clan were clearly seasoned and battle-hardened elites. Seeing the fear written all over their faces, I sighed inwardly. Growth always requires trials by fire. Initially, I thought about rejecting this pointless challenge. But then it occurred to me, perhaps this was the perfect opportunity for them to truly transform. What's more, I shifted my gaze past Feng Xiaoyun, landing squarely on his smug expression. "What's the wager? What are we betting this time?" He froze for a moment, before bursting into wild laughter. "You're bold. If you lose, I won't even ask for the spirit condenser cannon back. Just pack up and sail away immediately. But if you win, I'll give you a tier 4 weapon, what humans call a diamond grade. How about it? Generous enough for you." As soon as he mentioned the wager, even Huang Yimei drew in a sharp breath. A tier 4 weapon was incredibly rare, even on Spirit Island. Only officers or higher-ranked individuals had access to them. Feng Xiaoyun had clearly lost his mind today, completely disregarding the consequences of offering something like this. Jiang Chun, don't listen to him. Huang Yimei urgently called out. Diamond-grade weapons might be great, but there's no need to risk yourselves for this. The high priest will handle it. It was as if I didn't hear her, instead turning to the two sisters who still looked unsure. We'll fight together, and we'll give it everything we've got. It's just a competition. No one's life is on the line. Even if we lose, we won't really lose anything. So, don't be scared. Got it. My casual tone was like a warm current, washing away the fear lodged in their hearts. That's right. As long as Brother Jiangchun was here, nothing, not even the sky falling, could faze them. Okay. The two sisters nodded firmly, the fear in their eyes transforming into resolute determination. Feng Xiaoyan let out a triumphant laugh. Good. Feng Lin, Huashan, Lei Dong, step forward. Teach these humans a lesson they won't forget. Yes, Commander. 3 soldiers from the Celestial Spirit clan leaped down from the Golden Eagle, landing steadily on the ground. For the sake of this contest, I invite you all to step onto the island, Feng Xiaoyan said, gesturing politely, though the challenge in his eyes was unmistakable. I didn't waste words and led our group onto the Celestial Spirit Island. Before long, both sides arrived on a wide, white sand beach. More members of the Celestial Spirit clan gathered, flocking to the scene until the arena was encircled by a massive crowd. Su Wanqing, Huang Yimei, and the 2 guards stood outside the circle, their faces tense with worry. Feng Xiaoyan stepped into the center of the field, raising his hand high. The duel begins. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Qingxue and Lin Qinghan activated their extraordinary sequences without hesitation. What's that? My goodness, they grew wings. The Celestial Spirit spectators erupted into a commotion, their gazes fixed on the 2 enormous outstretched wings. Even Feng Xiaoyun, usually arrogant and full of himself, had his pupils constrict sharply. He murmured, "The angel sequence, the legendary angel sequence, truly extraordinary." "Sis, let's go," Lin Qingxue shouted. All right, the sisters moved as if sharing one mind. In unison, they beat their wings and ascended into the air, hovering more than 10 meters above the ground. A moment later, a massive slash of sword energy, one black and one white, descended from above, aimed straight at Feng Lin and Huashan. Faced with such an aggressive attack, the 2 exchanged a glance, their mouths curving into disdainful smirks. Such a petty trick. Watch my water shield. With a rapid series of hand signs, blue water materialized out of thin air, weaving itself into a giant ice blue shield. Boom! The black and white sword energy crashed down onto the shield with a thunderous sound, only to ripple across its surface as though trying to carve through water. The shield absorbed every ounce of the energy's force and remained steadfast. How can this be? The sisters' faces paled in unison. That had been a full-force attack, yet they couldn't even crack the opponent's defense? As expected of neonates who've barely started training, utterly clueless. Feng Lin sneered, his hands flashing through more hand signs. Water Dragon Bullet. 2 enormous spheres of water formed midair and shot straight toward the sisters hovering above. Watch out, Lin Qinghan cried out, pulling her sister aside just in time to barely dodge the incoming water projectiles. Meanwhile, Lei Dong was already charging toward me. He didn't rely on any spells. With a whip of his serpentine tail, his entire body shot toward me like a cannonball. His tightly coiled muscles burst with terrifying power as he swung a fist, its motion tearing through the air with an audible whoosh. My pupils shrank. The punch seemed straightforward, but it left me no room to evade. His combat experience far outstripped mine. No choice, direct confrontation. I raised my fist to meet his head-on. Boom! A tremendous shockwave burst between us. The impact surged through my arm from his fist, numbing it to the point of almost losing all feeling. I staggered back 3 paces. Lei Dong retreated 5 steps. What overwhelming strength! He shook his tingling arm, a flash of astonishment crossing his eyes. Come again. This time, he launched a powerful and formidable barrage of punches. His punches roared like the wind, his kicks lashed like whips, all forming an unbroken rhythm. I was forced into a steady retreat, barely parrying or dodging thanks to my agility. Internally, I cursed my bad luck. The combat instincts I honed in my past life fighting sea beasts were utterly useless against such structured and disciplined martial techniques. Things weren't looking good in the air either. The two sisters had nothing but sword auras to unleash. That type of attack worked the first few times, but as the fight went on, their tactics became predictable. Volcanic easily manipulated water currents to nullify their strikes, while Woodland danced effortlessly, launching water arrows and spears from all directions, forcing the sisters into a frantic retreat. The prolonged flight and spellcasting began to take its toll. Both sisters' faces grew pale. Volcanic and Woodland, seasoned veterans, were quick to spot the openings. Now's the time. Abandoning their defenses, the two swiftly formed hand seals. Combined technique, whirlpool arrow formation. Hundreds of high-pressure water arrows coalesced into spirals, blotting out the sky. Exhausted, the sisters couldn't evade in time. CHCHK? CHCHK? Blades pierced flesh. Their wings, one white, the other black, were struck with precision, instantly blooming with streaks of vivid crimson. Like kites with snapped strings, they plummeted to the ground. Qingxue, Qinghan, Wanqing, and Imei screamed from the sidelines. Damn it, my heart sank. That split-second distraction was all Lei Dong needed. His whip-like kicks smashed into my side. I grunted as I was sent flying, tumbling several times across the sandy beach. Before I could even get up, two icy water blades pressed against my neck. Lei Dong's fist stopped just shy of my nose, less than half an inch away. 3 against 1. The outcome was clear, defeat. Yet there wasn't a trace of frustration on my face. Quite the opposite. I allowed a sly, almost eerie smile to creep across my lips. You really think you've won? Lei Dong frowned, an ominous feeling suddenly overtaking him. And then it happened. My eyes instantly transformed into deep, glowing violet. Thunder eye. Boom. 2 beams of concentrated, tangible purple light shot out of my pupils. Too close. Too fast. Lei Dong barely had time to let out a horrified roar before both his shoulders were pierced through, leaving scorched holes. His body convulsed as he collapsed, instantly incapacitated. One shot. Woodland and Volcanic were paralyzed with fear, instinctively backing up a step. But in the end, I was still just one person. The attack that took Lei Dong down had drained most of my energy. Against 2 uninjured Tier 2 elites, I managed to dodge several strikes before water whips coiled around my legs, slamming me forcefully into the ground. The sound of wind howled. Yin raised her hand slowly and announced with a voice full of complexity. The duel is over. The winner, the Xianling tribe. However, there were no cheers surrounding us. All eyes were on me, locked onto my unyielding purple eyes, filled with shock. Was that lightning shooting from his eyes? Lei Dong, the famed fierce warrior of Cloud Guard, defeated in one strike. I lay on the ground, gasping for air, while my mind raced through what had just happened. We lost. It wasn't just about strength. We lost in experience, in technique, in not having a structured strategy. In this post-apocalyptic world, relying solely on raw stats simply won't suffice. Feng Xiaoyan approached with broad strides, the arrogance from earlier replaced with a hearty laugh. You all are truly remarkable. To achieve such a level of skill after merely 10 days of training, defeated or not, it's an honor in itself. Strong warriors like you are always welcome on Xianling Island. The clan members immediately echoed his sentiments, finally releasing a round of delayed applause and cheers. To them, the vice commander had smoothed things over, and the whole ordeal was resolved. But I didn't even bother raising an eyelid. Carefully, I helped the Lin sisters to their feet, turned around, and stared directly at Feng Xiaoyan. There's no need. A loss is a loss. We'll leave immediately and never step foot on Xianling Island again. Without waiting for a reply, I called out to Wanqing and headed straight toward the Hope. Wait. Feng Xiaoyan panicked, rushing ahead to block my path, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. Young friend Jiang, you misunderstand. The wager doesn't count. It was just a sparring match, a test. You've passed it. You can settle on the island now. I halted, locking him with an unwavering gaze. There's no need for further explanations, Commander Feng. We can handle losing. Farewell. Without looking back, I motioned to my group. Let's go. Back to the Hope. Feng Xiaoyan stood there, completely stunned. He had offered an olive branch, yet I simply refused. What was this? Throwing his goodwill back in his face. And right in his moment of confusion, another, even worse blow exploded in his ears. Umph. If my friends aren't welcome on Xianling Island, then I have no reason to stay as the saintess either. Huang Yimei glared at him, the cold fury evident in her crystal-clear eyes. Tell the Grand Priest to open the channel. We're leaving. Boom. If my decision to leave had simply thrown Feng Xiaoyan off balance, her words were a thunderbolt tearing his soul apart. The saintess quitting? Leaving the island. She, whom the Grand Priest had spent immense effort to find, the one who bore the destiny of Xianling Island's survival, was about to leave because of him? If this wasn't handled properly, history would curse him as the traitor of the entire clan. No, Your Highness, Saintess, please don't do this. Finally snapping out of his daze, Feng Xiaoyan cried out in desperation, chasing after us. But by the time he moved, Huang Yimei had already boarded the ship with me. Saintess, don't go. Jiang, don't go. He dashed to the shoreline, staring at the slowly rising anchor of the ship, beads of sweat rolling down as panic overtook him. I was wrong. I apologize. I'll make it up to you, anything you want. The Hope remained unresponsive. The surrounding members of the Celestial Spirit clan, finally snapping to their senses, all turned pale. The Saintess is leaving? Hurry! Stop them! The crowd descended into chaos. She was their only beacon, their last chance of escaping their plight. Plop! Plop! The people of the Celestial Spirit clan on the beach, one by one, fell to their knees before the Hope. Your Highness, please don't leave us. We were wrong. We shouldn't have doubted your friends. We're begging you to stay. Their cries and pleas rang out desperately. At that moment, a speaker on board crackled to life, projecting Huang Yimei's cool yet determined voice across the shore. Grand Priest, let us leave. I, Huang Yimei, sever all ties with Celestial Spirit Island from this day forth. Once, then again, her resolute voice cut through the air like a blade, stabbing into the hearts of every clan member. Some began to shift from despair to anger. This is all your fault, Feng Xiaoyan. You drove the Saintess away. You're the sinner of our whole clan. Feng Xiaoyan, hearing these accusations and feeling the weight of every searing gaze on him, turned as white as a sheet. Plop! The once mighty 6th-rank warrior, the vice commander of the Cloud Guard, collapsed to his knees in surrender on the beach. He raised his arms, and with all his strength, slap, slap, slap. Each slap to his own face echoed fiercely, leaving no mercy for himself. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I was blind and heartless. I shouldn't have treated your friends so harshly. His voice cracked with remorse. I'll accept any punishment, just please don't leave Celestial Spirit Island. Still, the Hope remained silent. Only the pre-recorded message continued to echo along the coast. Time ticked away in deafening quiet, as the crowd eagerly awaited the Grand Priest to appear and beg her to stay. Off in the distance, the calm ocean split, revealing a sudden spatial rift. The Grand Priest was truly letting her leave? This realization hit them like cold water to the face. No, Grand Priest, please reconsider. The kneeling clan members shifted their appeals, kowtowing fervently toward the Hall of Stars. Our clan cannot lose the Saintess. Please withdraw the order. Feng Xiaoyan growled hoarsely toward the hall, despair in every syllable. It's all my fault. I'll take my life to atone. Just bring back the Saintess. Yet the Hall of Stars remained enshrouded in mist and silence, indifferent to their desperate cries. Inside the ship, the atmosphere was just as heavy. Lei Qing gazed out the window at the growing spatial gate, her emotions swirling. Jiang Chun, are we really leaving? I mean, the clan members seem so sincere now. Maybe we let Commander Feng compensate more and stay behind. I shook my head. The sincerity of ordinary clansmen means nothing. I'm not angry because of Feng Xiaoyan. He's just following orders. Huang Yimei's delicate frame trembled, covering her mouth. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Jiang Chun, are you saying? That's right, I nodded. His deliberate targeting of us definitely has the High Priestess's instruction behind it. Perhaps she just wanted to put us to the test. But for things to escalate to this point, and for her to not even step out, instead opening the passage, this is her stance. Even if we stayed, we would never gain any respect. But the High Priestess has always treated me well, not at all like this. Huang Yimei hesitated. Sister Yimei, you just don't get it. Lin Qingxue sighed, stepping forward to take her arm. Those who sit high above treat us kindly to showcase their grace. Deep down, they've never seen us weaker folks as their equals. Just look, though they're clearly in the wrong, not a single person in charge has come forward to mediate. Lin Qinghan's face was icy as he nodded. I support Brother Jiangchun. I don't want to stay in this place. With everyone voicing agreement, Huang Yimei felt reluctance in her heart, but mostly, it was disappointment. She cast one last complex glance at the Praying Star Hall. Then let's leave. If we anger the High Priestess further, we may not even have the chance to leave when we want to. With the decision made, the hope stopped lingering. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds of celestial spirit tribespeople, it resolutely headed towards the passage leading to their way back. Some respect can never be begged, nor can it belong to the weak. It only ever belongs to those who command undeniable strength. Feng Xiaoyun collapsed to the ground, staring fixedly at the disappearing ship's stern. They're gone. The sacred maiden has truly left. He murmured. What have I done? Before his voice could fade, 7 figures materialized in the sky above the coastline. At their lead was an incomparably beautiful woman holding a staff adorned with starry brilliance. She was dignified and majestic, the high priestess of the celestial spirits. Behind her stood 5 elders, their presences profound and unfathomable, alongside a towering, mountain-like middle-aged man, commander of the Cloud Guard army. Feng Xiaoyun's entire body shuddered as he scrambled to the ground, bowing. High Priestess, I am guilty. Please have the sacred maiden brought back immediately. The Celestial Spirit clan cannot afford to lose her. The High Priestess's gaze swept over him indifferently, her tone unreadable. You acted on my orders. What guilt is there? Step aside. I have my plans. She turned towards the elders, looking in the direction hope had disappeared, and spoke slowly. We've seen what we needed to see. Share your thoughts. The third elder, holding a sword with a sharp demeanor, spoke first. Those 2 girls who awakened angel sequences, they have raw strength, but no technique. What they lack is proper training and a high-tier sword art. Leave them to me and, fourth sister, within 3 days, a complete transformation. The graceful 5th elder chuckled softly, covering her mouth with a hand. That girl who hasn't made her move yet. Natural charm runs in her bones. She fits perfectly with my mirror flowers, water moon illusion technique. The burly chief commander, voiced like a resounding drum, remarked, that lad named Jiang Chun, untrained in the martial arts, yet able to hold his own against my elites. His resolve, decisiveness, and battle intuition are top-notch. A perfect candidate for the path of destruction. The High Priestess nodded in satisfaction. Very well. But remember, these children suffered humiliation today. Their hearts bear grievances. From this point on, you must not test them again, not even slightly, or it will backfire. You have 3 days. Once the time is up, regardless of how much they've learned, send them to the forbidden grounds immediately. The 4 of them answered in unison. Understood. A playful second elder, who sported a goatee and an air of mischief, sidled closer. And the Holy Maiden? What should we do about her these next few days? She's really angry. The High Priestess shot him a glare. That ridiculous suggestion was yours, wasn't it? You had to test them and ended up angering everyone. You're coming with me to apologize. And if you don't get it right, I'll ban you from alcohol for 100 years. The second elder's face twisted in distress. Oh, come on, High Priestess. If it weren't for this trial, we wouldn't have discovered they're all part of the celestial sequence. Doesn't that count for something? Ignoring him, the High Priestess raised her staff, tapping lightly into the void. A radiant beam of light surged toward the turbulent space portal. Aboard the Hope, Su Wanqing, Huang Yimei, and the Lin sisters sat side by side on the couch, none of them speaking. The atmosphere was heavy. Huang Yimei, especially, gazed out the window, lost in thought. I stood alone on the deck, surrounded by the pitch-black void of the spatial passageway. My mind raced, replaying the battle over and over. Experience, technique. I had ultimately lost to those 2 factors. My stats might be out of this world, but I couldn't even harness a fraction of my true combat power. At the end of the passage, a burst of white light flickered into view. Almost through. I was just about to head back to the cabin to lay out the next phase of the plan when I turned and froze where I stood. The azure seas, the ship's cabin, the girls, even the hope under my feet. Everything had vanished without a trace. I now stood in the center of a vast, pure white plaza, a boundless, desolate expanse extended in all directions. The only thing in sight was a middle-aged man standing before me, holding a spear. My heart pounded fiercely, my muscles tensing. I instinctively activated Divine Eye. Name: Xiaozhan. Race: Ethereal Clan. Status: Grand Commander of the Cloud Guard Army. Rank. The cascading string of question marks sent a chill down my spine. Had the Ethereal Clan turned on me? Was this an ambush to eliminate me? No, that didn't make sense. They're not a bloodthirsty race. If they wanted to kill me, why go to all this trouble to isolate me in this eerie place? I forced myself to suppress the tidal wave of emotions rushing through me. Taking slow and measured steps forward, I cupped my fists and asked, "Senior, what is the meaning of this? Where are my companions now?" Xiaozhan turned around, sizing me up from head to toe before suddenly breaking into hearty laughter. Haha, well done, young man. Calm and composed even with Mount Tai collapsing before you. Impressive. As for your friends, you needn't worry. They each have their own fortunes to encounter. In 3 days' time, you'll reunite. Relief flickered through my heart. At least Su Wanqing and the others weren't in mortal danger. I even began to faintly understand these people's intentions. Huang Yimei's status as a saint was even more important than I'd originally thought. Important enough for them to risk breaking all pretense and resorting to force to keep her. If they wanted her to stay, they could have just said so. It's not like I'm unreasonable. But no, they had to make things difficult and then try to keep her by force. This sensation of being manipulated, of having no control over the situation, ignited a fire deep in my chest. You're too kind, Senior. My expression turned cold, and I said, we won't accept forced goodwill or opportunities thrust upon us. If there's nothing else, I kindly ask you to let us go. Xiaozhan, as if he'd already anticipated my reaction, showed no sign of concern and didn't even bother to respond. Instead, he abruptly changed the subject. Kid, do you want to learn martial arts? My heart skipped a beat. Of course I did. A comprehensive martial arts system was exactly what I lacked, the one thing even my past life never gave me access to. With proper mentorship, my combat abilities would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. But this whole situation, being arranged against my will, was incredibly stifling. Was this just a stick-and-carrot game? I buried the desire surging in my chest and replied nonchalantly. And if I choose not to learn, what then? Xiaozhan ignored my question, instead planting his long spear firmly into the ground. My skills are modest, nothing compared to the Grand Priest, not even a fraction. But for years, I've led armies in battle, clashing with creatures from the abyssal depths, and I know a thing or two about the spear. His gaze felt sharp, like a blade. I've watched your fighting. All brute force, no technique. It's a complete mess. I stayed silent, not bothering to argue, because every word he said was true. Whether it was my past life, struggling in a post-apocalyptic world, or this life, relying on future knowledge and godlike attributes to steamroll over challenges, I had never systematically learned any combat methods. Every fight was won by instinct, reflexes, and raw determination. Naturally, when facing someone seasoned like Lei Dong, a warrior honed through countless battles, my flaws were exposed in an instant. Martial arts take on countless forms, but the foundation is always the most critical, Xiaozhan said. Today, I'll teach you the basics of spear techniques. Before I could speak, he was already moving. The iron spear in his hands suddenly came alive. Thrust. A straightforward strike, clean and without embellishment, yet it tore through the air with razor-sharp precision. Lift. The spearhead swept upward from below, light and nimble, but brimming with the power to redirect mighty forces. Sweep. A horizontal sweep of the spear, overwhelming and ferocious, as if it could level mountains and scatter armies. Collapse. Chop. And on it went. Point. Thrust. Twist. Those simple foundational moves, executed in his hands, were seamless and flawless, absolute perfection like a natural force. The moment the spear tip began to dance, my entire attention was captured entirely, my breath paused with it. This was real combat martial artistry. All notions of being forced into this situation or being manipulated faded from my mind, banished to the high heavens. Only one thought remained, clear and resolute. I must master this. I don't know how much time passed, but before I knew it, Xiaozhan settled into a graceful finishing stance, straightening his posture as he withdrew his spear. "How much have you grasped?" he asked, his voice calm. I stayed silent, my mind still replaying every minute detail of the moves he had just demonstrated. Xiaozhan seemed unbothered by my lack of response. Without a word, he tossed the spear over to me. "Thinking about it won't get you far. Feel it with your own hands. Practice it yourself, and I'll correct what you're missing." Almost instinctively, I caught the spear. Whatever lingering hesitation or awkwardness I still had vanished in that instant. I mean, if I was already learning this, why not learn it properly? Turning down this golden opportunity would be the real foolishness. Without further hesitation, I gripped the spear, recalling the sequences of his demonstration, and began mimicking the moves, methodical, deliberate, step by step. "Wrong posture." His stern voice immediately barked out before I could even finish the first motion. "Lower your center of gravity. Integrate your waist and legs as one. The spear is an extension of your arm, but your waist is the true source of your power." I quickly adjusted my stance. When thrusting the spear, you're not just shoving it forward with brute strength. Keep your wrists steady. Power comes from the waist, drives through your shoulders, and flows through your arms to the spear tip. The force starts from the ground, surges upward, and erupts at the point. Try again. Gritting my teeth, I pulled back the spear and thrust it out again. Whoosh. This time, the motion carried my full strength, even producing a faint whistling sound as the spearhead cut through the air. Still wrong. Xiaozhan moved to my side quicker than I noticed and tapped 2 fingers lightly against my lower back. A subtle, precise burst of energy surged through what felt like my core axis, instantly dispersing all my strength. I stumbled forward awkwardly, barely avoiding a fall. "Remember this focal point," he said firmly. "Engage every muscle, twisting the power into a single cohesive thread that explodes at the spear tip. Don't let your movements scatter like now. It's all for show and useless in real combat." His words struck me like lightning. I froze where I stood, replaying that exact moment in my head over and over again, letting the sensation sink deeply into my thoughts. Understanding slowly dawned. Without speaking, I readjusted myself, gripped the spear, and began again. Once, twice, 10 times, 100 times. Your wrists too stiff. The spear must move freely, but you must be even more adaptable than the spear. Footwork. Your steps must align. The spear follows your body's movement. Your body flows with the spear. You're controlling the spear. It's not dragging you around. Xiaozhan's booming voice rang in my ears like thunder, his corrections cutting into my flaws with brutal precision. He dissected every element: how to grip, how to generate power, the angles, the timing. Every critique sharp and direct. Sweat soaked through my back long ago, but I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. Not when I could feel it. I could feel myself improving at a speed that defied reason. From clumsy to natural. From awkward to fluid. My understanding of power, coordination, every aspect of my body, everything began to transform. Each motion grew sharper. Each thrust faster. Each strike more focused. Soon, the faint whistle of the spear slicing the air turned clearer and sharper with every move. His voice was clear and powerful. Xiaozhan watched from the side, his approving gaze growing deeper. This kid's comprehension was beyond expectations. Ordinary people take months of grueling practice to grasp the technique of applying force, yet he accomplished it in less than half a day. Time passed, though I wasn't sure how long. When I had finished performing the entire basic spear techniques from start to finish, the long spear in my hand was cutting through the air with a sharp, fierce vigor. Although it was far from the seamless mastery Xiaozhan embodied, the rudimentary framework was already forming. Not bad. Xiaozhan made no effort to hide his admiration. Reaching this level within a day, you deserve to be called a genius. A day? Has an entire day passed already? I felt a small shift in my mind, just about to speak, but Xiao Zhan changed the subject sharply. The basics are in place. What follows is the refinement that comes with persistence and practice. Time is short. There's no need for rest now. His expression suddenly turned serious, and an even more imposing aura began to rise from within him. On this second day, I'll teach you the true art of killing I learned on the battlefield. The 100 battle spear technique. How much you can comprehend will depend on your own destiny. As he finished speaking, a terrifying and palpable aura, like that of a battlefield riddled with mountains of corpses and seas of blood, erupted from him instantly. A chill raced up my spine, freezing me from head to toe. Every single hair on my body stood on end. This was no longer the pure martial prowess I had felt yesterday. This was the refined killing intent forged through countless life and death battles. The 100 battle spear technique has no fixed moves, only the philosophy of killing, Xiao Zhan said in a deep voice. In the chaotic, ever-shifting battlefield, any rigid formula invites death. Only by embedding killing intent into every strike can your spear be unstoppable, unreturnable. Where you stand, no enemy remains. First move, the rising dragon. The spear shot upward in a sharp and precise thrust, carving out a treacherously twisted arc, aimed straight at the throat. It was fast as lightning, its angle dangerously ruthless. I couldn't even conceive the thought of dodging. Second move, breaking the army. The spear's momentum shifted abruptly, turning from a thrust into a downward smash, its power open and overwhelming, as if to crush fortresses to rubble. Third move, soul pursuit. Seventh move, dragon's return. Xiao Zhan's figure flashed continuously in the practice ground as he executed the 7 lethal techniques with unbroken fluidity. Each move was simple, direct, and efficient, completely stripped of any unnecessary flair. Their sole purpose was death. This was no longer the art of martial prowess, but pure killing craftsmanship. When Xiao Zhan finally retracted his spear and stood still, my mind was completely blank. I only retained scattered fragments of the movements, while the deeper techniques of force generation and the essence of their intent, those eluded me entirely. How much did you understand? Xiao Zhan's voice pulled me out of my stupor. I gave a wry smile, my palm around the spear slick with sweat. The moves aren't difficult. They're all derived from the basic spear techniques. But the way to channel force, that intent behind them, I can't grasp it at all. Xiao Zhan didn't seem surprised, his expression instead reflecting a just-as-I-thought sentiment. This gun technique, he said, his tone heavy with meaning, is something I grasped through countless brushes with life and death. If you've never experienced it, naturally, it's hard to understand. He paused for a brief moment, then added, however, since I'm teaching you, I have a way to help you grasp it quickly. Before his voice fully fell, he gave me no time to react. An indescribable, bone-chilling aura of murderous intent erupted from his body, flooding the entire plaza in an instant. Ugh! An icy dread seeped into my very bones from every inch of my skin. My blood felt like it was freezing solid. My muscles tensed involuntarily, my teeth clattered, and cold sweat poured down my body like a stream. It wasn't just fear. It was something far deeper, a primal terror rooted in the depths of my soul. It was as if an ancient beast had opened its bloodthirsty maw, its freezing breath brushing against my face. Just as I thought I would be crushed by the overwhelming pressure, the scene before my eyes twisted and shifted. The pure white plaza vanished. In its place appeared a sea of deep, dark red. The surface of the blood-colored waters was littered with countless broken limbs, and the overwhelming stench of blood slammed into me like a tidal wave. A mountain of corpses, a sea of blood. Roar! An earth-shattering roar echoed around me, followed by the emergence of countless hideous sea beasts from the crimson depths. Their bloodshot eyes locked onto me, filled with madness, as they charged forward in a frenzied attack. An illusion. The thought flashed in my mind, but it was too real. The acrid, metallic tang in the air, the sharp screams as claws tore through the atmosphere. It all sent shivers down my spine. The shadow of death loomed closer once more. At the very brink of being overwhelmed, Xiao Zhan's voice boomed like a clap of thunder. Focus your mind and still your breath. Hold fast to your core. Killing intent is an extension of will, the condensation of conviction. It's not a poison meant to devour you. Use your will to command it. Turn it into your weapon. With the gun in your hand, carve your path through this sea of blood. A jolt shot through my body as I bit down hard on my tongue. The sharp pain and the metallic taste of blood snapped me out of my spiraling despair. The fear still lingered, but my gaze was no longer clouded. Yes, kill. The gun technique, 100 battles gun art, replayed itself frantically in my mind. I stopped questioning whether the monsters were real. I channeled every ounce of focus I had to the tip of my spear. A tentacled monster lunged at me, but almost on instinct, I thrust the spear forward. Squelch. The tip pierced its head effortlessly, and a spray of viscous liquid erupted from the wound. It worked. The realization ignited something within me. I hesitated no longer, diving into battle amidst the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, killing relentlessly against the endless swarm of monsters. At first, my movements were clumsy, every step teetering on the edge of death. More than once, I narrowly avoided being torn to pieces. But gradually, I changed. The fear subsided, replaced by a chilling detachment. My movements grew faster, sharper, deadlier. Each thrust of the spear aimed directly at the vital points, clean and unhesitant. I no longer consciously recalled the techniques. Their patterns had sunk into my very muscles, becoming instinct. I lost track of time. When I slashed my spear horizontally and cut down 3 sea beasts in one sweeping motion, splitting it in half with a single strike, I slowly lowered my weapon. Standing atop a small mountain of corpses, I coldly surveyed the endless waves of monsters charging at me from all directions. The last traces of human emotions had long vanished from my eyes, replaced by a chilling intent to kill, pure and unwavering. Deep within my pupils, a faint crimson glow flickered ominously. Seeing this, Xiaozhan finally withdrew his killing intent. The sea of blood, the mountain of corpses, the monsters, all receded like retreating tides. In a flash, I was back on the spotless, pristine white square. Huff, huff. My spear crashed to the ground with a loud clang. I was drenched in sweat, as though I had just been pulled out of a river. It took a full 30 seconds before the red gleam in my eyes gradually faded. Lifting my head, I looked at the composed Xiaozhan. I forced a smile onto my pale face, a smile that looked worse than crying. You old geezer. Pulling something like this without giving me a warning first. If I wasn't mentally strong enough, I'd have gone mad because of you. I had once been nothing more than a sharp-edged, headstrong youth, carrying a hint of defiance. But now, I felt like a blood-soaked weapon, terrifyingly fierce, daring no one to meet my gaze. Huh, but you can't deny the results, can you? Xiaozhan burst into joyous laughter, completely ignoring my insults. In just one day, you've managed to condense the beginnings of your killing intent. One day? Another day has passed. That means he had stood here, unleashing his killing intent for an entire day, just to help me hone mine. I glanced up at him again, and sure enough, a few beads of sweat glistened on the old man's forehead. Whatever lingering resentment I had vanished in an instant. Straightening myself, I picked up my spear and dropped to a formal salute. Thank you for your teachings, senior. I will forever remember your guidance. Xiaozhan froze for a moment, then raised an eyebrow. Oh, not mad anymore. This sudden gratitude is throwing me off a bit. I tugged at the corners of my mouth. Let's not mix things up. I still think your previous methods were ridiculous, but it's not a big deal. I'm not that petty. Huh. Good boy. Knowing how to separate grudges from gratitude. You're exactly the kind of person I like. His laughter faded, replaced by a hint of amusement in his expression. But you might be hating me again soon. What do you mean? In his right hand, he suddenly conjured a long spear from thin air, and a powerful fighting spirit began to stir around him. The spear is the king of weapons. Its essence lies in the concept of momentum. Killing intent is just the foundation. True mastery can only come through actual combat. His gaze locked onto mine like a blazing inferno. Right now, there are no enemies for you to practice on. So, for this final day, you'll be sparring with me. I won't be going easy on you. Brace yourself, you'll be in for some serious pain. Before his words even finished echoing in the air, Xiaozhan had already moved. A single thrust, basic in form, yet blindingly fast and unnervingly precise. A strike far beyond my level. Instinctively, I raised my spear to block. Clang! A tremendous force surged through the weapon, sending shockwaves down my arms. The spear struck with a resounding clang, sending a jolt of searing pain through my hand. I stumbled back 7 or 8 steps before barely managing to steady myself. Too slow, too weak. Xiao Zhan advanced again, his spear moving like a dragon, the onslaught relentless, pinning me firmly under pressure. I had no chance to fight back, just scrambling to avoid his strikes. Still, the spear shaft landed on me several times, leaving burning pain on my body. "Feel it with your heart," he shouted between attacks. "What is momentum? Charging forward without hesitation is momentum. Retreating to advance is momentum. Unyielding persistence is momentum. Standing firm like a mountain is also momentum. Your spear lacks momentum. It's filled with nothing but brute killing intent. It has the form but not the spirit." Amid his storm-like assault and reprimands, I grit my teeth, forcing myself to understand, to feel this so-called momentum. I began trying to redirect his attacks, guiding them aside instead of enduring them head-on. I started to search for fleeting moments during my defense, moments for counterattacks. I began merging killing intent with my spear techniques, infusing every thrust with the determination to risk everything. Slowly, I entered a strange state of enlightenment. Everything around me seemed to slow down. Xiao Zhan's every strike, every movement became crystal clear to me. My spear felt like an extension of my body. Where my mind directed, the spear point followed. The basic spear techniques and the craft of the 100 Battles spear technique began to meld together seamlessly in this moment. Clang, clang, clang. The clashes of our spears grew faster and more rhythmic. From barely being able to defend to holding my ground, and now I could trade blows with him, back and forth. Though I was still at a clear disadvantage, my progress was undeniable, nearly miraculous. I didn't know how much time had passed by the time our spear tips clashed for the last time, both of us stepping back simultaneously. I stood with my spear, my entire body sore, panting heavily, but my eyes burned with clarity and determination. Basic spear technique, minor achievement. 100 Battles spear technique, beginner insight. Xiao Zhan looked at me, his shock evident and unmasked. Good, good, good. Your comprehension is unlike anything I've encountered in my life. He sheathed his spear and said gravely, "The 3 days are up. Your opportunity ends here. It's time for you all to handle proper business." Pushing down the boiling blood in my chest, I asked, "Senior, are you referring to the moment when Huang Yimei will inherit her legacy?" Xiao Zhan nodded, his expression tense, even reverent. "The Saintess's inheritance is of utmost importance. It determines not only the survival of my clan of celestial spirits, but will also ripple out to affect the fate of your human race." Is it really that serious? My heart skipped a beat. In the previous timeline, Huang Yimei perished not even half a month into the game. Meanwhile, I barely scrapped by for over a year in the apocalypse before being swallowed whole by a sudden, monstrous sea beast. Could those events be connected? Or had something else happened after my death? What happened? "Of course it's serious," Xiao Zhan said. "Otherwise, why would we take it so seriously? The specifics will be explained by the High Priestess after you complete the task. Knowing too much right now might put unnecessary pressure on the Saintess and affect the succession process." His explanation sounded reasonable, but the questions in my heart only deepened. I planted my spear into the ground and clasped my fists, asking another critical question. The Celestial Spirit Clan has so many powerful individuals. Why do they need outsiders like us to help with this succession? The inheritance grounds are not dangerous. Even with your strength from 3 days ago, you could easily make it through, Xiao Zhan replied. However, it is a forbidden area for the Celestial Spirit Clan. We cannot enter. It is a rule set by the Heavenly Tao, and we are powerless to change it. The Heavenly Tao rules. It suddenly clicked. I understood. This is just another rule of the survival game. The inheritance grounds are likely a mission dungeon specifically designed for players. The level of danger isn't high, though. After all, in my previous life, even without my participation, Huang Yimei managed to complete it with help from others. Before I could think further, the space at the center of the plaza began to ripple, and a passage appeared out of thin air. Xiaozhan patted me on the shoulder. It's time. The High Priestess is urging us. Off you go. I nodded, glancing one last time at this mentor-turned-friend leader before stepping into the passage. The sensation of weightlessness hit me. When the white light faded, I found myself back in the cockpit of the Hope. Su Wanqing, Huang Yimei, Lin Qingxue, and Lin Qinghan had also seemingly just been teleported back. They were looking around in confusion. The moment she saw me, Su Wanqing immediately lunged into my arms. Jiang Chun, I missed you so much. Some elder from the Celestial Spirit clan insisted I learn illusion arts and wouldn't let me see you until I was done. I have no idea how I survived these past 3 days. The Lin sisters rushed over as well. Brother Jiang Chun, us too. Lin Qingxue clung to my other arm, speaking urgently. 2 skilled seniors forced my sister and me to train in swordsmanship. Seeing the 3 girls, clearly more refined in spirit but visibly distressed, warmed my heart. I smiled. All right. Opportunities like these are rare blessings. Don't act like we've been separated by life and death. See, I'm fine. At this moment, Huang Yimei, who had been standing off to the side nervously, hesitantly approached. Her head was low, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Jiang Chun. The High Priestess asked me to convey her apologies. And, will you forgive their earlier rudeness? Would you stay and help me complete the task? Seeing her so cautious and timid, any lingering irritation I had instantly vanished. I chuckled and motioned outside the cockpit. The High Priestess has already sent us directly to the inheritance grounds. I don't think I have much of a choice, do I? Huh. The girls froze, finally turning their eyes toward the window. This place wasn't even close to being the Celestial. The Lingdao Sea region. This place definitely wasn't the familiar C-9527 zone. The surrounding sea was eerily silent, a dead gray, as still as a lifeless pond. Yet, about a kilometer ahead, a vibrant, narrow strait came into view. Lush green flanked both sides, and the water in the center was crowded, practically teeming, with a chaotic array of sea beasts. The sheer uncanniness of the scene could make anyone's skin crawl. At that moment, Huang Yimei suddenly raised her hand, pointing toward the death zone brimming with sea beasts. I can sense it. There's a voice calling out to me. The land of inheritance lies just beyond that strait, she exclaimed. What? Lin Qingxue grabbed Huang Yimei's arm, her voice rising with panic. Yimei-sis, are you sure it's that way? Do we really have to cut through that horde of beasts? There are thousands of them at least. Su Wanqing and Lin Qinghan visibly tensed, their expressions sinking. I knew what they were afraid of. That wasn't just a strait. It was a nightmarish ravine carved out of flesh, fangs, and death. But I wasn't the least bit fazed. Long before they could cry out, my gods, I had already seen everything ahead in razor-sharp detail. The sea beasts were numerous, yes, but the majority of them were just weaklings, first-tier or second-tier creatures. At most, there were 3 scattered third-tier threats. With Hope's current defensive capabilities, combined with the recent surge in my own power, this so-called obstacle was hardly worth mentioning. I turned around, stepping onto the deck. Making my way to the spirit cannon, the one I had won from Feng Xiaoyan's grasp, I gave the order. AI, charge the spirit cannon. Target, the center of the strait. Command acknowledged. Charging in progress. 10%, 50%, 100%. The air around the barrel began to distort as an intense, blinding blue orb of energy gathered at its mouth. Fire. VRRRMM. A thick blue beam of energy erupted, much larger than any shot before. Boom! The entire Hope shook from the impact. 100-meter-high plume of seawater exploded into the sky, with shockwaves setting off monstrous waves. When the light of the explosion finally subsided, the once chaotic strait had been forcibly cleared, leaving a 100-meter-wide vacuum of silence in its wake. Armored sharks, giant squid, they were all incinerated, reduced to nothing but ash. Not even a single intact corpse remained. The sea turned crimson with blood, and torn remnants of flesh bobbed on the waves. One shot, at least a couple hundred sea beasts, gone. Su Wanqing and the Lin sisters stood there, jaws slack, unable to utter a word. I spoke calmly, snapping them out of their stupor. Those were just first and second tier beasts. And as for this spirit cannon, it's a third tier golden grade battleship weapon. Combined with Hope's heavy artillery trait, its power now exceeds most ordinary fourth tier diamond grade weapons. Realization washed over Su Wanqing and the Lin sisters. They looked at the cannon with newfound awe and barely contained excitement. Even still, as Huang Yimei stood there, looking bewildered after joining the Hope. In contrast, Lin Qingshue's eyes practically lit up with excitement. Brother Jiangchun, since they're so weak, can we give it a try? Yeah, Lin Qinghan chimed in eagerly. The third and fourth elders just taught us a sword art. It's a perfect chance to test out our progress these past 3 days. I understood. Ever since the competition on Xianling Island, where the sisters fell short, they've been determined to prove themselves. I was curious, too. How profound could an elder's personally taught sword technique truly be? All right, go ahead. I nodded and added. But remember, don't push yourselves too hard. I'll follow behind with the ship and cover you with the cannons if needed. True growth doesn't come from sheltering someone under your wing. It's about facing what you're afraid of head-on. Yay, Brother Jiangchun, you're the best. With a cheer, the sisters immediately activated their transcendent sequences. A white and a black streak of light tore through the sky, stopping midair above the strait. Below them, countless crimson eyes locked onto their figures. The surface of the sea erupted as dozens of water arrows and venomous projectiles shot toward them in an overwhelming wave. But the sisters didn't panic. They maneuvered in the air with such ease and grace. It looked like a beautifully choreographed dance as they dodged every attack effortlessly. Compared to 3 days ago, it was like they'd completely transformed. I nodded to myself in silent approval. They still hadn't mastered their momentum yet, nor had they developed the lethal intent honed through life and death battles. But their techniques and forms had come leaps and bounds, no longer the reckless, aimless swings they were before. Finally, their second-tier peak attributes were being utilized effectively. Cross-slash of light and shadow. Lin Qingshue's holy light sword carved 2 intersecting arcs of sword aura through the air, slicing a dozen fongfish into pieces. Nightfall bind. With a sweep of Lin Qinghan's dark soul sword, black chains materialized out of thin air, binding a rock-armored shark tightly. She darted ghost-like to the shark's head, plunging the dark blade straight through its eye socket to the hilt, a clean, decisive kill. One focused on assault, unleashing waves of devastating sword energy, the other specialized in control, striking precise, critical points. The sisters cooperated seamlessly, weaving through the horde of sea beasts as if it was an empty playground. In just minutes, 200 or 300 sea creatures had fallen under their swords. Wow! Huang Yimei was stunned. Qingxue and Qinghan are amazing. Like, how is that even possible? I turned to Su Wanqing with a teasing smile and said, "What about you, Wanqing? Learned anything new these past few days? Want to show off a little too?" Her face instantly turned red as a tomato, and she avoided my gaze nervously. I've been practicing an illusion technique. Now's not really the right time to demonstrate. Maybe later tonight, you can personally experience it for yourself. I froze, staring at her bashful expression. My mind instantly flooded with a cascade of suggestive, slightly risque scenarios. This little troublemaker, was she planning to pull another one of her less-than-conventional tricks on me later? Just as I started plotting for the night ahead. A good thing. The battle in the strait took a sudden turn. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from deep within the strait. The sheer force of its sound waves generated colossal waves. A massive shadow slowly emerged from the blood-red waters. A colossal crocodile over 20 meters long. Its dark green scales gleamed like iron, and a pair of lantern-sized eyes glowed with a savage, bloodthirsty light. Deep-sea crocodile, Tier 3, elite level. The moment it appeared, the surrounding frenzied sea beasts immediately fell silent and retreated. So overwhelming. Lin Qingshue's face in the air turned pale, even her breath paused momentarily. This oppressive force, it was several times more intense than the aura of Feng Xiaoyan's bodyguard, Lei Dong, from before. "Sis, be careful. That thing is Tier 3. Lin Qinghan gripped her dark sword tightly. The crocodile left no room for respite. Its massive maw opened wide, launching a 3-meter-wide sphere of water directly at Lin Qingxue. She flapped her glowing wings, dodging sideways over 10 meters. The water sphere grazed past her, smashing into a cliffside and leaving a giant crater, scattering debris everywhere. That was close. But the danger wasn't over yet. The crocodile's thick, muscular tail swept across with a whistling sound, cutting off all of her escape routes. Nightfall confinement. In a critical moment, Lin Qinghan plunged her dark sword into the void. Tens of chains of darkness shot into the sky, weaving together into a giant web just in time to catch the incoming tail. Clang! The tail slammed into the dark web, creating a sound like clashing metal. The web trembled violently, cracks forming everywhere, but it managed to hold up against the strike. Now's our chance. Lin Qingxue raised her sword with both hands, a radiant holy light converging on her blade and forming a 10-meter-long sword of light. Summoning every ounce of strength, she slashed it down onto the trapped crocodile. Squelch! The sword of light sliced through the crocodile's tough scales, leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound on its back. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Roar! The crocodile let out an agonized roar, thrashing about frantically. Damn it! Its defense is just too tough. Lin Qingxue panted heavily. That had been her strongest attack, and yet it only severely injured the creature. It wasn't enough to kill it. The weak spot is its underside, Lin Qinghan said gravely. But it's staying submerged. We can't reach it. On the ship, Su Wanqing's heart was in her throat. Jiang Chun, fire the cannon. Help them out. I shook my head, though my grip on the cannon tightened slightly. No, this is a battle they have to face. It's also the moment they need to grow stronger. Some obstacles, if I overcome them for them, they'll never learn to stand on their own. On the battlefield, the wounded crocodile became even more feral. Its immense body surged out of the water, its gaping maw lunging straight for the nearest target, Lin Qinghan. The nauseating stench of its breath rushed forward like a gust of foul wind. Lin Qinghan's pupils contracted sharply. It was too late to dodge. Sis! Without a second thought, Lin Qingxue charged toward her sister, positioning herself in front. Her glowing wings snapped shut in a protective embrace, wrapping the two tightly. A white shuttlecock. Bang! The massive maw collided with the radiant wings of light. Lin Qingxue let out a muffled groan, a mouthful of blood splattering across the pristine feathers. Qingxue, Qinghan, Su Wanqing, and Huang Yimei cried out in panic. My brows finally knit tight. Are you okay? Lin Qinghan caught her staggering sister, her voice trembling with concern on the verge of tears. I'm fine. Lin Qingxue wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, but her gaze had never been so resolute. Sister, we can't lose. The elder said it. When sisters are one in heart, their true strength is unleashed. Let's use that move. Lin Qinghan nodded firmly, her fear giving way to unshakable determination. All right. The two of them straightened their backs, ignoring the giant crocodile charging again. They reached out, interlocking their fingers tightly. In our name, where light and darkness intertwine. Dual black-white lotus bloom. Two surges of energy, one black, one white, exploded from their bodies, intertwining and fusing above their heads. In an instant, a massive lotus flower, half pure and holy, half dark and deep, unfolded in midair. A presence powerful enough to shift the heavens and seas spread all around. The charging crocodile stopped in its tracks, sensing a soul-deep, fatal threat emanating from the lotus. It let out a horrified screech and turned, desperately trying to flee back into the ocean. Too late. Descend. The lotus rotated slowly downward and silently melted into the crocodile's body the moment it made contact, disappearing like a fleeting illusion. Time seemed frozen. In the next instant, boom, countless black and white energy blades erupted from the crocodile's body, shredding it from the inside out in an instant. Its massive form was torn to pieces, flesh and blood scattering everywhere. A ferocious third-tier sea beast was obliterated without so much as a sound. Huff, huff. Spent of all their energy after executing the technique, the sisters could no longer hold out. Like kite strings cut loose, they plummeted toward the waves. I was already moving before anyone noticed. Stepping lightly on the water, I caught their unconscious, fragile forms, landing back on the ship with ease. How are they? Su Wanqing anxiously rushed over. Just fainted from exhaustion. They'll be fine after some rest. I lifted my gaze toward the blood-soaked sea. Some people are born fragile, but as long as they're willing to stand up for the ones they love, there are truly no weaklings in this world. AI, clean up the remaining trash. Command received. The spirit cannon roared once more. This time, nothing remained capable of blocking the progression of the Hope. By the time the last sea beast in the strait was cleared, the Lin sisters had finally regained consciousness. Su Wanqing handed them each a cup of warm water, her face still filled with lingering fear. You two little fools, trying to act tough? That was so dangerous just now. She scolded them gently. If you couldn't handle it, just fall back. Jiang Chun is here. Lin Qingxue stuck out her tongue sheepishly and accepted the water with a shy smile. Don't worry, Wanqing. We're fine, aren't we? With brother Jiang Chun around, if it were truly dangerous, he'd definitely save us. Lin Qingxue said with a grin. I nodded, smiling. That's right. You two performed admirably, brave, clever, and perfectly in sync. After this battle, you'll surely grow into formidable masters in the future. Really, hearing my affirmation, the sisters' eyes lit up instantly. The frustration lingering from the earlier competition at Xianling Island evaporated completely. Su Wanqing gazed at them with a smile as well, though a slight trace of melancholy flickered in her eyes. Her awakened sequence was Succubus, which had little combat capability, and the Tier 2 promotion item she needed was nowhere to be found. While others were advancing rapidly, she felt stuck in place. I noticed her thoughts but chose to say nothing. Some hurdles must be crossed by oneself. Hey everyone, come take a look. We're here. Huang Yimei, who was keeping watch by the entrance, suddenly called out. Supporting the not yet recovered Lin family sisters, I quickly headed to the deck. The sight before us stopped everyone in their tracks, holding their breath. Through the strait, we emerged into a vast inland sea. The water was crystal clear, an ethereal shade of blue. At the center of the sea stood a colossal white jade altar spanning hundreds of meters. Atop the altar, a towering statue over 100 meters tall reached into the sky. Its figure was half human, half serpent, entirely carved from white jade with lifelike detail. Her face was stunningly beautiful, transcendent, and otherworldly, exuding an aura of divine compassion. Just gazing from afar stirred a deep sense of reverence in one's heart. So beautiful, Su Wanqing murmured. Could someone this breathtaking actually exist in the world? Even if we combined all our looks, we wouldn't measure up to a fraction of her beauty. Lin Qingxue and Huang Yimei nodded vigorously in agreement. Only Lin Qinghan, after her initial awe, tugged at my sleeve, her voice trembling slightly. Brother Jiang Chun, doesn't this form look a lot like the legendary Nuwa? Everyone froze, shocked. A half-human, half-serpent figure, radiating boundless compassion, with flawless features that seemed sculpted by the heavens. Wasn't this the creation goddess who molded humanity from clay and mended the heavens with stone? My expression turned serious. Though the Xianling people we encountered before also shared the half-human, half-serpent form, they had never evoked this kind of association. Yet, the statue before us matched Nuwa in both form and demeanor almost too perfectly. Could it be that the Xianling race of this world truly has some connection to Nuwa? Yimei, Su Wanqing gasped through her fingers, her imagination running wild. You don't think, because you played a descendant of Nuwa in a drama before, the game actually made you her descendant here, do you? Huang Yimei didn't respond. Her gaze was locked on the eyes of the statue. From those compassionate eyes, she felt the stirring of an ancestral calling, something primal and deep in her bloodline, pulling her irresistibly closer. I patted her shoulder and said firmly, don't jump to conclusions. Once Yimei receives the inheritance, we'll have our answers. Hope slowly docked, coming to a steady halt at the edge of the alabaster altar. The altar's surface was smooth as a mirror, etched with countless intricate golden runes. Activating my divine sight to investigate only brought up a series of question marks in the information panel. I couldn't decipher it at all. The moment Huang Yimei stepped onto the altar, it was as though she was being guided. Without hesitation, she walked straight to the base of the statue, adjusted her attire with care, and knelt reverently. Murmuring softly, she began to chant in an ancient and mysterious language of the celestial spirits, a tongue we couldn't understand. Yet, those syllables carried an otherworldly power, resonating through the space above the altar. Though none of us could comprehend her words, the solemnity of her chant was palpable. Time dragged on, second by second. Suddenly, just as a wave of unease rippled among us, the alabaster statue began to move. Its tightly shut eyes slowly opened. And what eyes they were! An indescribable sight, as if they contained the vast expanse of stars, galaxies, and the primeval cosmos. The moment its gaze swept across me, an unshakable dread shivered through my very soul. In the next instant, a beam of radiant, multicolored light erupted from the statue's forehead, aligning precisely on Huang Yimei. Her body lifted gently into the air, her face serene and full of peace, as though she was returning to the embrace of a loving mother. "The inheritance has begun," Su Wanqing whispered, clutching my hand tightly. But it didn't end there. Suddenly, the golden runes on the altar flared brilliantly. A colossal and even more dazzling curtain of rainbow light surged upward from the altar, enveloping me, Su Wanqing, and the Lin sisters all together within its radiant halo. "What's happening?" Lin Qinxue cried out, frantically clinging to her older sister's hand. A chill crept into my heart, and I instinctively positioned myself protectively in front of them, warily scanning our surroundings. But before I could act, an irresistible yet impossibly gentle force wrapped around us, rendering any resistance futile. The scene before us distorted rapidly. The alabaster altar, the Niwa statue, the encircling inner sea, all of it dissolved into streaks of flowing light, vanishing without a trace. When clarity returned to our vision, we were no longer in the inner sea. Instead, we were hovering thousands of meters above ground. Beneath us, a sprawling ocean of clouds churned violently. The bitter winds howled, battering our clothing and stinging our skin. Far below, an endless expanse of ocean stretched out, what seemed at first like a serene backdrop, a vision instantly shattered by the apocalyptic chaos unfolding across its surface. Countless grotesque, indescribable monstrosities were emerging from the deep sea. Some wriggled forward on massive, slimy tentacles, their heads covered in clusters of unblinking, twitching eyeballs. Others were shaped like gargantuan whales, their backs bristling with deadly spines. Still others were indescribable horrors, amorphous, writhing masses of flesh exuding an overwhelming aura of malice. These abominations were descending upon humanity's last fleet, unleashing carnage like ravenous predators. The ocean's surface was a battleground, a cacophony of explosions and gunfire that painted the skies red. Human steel warships formed desperate lines of defense, raining down missiles, torpedoes, and lasers in a violent torrent. It was all in vain. Advanced weaponry managed to wound smaller eldritch creatures, tearing chunks of unnatural flesh from their bodies. But against the towering, mountain-sized behemoths, the relentless assault was akin to a summer breeze, utterly meaningless. If anything, with a single tentacle, the monstrous entity shredded the tens of thousands of tons destroyer into fragments. The warship sank, soldiers wailed, and blood mixed with flames, weaving together a hellish tapestry of despair. Su Wanqing clamped her hand over her mouth, barely holding back a scream. "Jiang Chun, is this an illusion? Do you know anything about it?" I shook my head, my voice low. "I'm not sure. But this isn't a simple illusion. It's most likely the future." "The future?" The Lin sisters instantly turned pale. "Does that mean we humans are doomed to lose? To face extinction?" I didn't reply. My gaze stayed locked onto the monstrous creatures below, one particularly colossal, jet-black sea beast. Its shape was reminiscent of a dragon, but its face was grotesquely human. It was unmistakable. I remembered. In my past life, struggling to survive for over a year, I ultimately met my end, swallowed whole by this very beast when it suddenly emerged. I never imagined seeing it again in this way. This also meant that Xiao Zhan and the others weren't exaggerating. 1 year from now, this horrific scene would become all too real. And Huang Yimei's legacy, it could actually project glimpses of the future. Could her very existence truly hold the key to humanity's survival? A whirlwind of thoughts clouded my mind, a storm brewing within. They say the unseen abyss is the most terrifying. But now I understood. Knowing the ending, yet still choosing to fight against it, is the truest act of courage. The seconds ticked by. We were forced to witness a tragedy whose ending had already been decided. Helpless, we watched humanity's fleets get destroyed one by one, watched despair consume the world. Who knows how much time passed? Eventually, the apocalyptic vision grew hazy and faded away. Light shifted. The jade-white altar and the statue of Nuwa reappeared, as if everything just now had been nothing more than the most vivid nightmare. Huang Yimei remained suspended in place, her expression serene, while the barrier of light that had surrounded us had quietly disappeared. Jiang Chun. I did it. I broke through. I reached Tier 3. Lin Qingshue's excited exclamation yanked us all out of the heavy mood in an instant. Only then did we realize, while watching that terrifying vision of the future, our bodies had unknowingly undergone extraordinary transformation. A surge of power far greater than anything before coursed through our veins. Me too. Qingxue, I've reached Tier 3 too. Lin Qinghan gasped, equal parts thrilled and amazed. The two sisters, without any support from magical items or treasure, had so effortlessly crossed the monumental gap from Tier 2 to Tier 3. But the most thrilled of all, Su Wanqing. Oh my god, I've reached Tier 3 too. I jumped straight from Tier 1 to Tier 3. Tears of joy welled in her eyes. This is amazing, finally. I've caught up to you all. In her giddy excitement, she hastily called up her personal status panel. Player, Su. Twilight Evening. Rank, Tier 3 Transcendent. Sequence, Succubus, sequence number 69. Strength, 89. Agility, 95. Constitution, 85. Mental power, 112. Skill 1, Morph. Can freely transform into any human, replicating their appearance, voice, and demeanor. Skill 2, Allure. Cast on individuals with mental power lower than your own, planting a seed of love in their hearts. Skill 3, Abyss of Desire. Draw out the deepest desires buried in a target's heart, driving them to madness. Skill 4, Transcendent Weapon Hell Revolver. Targets of the opposite sex with mental power lower than yours become your puppets when struck, lasting for 10 minutes. As Su Wanqing stared at the two newly unlocked skills, her breath quickened. Abyss of Desire. Hell Revolver. These were exactly the combat abilities she had always longed for. Haha, I finally have my own weapon. Her laughter was filled with excitement. With a focused thought, she summoned the Hell Revolver. A mass of dark purple light gathered in her palm. As the brightness faded, a stunningly exquisite revolver lay quietly in her hand. The gun's black and crimson frame was adorned with mesmerizing demonic engravings, and the handle was set with a purple gemstone roughly the size of a pigeon egg, emitting an irresistible glow. The firearm looked like an intricate and deadly piece of art. She gripped it, her eyes gleaming with a brilliance unlike any she had ever known, no longer relying on protection from others, but finally possessing the power to fight side by side. Wanqingjia, your gun is awesome. Lin Qingxue leaned in closer, eyes sparkling like stars as they fixated on the black and red revolver. The gemstone on the grip seemed to emit an eerie flicker, as if it could enthrall any onlooker's soul. Su Wanqing twirled the revolver elegantly and tilted her chin slightly upward. Well, of course. I shook my head with a small laugh. The gun's impressive, but your real strength lies in your newly awakened skills. Skills. She blinked, confused. You can only control targets with weaker mental power, I continued after a brief pause, so it's limited in one-on-one fights. But in large-scale battles, this is game-changing. Imagine two armies clashing, and you fire one shot, turning enemies against each other. At a critical moment, you could change the entire tide of the battle with a single pull of the trigger. Su Wanqing's mesmerizing eyes lit up even more as realization dawned, and she hummed a satisfied note. From now on, call me Queen of the Battlefield. 3 pairs of eyes darted simultaneously in my direction. Lin Qingxue tugged at my sleeve. Jiang Qinggij, we're all Tier 3 now. What about you? Do you have any new skills? I sighed and smiled helplessly. There was no reason to hide anything from these girls who had braved life and death with me. With a thought, my stat panel appeared before them. Player, Jiang Chun. Rank, Tier 3 Transcendent. Sequence, Divine Eye, number 1. The cabin was dead silent. Ignores levels. Lin Qingxue swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Brother Jiang Chun, doesn't this make you invincible? Even a 5th tier sea beast, you could freeze it in place for a full second. Su Wanqing said excitedly. Lin Qinghan took a sharp breath. In a clash of experts, even a 0.1 second lapse could be fatal. But I shook my head. Think about it. Even if I freeze a 5th tier sea beast, then what? It just stands there, motionless, waiting for me to attack. But with my limited strength, could I even break through its defense? The 3 ladies were momentarily stunned. Controlling an enemy that's far too strong isn't much use. It's basically just a tool for escaping, I shrugged. The true value is using it against opponents of similar strength, catching them off guard. That makes sense. Lin Qingxue scratched her head. But it's still really impressive. Having an extra ace up your sleeve is always a good thing, Su Wanqing nodded. I was about to steer the conversation elsewhere when a strange ripple suddenly emanated from the center of the altar. Everyone turned to look. The radiant 7-colored light that surrounded Huang Yimei was quickly dissipating. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her autumn water-like eyes slowly opened. Yimei, Su Wanqing exclaimed in delight, rushing over to her. Huang Yimei gently descended from midair. She seemed different now. Her previously cool demeanor was now intertwined with an aura of divine, unapproachable majesty. Wanqing, she smiled softly. Lin Qingxue leaned in. Yimei sis, is your inheritance from Nuwa, the great goddess herself? Like super powerful? Huang Yimei shook her head. I don't know. The panel didn't mention Nuwa specifically. But I did gain a few new skills. She generously displayed her status panel. I immediately used Divine Sight to scan it. Her stats were similar to Su Wanqing's at the early stage of the 3rd tier. But those 3 skills? They caught my eyes instantly. Celestial Spirit Seal. Lay an ancient sealing formation, capable of sealing high-tier evil beings or reinforcing spatial rifts. Celestial Hymn. Chant in the language of the celestial spirits, increasing all attributes by 30% for allies within the area. For celestial spirit beings, the boost is 100%. Celestial Healing. Chant in the language of the celestial spirits, granting group healing and dispelling negative statuses. Effectiveness is doubled for celestial spirit beings. Group buffs and powerful group healing. This was the ultimate support package perfectly designed for large-scale battles. Lin Qingxue, however, pouted. Yimei sis, isn't this basically a sequence awakening? It's not that different from our spirit awakening. All that dramatic ritual, and I thought you'd at least summon a meteor or something. Su Wanqing smacked her lightly on the head. What do you know? Spirit awakenings are random. What if Yimei awakened a sequence that wasn't from the celestial spirits? Only with the perfect inheritance can there be complete synchronization. She clasped Huang Yimei's hand, her eyes filled with envy. Now, Yimei, you're undeniably a top-tier support, with the entire celestial spirit clan backing you up. Huang Yimei's delicate face blushed. I wouldn't have made it here without everyone's help. The girls laughed and joked around, but I found myself furrowing my brows instead. Sealing high-level abominations? Reinforcing spatial rifts? This wasn't just some ordinary skill set. Recalling the apocalyptic visions, the monstrous beings clawing their way out of deep-sea rifts, a chill ran down my spine. Yimei, my voice turned serious as I interrupted her. Does the inheritance mention anything about sealing something? Her smile faded, replaced by a somber look. There is the part like that. The seal on the abyss is weakening. Nameless abominations are close to breaking through. The abyss's seal is weakening? I repeated the phrase, the weight of it settling over me, sharpening my gaze like a blade. Su Wanqing and the Lin sisters turned pale. Those monstrous tendrils blotting out the sky, the sea beast that resembled a colossal dragon, those creatures from the vision's nightmare. Were they coming? Buzz! The space above the altar twisted abruptly, and a familiar portal materialized out of thin air. Without hesitation, I signaled to everyone. Move. Let's get back and ask the High Priestess for answers. Guessing won't help. The Hope entered the portal, and moments later, we emerged back at the Celestial Spirit Island port. The sight before us made everyone's eyes widen in shock. The once tranquil harbor was now a battlefield soaked in chaos and blood. Deafening cannon fire rang out, while the acrid mix of smoke and blood filled the air. Nearly 1,000 celestial spirit warships had formed a defensive line along the coast, their blue water affinity beams and artillery fire creating a relentless web of destruction. Across the waters, an unending swarm of monstrosities surged upward from the deep sea. Humanoid figures with fish-like heads, their slimy green scales gleaming under bursts of light. Each wielded rusted tridents, their bulging eyes gleaming with manic evil as they screeched. Voila! Voila! Jiang Chun, look! Lin Qingshue's voice trembled as she yelled. Those are deep ones. I've seen them in Cthulhu comics. I didn't need her reminder. Divine Sight had already locked onto one of the creatures climbing aboard a warship. Corrupted Deep One. Rank, Tier 2 Common. Strength, 35 Agility, 40 Constitution, 55 Spirit, 48. Deep Sea Physique. Gains plus 20% Constitution and Agility in water. Corrosive Slime. Emits corrosive slime that continuously erodes armor. Weak Spot. Extremely tough scales, but the reverse scale 3 inches below the throat is fragile. Individually, they weren't overwhelmingly strong, but their sheer numbers were deadly. And the worst part? They were Cthulhu entities. Even as a mere servant race, their appearance meant the apocalyptic vision from the inheritance was coming true, step by step. From the shore, a familiar figure ran toward us desperately. Feng Xiaoyan, with a group in tow behind him. The fairy troops of the Celestial all stood at attention. The once arrogant deputy commander now bore a grave expression. Your Holiness, Saintess, you've finally returned. He bowed deeply to Huang Yimei, his tone earnest. I was ordered to protect the Saintess and all of you. I glanced at this individual who used to be at odds with us. Commander Feng, it's only been a few days. Why are such creatures suddenly appearing on Celestial Isle? He let out a bitter laugh, followed by a heavy sigh. These are the abominations from the abyss. Every year around this time, they appear, attempting to invade our world. And it is our duty as the Celestial Spirit Clan to stop them. Where do they come from, and why do they appear? Only the High Priestess and some of the Elders know the truth. However, they are currently stationed at the primary battlefield, fending off Lord-class entities. At the term Lord-class, Huang Yimei's delicate frame trembled. Is the High Priestess in danger? Should I go and assist her? The High Priestess has instructed, Feng Xiaoyan said respectfully, that the Saintess need not worry. The primary battlefield is still holding strong. She asked that you first assist the clan in clearing out the ordinary abominations near the harbor and solidifying our defenses before joining them. His gaze shifted to me, his expression complicated. Jiang Xiaoyu, the High Priestess also left a message specifically for you and your companions. Oh, I raised an eyebrow. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, she said, thank you for helping the Saintess receive her inheritance. However, due to the limitations of the Heavenly Tao's rules, I cannot grant you further rewards. Thus, I hope you can stay and assist us in repelling the abyssal creatures. No sooner had his words landed than a cold, mechanical voice echoed simultaneously in the minds of our group of 4, only audible to us. Ding! Crew of the Hope has triggered a hidden team quest, the Battle of Celestial Isle. Temporary points system activated. Objective 1. Ensure the survival of Saintess Huang Yimei. Success rewards, 5,000 team points. Objective 2. Eliminate abyssal creatures to earn points. First tier Deep Diver, 10 points. Second tier, 20 points. Third tier Leader, 50 points. Upon quest completion, points can be exchanged in the Celestial Isle Battle Shop for rare materials, gear, and blueprints. The 4 of us exchanged glances, instantly understanding the situation. Ah, so that's the real reward. The so-called Heavenly Tao rules were actually the rules of this survival game. The High Priestess wasn't allowed to directly shower us with benefits, so instead, she set up this quest as a way for us to earn them ourselves. Given the knowledge from my previous life, I had a clear understanding. This battle wouldn't be too difficult. It was essentially a well-tailored opportunity crafted by the High Priestess for us to reap benefits. Without any hesitation, I turned to Feng Xiaoyan. Please inform the High Priestess. We're in. Relief washed over his face as he exhaled heavily, his expression filled with gratitude. Thank you, Jiang Xiaoyu. On behalf of Celestial Isle. Enough with the formalities. I interrupted him, my sharp gaze sweeping across the battlefield. His voice was cold and decisive. Lead the way. The sooner your saintess appears, the less damage the Xianling tribe will suffer. Understood. Feng Xiaoyan wasted no more words. He spun around with a sharp motion, his voice thunderous. Cloud Guard, hear my orders. Form up. Escort the Hope into the heart of the battle. Yes, sir. With the command given, the Xianling tribe's warships sprang into action. Dozens of small, shuttle-shaped ships clustered around the Hope, forming an impenetrable wall of iron to shield its every side. Young friend Jiang, please. Feng Xiaoyan took the lead, spearheading the fleet straight into the battlefield's core. Along the way, deep dwellers leapt out of the waters, lunging at the fleet. But as soon as the creatures appeared, they were met with precise strikes from spears and water-forged arrows, which pierced through their skulls effortlessly. Dark green blood splattered through the air in grotesque bursts. The Hope pressed forward steadily, unhindered by the attacks. On the deck, Su Wanqing watched Feng Xiaoyan's swift and precise movements, unable to suppress a comment. For someone so obnoxious, his skills are flawless. A sixth-tier master, Lin Qinghan nodded in agreement. 3 tiers above us. No wonder he's having such an easy time. But I frowned slightly. I could see it clearly. Feng Xiaoyan and his soldiers from the Xianling tribe faced off against the deep dwellers using brute force alone. Each kill involved smashing straight through the creature's thick scales without any attempt to use strategy or exploit their weak points. Reckless but effective, it got results. Yet how much stamina was being wasted on this method? Do they not know the weak points, or do they simply not care? I didn't have time to dwell on it. Cupping my hands around my mouth, I shouted ahead to Feng Xiaoyan, Commander Feng, these creatures' weak spot is 3 inches below their throats. Hit the reverse scale. Feng Xiaoyan paused mid-action, turning to glance at me, his eyes filled with doubt. A weak spot. He'd fought these beasts dozens of times and never once identified any so-called weakness. And yet, this human kid, here for only a few minutes, confidently shouted this as if it were an undeniable truth. But as I met his gaze with calm certainty, something in his doubt wavered. If the intel was accurate, it could change the entire course of the battle. All troops, listen up. Target the reverse scale under their throats. He quickly set his sights on a rampaging third-tier deep dweller not far away. Channeling a sliver of water energy, far weaker than his usual attacks, he thrust his spear forward with lightning speed. SCHK. There wasn't an earth-shattering explosion. The spear slipped through the creature's body as if it were cutting into tofu. No resistance. It went in all the way to the hilt. The ferocious third-tier deep dweller froze, staring down in disbelief at the spear piercing through its throat. Its once savage eyes rapidly filled with fear before its massive body crashed to the ground. One strike. Instant death. And with barely a third of the usual effort. Around him, the soldiers of the Cloud Guard began to reap similar successes. Those second-tier deep dwellers that once required multiple heavy blows to take down now fell lifeless as soon as their reverse scales were struck. None were spared. On the battlefield, the creature was instantly killed where it stood. The entire field fell silent for a brief moment. Is it real? Oh my God, it actually has a weakness. I barely even used any strength just now. After a moment of shock, the silence gave way to a deafening roar of cheers. Countless eyes turned toward me aboard the Hope, filled with amazement, admiration, and gratitude. Even Feng Xiaoyun's hands, gripping his weapon, were trembling, not from fear, but from sheer excitement. Lei Dong. He couldn't even spare me a word as he barked orders. Relay this information across the battlefield immediately. The abyssal creature's weakness is at the reverse scale beneath their throats. On it, Lei Dong's face was flushed with exhilaration as he piloted his craft toward the main battlefield. Only then did Feng Xiaoyan take a deep breath, turn to me, and bow deeply with utmost respect. Jiang, my friend, please accept my gratitude. This intelligence is a godsend for the Xianling clan. It's as though you've given us a second chance at life. It could completely turn the tide of this war. I accepted his bow calmly. The moment he confirmed the information, a string of notifications rang in my mind. Ding. Player Jiang Chun has contributed critical intelligence, weakness of the abyssal deep dwellers. Evaluating intelligence value. Congratulations. You have received 1,000 team points. 1,000 points. A surge of happiness rose in my heart. That was the equivalent of killing 50 tier 2 deep dwellers. Just sharing information had earned me this massive reward. I waved a hand and said to Feng Xiaoyan, "There's no need for such formalities, Commander. It was a small effort on my part." What a reliable ally. Feng Xiaoyan straightened up, his eyes full of admiration. "I erred in underestimating you before. I deeply apologize for my previous disrespect." Without wasting another moment, he turned to his troops and roared with authority. "All units, listen up. Target the reverse scale beneath their throats. Clear a path for Her Highness." With the weakness revealed, morale soared. The heavily contested front line began pushing forward at a visible pace. Moments later, the Hope, under the escort of Yunwei forces, reached the heart of the bloodiest section of the battlefield. This was the lifeblood of the entire defensive line. Countless Xianling warriors fought desperately against overwhelming odds, sacrificing themselves every second. Faced with this scene, Huang Yimei no longer hesitated. An ancient and sacred incantation in the Xianling language flowed from her lips. The ethereal melody pierced through the explosions and raged across the battlefield like a timeless hymn, reaching every single soldier's ears. In an instant, all the Xianling warriors in combat stiffened in unison. A surge of warm, overwhelming life energy flooded into their bodies. Fatigue evaporated, wounds began to heal visibly, and even their weapons seemed sharper and more lethal. "It's Her Highness. I feel an endless surge of strength coursing through me. Forward, for Her Highness." Their eyes burned crimson with battle fervor, their fighting spirit soaring to new heights. Su Wanxing looked on in awe at the transformation unfolding before her eyes. No wonder Rose was chosen to become the holy maiden of our team. Their group's buffs and healing are perfectly tailored for the elven race. Lin Qingxue waved her little fist enthusiastically. "I can feel it too." Then, she cast a dissatisfied glance at the Yun guards who were guarding the Hope with impenetrable precision. "But it's a pity that Feng Xiaoyan is protecting it too tightly. Not a single monster can get through. What about our points?" I couldn't agree more and called out to Feng Xiaoyan, "Commander, let some below third-tier monsters through. Don't worry, we'll keep the Holy Maiden safe." Feng Xiaoyan looked hesitant. Protecting the Holy Maiden was his top priority, and he couldn't afford any mistakes. But having us just stand idly by after recently proving ourselves didn't sit right either. After a moment of contemplation, he finally gave his order. "Frontline, open up a 10-meter gap and let a small group of abyssal creatures through." "Understood." The defensive line opened up a gap, and over a dozen second-tier deep divers roared as they charged at the Hope. But before they even got close, they hit a seamless wall of firepower. Lights cross-slash, night bind. The Lin twins charged into the group of monsters, one in white, the other in black, their swordplay perfectly synchronized. In mere moments, every single deep diver was eliminated. Not to be outdone, Su Wanxing raised her Hell revolver and aimed at a straggler. Bang! A dark purple energy bullet struck the monster squarely between the eyes. The deep diver trembled, a flash of red appearing in its eyes as it suddenly turned and plunged its bone spear into the chest of a nearby companion. "Wow! Wanxingjie, you're amazing." Lin Qingshue's eyes sparkled with admiration. The Queen of Control smugly lifted her chin in pride. I didn't step in, staying close to Huang Yimei instead, ready for any unexpected developments. Soon, the wave of monsters was completely wiped out. Lin Qingxue wiped the blood off her sword with a pout, clearly unsatisfied, before tugging on my arm like a spoiled child. "Brother Jiang Chun, my sister and I can fly. Let us go directly to the front line to fight. We'll only deal with the weaker ones and promise we won't get into danger." I nodded, but sternly reminded her, "The battlefield is chaotic. Always prioritize your safety. If anything happens this time, I might not be able to save you in time." "Got it, promise." The sisters spread their wings and soared into the sky, charging toward the front lines without hesitation. Feng Xiaoyan was startled and was just about to order them back when he saw them in action. one fearlessly cutting down foes in wide, sweeping arcs, the other delivering precision strikes to weak points. Their coordination was seamless, their efficiency terrifying. He looked on, jaw practically hitting the floor. Were these the same two girls who 3 days ago couldn't handle even a second-tier soldier in his unit? Standing on the deck, I couldn't help but laugh. Commander, isn't there a saying? Don't judge people with old perceptions after 3 days. Holding on to outdated views doesn't work anymore. His old face flushed, he opened his mouth, but no words came out to argue back. Instead, he turned his head and ordered the messenger in a low voice. Send a squad to safeguard the Saintess's 2 friends at all times. If any danger arises, support them at all costs. Seeing how dedicated he was, I chose to let it be. Turning to Su Wanqing, I said, Wanqing, bring Yimei into the cabin and have her sing into the loudspeakers. Her voice will carry much farther that way. Su Wanqing froze for a moment, then slapped her forehead. Oh right, why waste advanced tech when we have it? Excitedly, she grabbed Huang Yimei's hand and quickly rushed into the cabin. Moments later, as Huang Yimei's voice soared through the high-fidelity surround audio system of the Hope, the entire battlefield quaked once more. That divine, ethereal singing amplified several times over, blanketing nearly the whole harbor combat zone with its blessings. The Saintess's voice, it's as if she's whispering right beside me. I feel renewed strength coursing through me. Let's wipe out these monsters. Previously, only the core of the battlefield benefited from the blessings. Now, even the troops holding the flanks in desperation were bathed in holy light. The overall combat effectiveness of the forces skyrocketed like never before. I commanded the AI to guide the ship slowly toward Feng Xiaoyun's command vessel. Watching everything unfold, he stood there stunned. Young friend Jiang, your human ships, they even have such divine artifacts? This alone enhances the Saintess's role by at least 30%. Seeing his wide-eyed astonishment, I chuckled mysteriously. Oh, this is just the beginning. There's still more to impress you with. Before the words fully left my mouth, I was already making my way toward the central deck, where the spirit energy cannon stood. Target, 500 meters out, the densest cluster of monsters. Prepare to fire. Command acknowledged. The AI responded coldly. Charging the spirit cannon. 30%, 70%, 100%. Charge complete. With the AI's monotone confirmation, energy began to converge and compress at the muzzle of the cannon, forming a ghostly blue sphere. Fire. A deep, resonating hum filled the air as an enormous beam of blue light ripped through the atmosphere, shrieking as it raced forward. Boom. The deafening explosion created a massive whirlpool on the sea 500 meters ahead. In an instant, 20 to 30 deep dwellers were obliterated, leaving not a single intact body behind. Feng Xiaoyun's jaw dropped so far, you could have easily fit a fist in his mouth. Pointing at the still-smoking spirit energy cannon, his voice cracked as he exclaimed, This is that tier 3 spirit cannon I lost to you before in our duel. He vigorously rubbed his eyes, glanced at the distant swirling sea vortex, and then to the floating remains of countless monsters. This can't be possible. A tier 3 ship-mounted weapon wouldn't have this kind of range or power. This rivals my Golden Eagle. The 4th tier main cannon is ready on the ship. Seeing his "you've got to be kidding me" expression was incredibly satisfying. It's rare to see Commander Feng taken aback like this. Feels great. I had no intention of explaining further. After the teasing, I quickly refocused on operating the controls. AI, lock onto the densest cluster of monsters. Charge to 50% and commence free fire mode. Command acknowledged. Sure, I could go down there and fight in close combat, but the efficiency couldn't compare. Why bother when standing here pressing buttons is far more enjoyable? This massive weapon, augmented with the heavy cannon trait, packing the punch of a 4th tier cannon, was an absolute slaughter machine, raking in points like nothing. Ding. Killed 15 tier 2 deep dwellers. Earned team points 300. Ding. Killed 3 tier 3 deep dweller leaders. Earned team points 150. The system notification sounds exploded in my mind, endlessly scrolling. The battle raged on, from daylight to nighttime, and from night till dawn once again. An entire day and night of relentless fighting. Beyond the port, shouts, cannon blasts, and the guttural roars of monsters never ceased. The Lin sisters were like tireless hummingbirds, flitting back and forth between the front lines and the Hope ship. When their stamina ran out, they'd retreat to the ship to recover as fast as possible. Phew, I'm beat. Lin Qingxue collapsed onto the sofa, drenched in sweat. Su Wanqing handed her a cup of warm water and some dried meat, gently wiping the bloodstains off her face. You reckless girl, got yourself all hyped up fighting again, didn't you? Lin Qingxue chugged down half the cup of water, her face brimming with excitement. Wanqing, you missed it. I took down 7 or 8 in one swing using a light shadow cross slash. She turned to her elder sister. Sis, how many did we get? Lin Qinghan meditated briefly to adjust her breath and then opened her eyes, a sharp glint flashing through them. I've got 213. You're at 342. Yes, I beat Big Sis. Lin Qingxue's joy was as unrestrained as a child's. Su Wanqing could do nothing but shake her head helplessly. In less than 30 minutes of rest, the sisters locked eyes again, with their fighting spirit rekindled. Sis, I'm good to go? Let's continue. All right. 2 streaks of light shot skyward again, diving straight into the blood-soaked battlefield without hesitation. Meanwhile, I remained by the spirit cannon, calmly and methodically racking up points. Thanks to my precise barrages, the Lin sisters' lethal strikes, and the courageous efforts of all the Xianling soldiers, the seemingly endless army of deep dwellers began to dwindle at a rate visible to the naked eye. The scale of battle had long tilted in our favor. Finally, as dawn tore through the last remnants of night, and golden sunlight illuminated the blood-red sea, no more monsters emerged from beneath the waves. Roar! The last remaining tier, 5 deep dweller leader let out its final wail before Feng Xiaoyan's spear pierced its reverse scale, pinning it against a coral reef. And with that, the deafening sounds of combat came to an abrupt end. And thus it ended. Whoa! We won. We actually won. Long live Her Holiness the Saintess. Long live Immortal Spirit Island. The soldiers who survived the catastrophe erupted in cheers so loud they seemed to shake the heavens, raising their weapons high and shouting with every bit of strength they had to revel in the victory. The 2 sisters of the Lin family, utterly exhausted, descended slowly onto the ship's deck. Brother Jiangchun, we did it. That was such a thrilling battle, but it was so tiresome too. Their faces were a mix of excitement and exhaustion. Yet, in their bright eyes sparkled a newfound confidence, one they'd never shown before. After this battle, they had truly transformed, from delicate flowers nurtured in a greenhouse to hardened, fearless warriors. Some people can only truly grow into themselves through trials of blood and fire. The cabin door creaked open. Su Wanning stepped out, supporting Huang Yimei, whose face was pale. Huang had been chanting continuously for an entire day and night. The moment Huang Yimei looked up, her eyes landed on Feng Xiaoyan. She anxiously asked, Commander Feng, what's the damage report? Feng Xiaoyan bowed deeply, struggling to contain his elation despite his weariness. Your Holiness, with your and young Master Zhang's help, we claimed this victory with surprising ease. Casualties were fewer than 100. This is an unprecedented miracle in the history of port defense battles. At that moment, 3 other spirit warships, each distinctively designed, emerged from different directions and converged beside them. 3 high-ranking generals, each exuding a powerful presence, stepped forward and knelt on one knee in unison. We salute Your Holiness, the Saintess. Huang Yimei gestured for them to rise and introduced them gently. These 3, like Commander Feng, are deputy commanders of the Cloud Guard, Lei Dong, Yin Ji, and Shi Shan. The trio's gazes turned to me and the Lin sisters, their eyes filled with amazement. Shi Shan, whose physique was as robust as a mountain, stepped forward first, clasping his hands together. His voice boomed like thunder as he spoke. Young Master Jiang, fair ladies, we witnessed your valiant deeds earlier, and I must admit, it was incredible to behold. The enchanting Yin Ji covered her mouth with a light laugh. The 2 young sisters took down more enemies than some of our finest elites. Despite having cultivated for only a short time, you 2 are truly born warriors. Lei Dong stared at me as if I were some sort of anomaly. For such young individuals to display this level of strength, your potential is limitless. I nodded at each of them in turn, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor. After the customary pleasantries, Feng Xiaoyan's expression turned serious once again. All right, we've secured victory here, but the High Priestess and the Elders aren't done yet. We must escort the Saintess to them immediately. Dragging this out any longer might invite unforeseen dangers. Huang Yimei's delicate face grew tense. Yes, let's hurry. I should be able to aid the High Priestess and the others. Understood. The deputy commanders promptly turned their ships toward the next destination. Just before departing, Feng Xiaoyan turned back, addressing me with an unprecedented tone of solemnity. Young Master Jiang, once we reach the main battlefield, please do not act recklessly. The High Priestess and her team are dealing with enemies of such strength that a Lord-tier abomination of the abyss. Battles of that magnitude are far beyond what we can interfere with. His voice dropped to a hushed whisper, and a trace of fear flickered in his eyes. And remember this, those abominations are covered with unblinking eyes. Never look at them for too long, or your very soul will be corrupted. As his words trailed off, he stopped speaking entirely. The 4 warships swiftly repositioned, surrounding the Hope vessel in a protective formation as they headed full speed toward the deep sea. Before long, as we rested in the cabin, a distant, bone-chilling roar reached our ears. The sound was raw and frenzied, so oppressive that it made our chests tighten and unsettled our thoughts. What's going on? Are those the creatures? Someone's voice trembled as everyone snapped to attention, alarm etched on their faces. Without hesitation, we rushed to the deck. As soon as we emerged, we noticed that Windswift Cloud and the other 3 commanders had, at some point, joined forces to cast an enormous, faint blue energy shield around the fleet. The shield formed an inverted dome that firmly protected all 5 ships. Just then, a surge of dark purple energy rippled through the air and slammed into the shield. Boom! A muffled, thunderous impact reverberated, shaking the barrier violently. Waves of energy rippled across its surface, and the entire Hope trembled from the blow. A few girls stumbled on the deck, nearly losing their balance. Lin Qingxue clung to the railing, her face pale like a sheet of paper. Don't tell me, this is just the aftermath of the attack? We haven't even seen the creature yet, and it's already this strong? If this hit the Hope directly, wouldn't we be shattered into pieces on the spot? Su Wanqing and Lin Qinghan's expressions turned equally grim. They had just survived a fierce and bloody battle, believing they had already experienced the darkest depths of warfare. Yet the scene unfolding before them shattered all their prior understanding. This was an entirely different scale of combat. Your Grace, Lady Saintess, young Master Jiang, Windswift Cloud said, his teeth clenched and veins bulging on his forehead. Beyond that, straight ahead, lies the battlefield where the High Priestess and her team are fighting. The situation is dire. All we can do is pour everything into maintaining the shield while moving forward, in hopes your sacred voice can reach them and lend support. I nodded resolutely, my gaze locked on the vast expanse ahead, shrouded in mist and tempestuous energy storms. The Hope, surrounded by the 4 warships, pressed on like a fragile leaf caught in a raging hurricane. The closer we got to the strait, the more frequent the attacks became. Massive whirlpools dotted the ocean's surface, while towering waves, dozens of meters high, crashed viciously against the shield, emitting a teeth-grating sound upon impact. In the distance, entire mountains were collapsing. Boulders were hurled into the sky by unbridled energy, only to come crashing down like meteors. Crack! A gargantuan rock smashed into the edge of the shield. Shershan groaned heavily, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, but he held firm, his arms spread out wide, refusing to falter. Progress slowed to a crawl. The faces of the 4 sixth-tier commanders turned from flushed red to deathly pale, yet they pushed through, gritting their teeth, inching the Hope forward bit by bit. The bow of the ship edged forward. Finally, when the vessel arduously broke through the fractured strait, the mist ahead was shredded apart by a raging gale. The full view of the main battlefield unfolded before us. Above the vast ocean expanse, 7 figures were locked in a cataclysmic brawl with 3 colossal, nightmarish creatures. whose sheer enormity defied comprehension. The three monstrosities, each grotesque in their unique forms, radiated an aura of nauseating malevolence. To the far left stood a titanic octopus covered with countless thick tentacles, each lined with barbs and dotted with glaring eyes. At the center loomed a deformed green-scaled fishman, wielding a massive trident forged out of white bone. To the far right squirmed a massive, festering mound of flesh, constantly writhing and reeking with an unbearable stench. Its entire surface was blanketed with clusters of sinister, blood-red eyeballs. "That must be the High Priestess," Huang Yimei exclaimed, pointing toward the most radiant figure hovering midair. The figure swayed her serpentine tail, standing alone against the monstrous, eye-covered flesh mound. Her hands wove intricate patterns through the air, summoning pitch-black spatial rifts that devoured its incoming viscous projectiles and psychic blasts. Meanwhile, countless water-forged, razor-sharp blades sliced down like a relentless storm, cutting into the creature's grotesque flesh. "Beasts, you shall not take one step past this line," Commander Xiaozhan of the Cloud Guard bellowed. His silver spear, transformed into a ferocious dragon, punched gaping, bleeding holes into the fishman's chest. On his flanks, the third and fourth elders intertwined their long swords into an impenetrable, water-blue web, driving the fishman back onto the ocean's surface with unrelenting force. The fifth elder's eyes glinted with an eerie light as layers of mesmerizing, dreamlike mist enshrouded the giant octopus. Its massive tentacles flailed chaotically but hit nothing, clearly trapped in an elaborate illusion. Meanwhile, the second elder stomped a seven-star pattern into the air. An intricate water-based formation materialized beneath the octopus, morphing into resilient chains of flowing water that anchored the monster in place. The battle raged on, both sides locked in a fierce, evenly matched struggle. The sight of those three horrifying beasts jolted me into action, and I quickly activated Divine Eye. Name: Abyssal Spawn Dagon. Species: Deep One. Rank: Name: Abyssal Spawn Hydra. Species: Cthulhu Kin. Rank: Name: Offspring of the Nameless Mist. Species: Servant of Outer Deity. Rank: Nothing but question marks. Apart from their names and species, my divine, I could perceive nothing at all. The power gap is too vast, I muttered through gritted teeth. I was only a third tier. These creatures were at least ninth tier. A chasm of 6 entire ranks rendered even my greatest cheat ability utterly useless. Strength is never the end of the journey. It's a mirror that reveals just how insignificant you truly are. "We can't go any further," Feng Xiaoyan shouted sharply, his voice snapping me out of my daze. "Get any closer, and the shield won't hold." That was when I noticed it, sweat dripping down the foreheads of the 4 commanders, their faces pale as a sheet of paper. Their trembling hands barely managed to sustain the protective shield, and even their legs, firmly planted at the bow of the ship, started to quiver uncontrollably. They were at their limit. "Your Grace, the Holy Maiden." Feng Xiaoyan's voice was hoarse with urgency. "Quick, amplify the High Priestess and her group. We need to end this fight now." Huang Yimei didn't dare waste another moment. She spun on her heels, darted into the cabin, and grabbed the microphone that connected to the ship's loudspeaker system. The ancient, sacred chant of the celestial spirits rang out once more, reverberating across the stormy skies. Boom! The sound pierced through the fractured shield and the howling tempest, landing precisely on the 7 warriors locked in fierce combat ahead. A flush of vitality returned to the High Priestess's ashen cheeks. "Is this the celestial amplification chant from ancient spirit magic? Haha, what a divine boost. As expected of our holy maiden." Xiao Zhan roared with laughter, his silver spear erupting in dazzling radiance. What was, just moments before, a stalemate of a battle suddenly tipped under the weight of the holy maiden's amplified power. "Kill!" Xiao Zhan's battle cry shattered the clouds above. Empowered by Huang Yimei's 100% attribute amplification, the commander of the Cloud Guard transformed into a god of war on the battlefield. His silver spear became a storm of glowing, lethal streaks, each thrust tearing through space itself. Splat! Splat! The mutated fishman overlord's tough green scales, once impervious, now shredded like paper. Each strike left deep, bone-revealing wounds that gushed dark blood. The third and fourth elders tightened their deadly web of swords. What had originally been an oppressive counter became a merciless dissection. Waves of aquamarine sword auras flashed, slicing chunks of flesh off the fishman overlord with each motion. On another front, the illusion spells cast by the fifth elder pushed the giant octopus into a frenzy, causing it to lash out wildly against its own body. The second elder's water chains coiled deeper into the flesh of the octopus-like monstrosity, spilling dark green blood across an already blood-soaked sea. But nothing compared to the spectacle on the High Priestess's end, like the descent of a divine sovereign. Spatial collapse. A flood of black fissures tore through the void in an instant, dense and innumerable. The grotesque bulk of the fleshy overlord twisted violently as its very form disintegrated into fragments. We did it. We've won. Lin Qingxue leapt up on the boat deck in triumph. Imagia is amazing, but I couldn't celebrate. My face remained rigid, my jaw tight. My eyes were glued to the writhing mass of flesh still squirming in sight. A sinking feeling punched through my chest. Something's wrong. I barked, snapping my head around to look at Feng Xiaoyan. Commander Feng, warn everyone. The one with all the eyes is about to lose it. Feng Xiaoyan froze, bewildered. Young Master Jiang, the High Priestess has already gained the upper hand. That thing can't possibly. Before he could finish his sentence, calamity erupted. The thousand-eyed monstrosity suddenly stilled. Its countless bloody red eyes, the thousands that littered its ghastly surface, locked, simultaneously and unwavering, onto a single focal point. Direction: Hope's Beacon. Not good. The High Priestess's face turned ashen. A surge of mental energy intense enough to make even her heart race was compressing wildly within the flesh lump. Whoom! A strange hum drowned out every sound on the battlefield. The thousand-eyed flesh monster, at the cost of having much of its body shredded by spatial fractures, broke free from its constraints in an instant and charged straight toward Hope's Beacon. It's locked onto the amplification source. Feng Xiaoyan's eyes flared with fury. This monster had intelligence. It understood that if it didn't eliminate the support hiding behind, its defeat today was inevitable. Stop it. Even if you die, hold the line. Lei Dong, Yin Ji, and Shirshan bit their tongues, spitting out essence blood. Their protective barrier instantly thickened several-fold, bursting with a dazzling blue light. However, the sheer momentum of that monster's charge was far beyond what four vice-commanders could withstand. Ah! Feng Xiaoyan spat blood violently, his body flung backward like a snapped kite. The other three bled from all 7 orifices, collapsing unconscious on the spot. The shield that had withstood countless collateral attacks shattered like glass in less than half a second under the dive of the 9th-tier entity. Putrid stench and the scent of death engulfed the entire Hope's Beacon in an instant. Jiang Chun, Su Wanqing screamed. Lin Qingxue and Lin Qinghan turned pale, frozen in terror without the courage to even draw their swords. It was an oppression that crushed them down to the very soul. In the distant sky, the High Priestess and Xiao Zhan charged forward desperately, but it was too far. Even with teleportation, they wouldn't make it in time. And I did not take a single step back. You want to one-shot me? You don't have what it takes. God, eye, soul, and snare. My eyes snapped wide open, the pitch-black pupils transforming into a dark gold hue. A wave of power, one that ignored physical defenses and level suppression, erupted from my gaze and struck into the thousand-eyed flesh monster's mental domain. Ding! Judgment successful. Target forcibly controlled for 1 second. Thousands of meters away, that previously unstoppable monstrosity suddenly froze in its tracks. The frenetic madness in its countless eyes dissipated instantaneously, leaving behind only an empty, vacant daze. 1 second, merely the span of a blink to an ordinary person. But in a battle for life and death between 9th-tier beings, 1 second was more than enough to change everything. Perfect opportunity. The High Priestess's sharp cry rang out. She didn't know why the monster had stalled, but her battle-hardened instincts prompted her immediate response. Dimensional slash. Raising both hands high, her figure turned into a stream of light crossing the 1,000-meter gap in the blink of an eye. A jet-black crescent blade hundreds of meters long cleaved down from the sky, slicing straight through the heart of the flesh lump as though cutting through tofu. It couldn't even let out a scream. Its mountain-like body exploded midair, with an endless downpour of black blood and flesh fragments splattering into the ocean below. At the same time, the forced mental control ended. Huh. I exhaled deeply, my legs trembling slightly as I soft. The mesmerizing power, ignoring all levels, nearly drained every ounce of my mental strength. My brain felt like it was being pierced by countless steel needles, and my vision turned black for a moment. Brother Jiangchun, Su Wanqing, and the Lin sisters snapped out of their daze and rushed over to support me, their eyes turning red with worry. I'm fine. I gritted my teeth, swallowing the metallic taste of blood rising in my throat. Sometimes, a single moment of clarity is far more valuable than a lifetime of brute strength. With the most powerful mutant dead, the remaining fishmen and the giant octopus fell into utter despair, trying to retreat to the deep sea to save their lives. Trying to escape? Leave your lives behind. Xiao Zhan's spear struck like a dragon, piercing through the fishman leader's skull. The elders worked together, forming a formation that shredded the enormous octopus into minced pieces. 3 ninth-level abominations, completely annihilated. The sea returned to its calm state, leaving only the nauseating stench of blood as a haunting reminder of the earlier carnage. The High Priestess flickered and appeared on the ship's deck. She ignored the unconscious leaders, instead fixing her gaze on me with a mix of shock and curiosity. Young friend Jiang, was it you who caused the sudden halt in that abomination's movements earlier? She couldn't comprehend how a mere 3rd-level human had managed to disrupt the desperate final strike of a 9th-level abomination. Leaning against Su Wanqing for support, I forced out a weak smile. Just a little survival trick, that's all. Her pupils shrank instantly. A small trick capable of controlling a 9th-level abomination. What if it were used on her instead? She dared not think further, but her gaze toward me was now entirely different. At that moment, a string of system notifications echoed in my mind. Hidden Team Mission, Battle of the Celestial Spirit Island, completed perfectly. Player Jiang Chun played a decisive role in controlling the 9th-level creature, unnamed Mist Offspring. Overlevel achievement, perfect. You have earned 100,000 team points. Total campaign reward, 524,562 points, to be distributed by Celestial Spirit Island. Over 500,000 points. My heart skipped violently, and even the agony ripping through my mind felt slightly lighter. Before I could speak, several elders approached after clearing the battlefield. Xiao Zhan stepped up and laughed heartily, clapping my shoulder with such force that I nearly lost my breath. Good kid. Escaping from a 9th-level abomination alive really surprised me. Su Wanqing shot him a distressed glare, tightening her grip on me. The other elders echoed their gratitude, offering polite praises. But I wasn't in the mood to engage. I was already fixated on the items they carried. In their hands were several jade vials containing dark green blood, exuding a sinister aura, along with pieces of core material stripped from the defeated creatures. The mythical pet egg in my possession. It required the fresh blood of a Cthulhu-like creature to hatch. And these items right here, weren't they the perfect ingredients? The exhaustion in me was instantly overtaken by an overwhelming sense of desire. I cut straight through the crowd's formalities, my gaze intense as it locked onto the High Priest. Senior elders, I just narrowly escaped death back there. Wouldn't you say taking down that abomination was a contribution worthy of some sort of spoils? Shouldn't I get a share? The smiles on the elders' faces froze instantly. They hadn't expected this young man to lead off with such a blunt demand for rewards. The atmosphere suddenly grew awkward. The High Priest, however, cleared his throat and broke the silence. Enough. It's true that my poor judgment earlier almost cost Jiang little friend his life. Moreover, his actions in the final moments were irreplaceable. It's only fair to allocate him a share of the spoils. With those words, the elders could no longer argue. The second elder reached into his robe and withdrew a crystalline jade bottle. Inside, the blood was thick as ink, with countless tiny eyeballs floating in it, emitting a chaotic aura that made one's heart race. This blood is of little actual use to us beyond research. he said as he handed the bottle to me. If you need it, take it by all means. He weighed the bottle in his hand and then said with a mischievous tone, however, this vessel is a fourth-tier artifact, the azure glass amphora, crafted specifically to isolate the taint of such malevolent substances. Without it, this blood would be uncontainable. Leave it lying around, and its psychic contamination would drive you all mad within 3 days. His gaze turned meaningful. How about this? Little friend, for 100,000 points, I'll throw in the bottle as well. Deal. 100,000 points. Lin Qingxue gasped. The sisters had toiled for a full day and night and still hadn't scraped together even close to that amount. Even Su Wanqing frowned, feeling it was sheer extortion. I, however, didn't hesitate for a moment. Deal. A fourth-tier spatial treasure like this was a steal at 100,000 points. His offer was clearly just a formality to make it in exchange, avoiding the so-called heavenly rules. 100,000 points deducted. Acquired. Azure Glass Amphora X1, Nameless Mist, Offspring's Blood X1, Abyss Child, Dagon's Blood X1, Abyss Child, Hydra's Blood X1. With the cool jade bottle firmly in my grasp, my heart burned with excitement. The materials to hatch a myth-grade pet, secured. Just then, the high priest swept her hand outward. Buzz. A vessel easily 10 times the size of the Hope, adorned with intricate carvings and looking for all the world like a celestial palace, manifested above the waves. The celestial spirit race's greatest treasure, the Cloud Sea Sky Ark. Fifth Elder, she instructed, take Feng Xiaoyun and the others back to recover from their injuries. The rest of you, board the Ark with me. We must fortify the abyssal rift seals at once. Her gaze fell upon us, and she explained, that rift lies in a lightless abyss 10,000 meters deep. Only the Cloud Sea Sky Ark can reach it. As for your ship, I'll keep it in safekeeping for now. I readily agreed and boarded the Ark with the girls. Meanwhile, the Hope was taken under her watch. With a graceful wave of her hand, a streak of light swept into the spatial dimension. The moment Lin Qingxue stepped onto the deck, she gasped in astonishment. Oh my gosh, this is the Cloud Sea Sky vessel? This isn't a ship, it's a flying celestial palace. The deck wasn't made of wood or steel, but was instead a vibrant, flourishing aerial garden. Pavilions were staggered among the greenery, small bridges crossed flowing streams. It was like stepping into a hidden paradise outside the mortal realm. Su Wanqing and Lin Qinghan were equally stunned into silence. Who could have imagined that within a ship, there could exist such a self-contained world? Look, there's even a swing. Lin Qingxue exclaimed as she pulled them deeper into the garden, running with excitement. Huang Yimei followed behind with a pleased smile, explaining the marvels of the vessel to them as they explored. I wandered with them for a while, but soon grew disinterested. Though these sights were undeniably extraordinary, in my eyes, they didn't compare to the value of a treasure chest that could actually enhance my abilities. I broke away from the group and made my way toward the bow of the ship. There, the High Priestess stood in silence. The sea breeze ruffled her long, silvery white hair as her serpentine tail swayed gently. She gazed out at the endless expanse of ocean, her figure radiating a sense of solitude and majesty. Sensing my presence, she didn't turn around. Instead, she smiled faintly, her voice calm. Young friend Jiang, why not spend more time exploring? The Cloud Sea Sky vessel is the culmination of the wisdom and hearts of generations in my clan. It's worth a thorough look. The descent into the lightless abyss will still take some time. I joined her at the railing, shook my head, and cast my gaze toward the horizon as well. No matter how magnificent the Cloud Sea Sky vessel is, it'll never truly belong to me. If I look at it too much, it might disrupt my state of mind, and I'd only end up envying it. Finally, she turned to face me, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes, which seemed capable of piercing through all worldly illusions. That's quite the perspective. Envy arises only when the heart is entangled, she said thoughtfully. It seems your resolve is far firmer than most. What brings you to me? I do have a question, I replied without hesitation. What exactly is going on with this so-called abyssal rift? That question had been weighing heavily on my mind ever since I was shown that apocalyptic vision of the future. Her gentle smile faded gradually, and she fell into a brief silence. In the human world, There must be myths about Nuwa patching up the heavens, correct? She asked. I nodded in affirmation. The abyssal rift is the last remaining heaven scar from that ancient cataclysm, she explained. It is a tier linking to a chaotic, malevolent, and maddening otherworld. For eons, the entities within have ceaselessly sought to break through the barriers and invade our world. She paused, her gaze tinged with a complex mix of emotions. And we, the Celestial Spirit Clan, were created by Nuwa herself, for the sole purpose of being the guardians of this rift. Understanding dawned on me. It was no wonder the celestial spirits bore such an unyielding hatred for the abyssal creatures. Their very existence was tied to this eternal conflict. My thoughts immediately turned to Huang Yimei. Then Yimei? The reason she was chosen as the saintess, the high priestess continued, taking over the narrative. It's because the power within her bloodline is the closest to Nuwas among all humans. Only she can truly perform that supreme divine art, the heaven-mending technique, to seal the cracks. I suddenly understood. The first skill she awakened, celestial spirit sealing technique, must be the basic form of the heaven-mending technique. Without hesitation, I asked the critical question, based on what you're saying, as long as Ime reinforces the seal this time, will it finally be permanent? Permanent? She shook her head with a wry smile, her exquisite face marred by a trace of bitterness. If only it were that simple. While we strengthen the seal, the corruption on the other side of the crack is constantly gnawing away at its strength. This is an endless tug of war. She glanced toward Huang Yimei, who was laughing and joking with the Lin sisters, and sighed. With her current strength, the reinforcement can hold for at most another year. 1 year. My chest tightened sharply, and my pupils contracted violently. I immediately recalled the vision the Nuwa statue projected when Huang Yimei received the inheritance. A glimpse of the future. Humanity's fleet completely annihilated, legions of abominations surging out from the deep ocean, bringing an apocalypse. Wasn't that scene precisely 1 year from now? High Priestess. My voice involuntarily rose. When Ime accepted the inheritance, the statue of Nuwa showed us a vision of the future. In that vision, it was exactly 1 year from now. Countless abominations emerged from the sea, utterly destroying humanity's last fleet. Does that mean the seal will inevitably fail in a year? That this catastrophe is destined to happen? What? Her slender figure shuddered, and for the first time, her usually calm, ancient eyes flashed with unfathomable shock. She clearly hadn't anticipated that the prophecy Nuwa left behind would point to such a grim and despairing conclusion. 1 year from now, the Celestial Spirit Clan would lose the battle, the seal would break, and the entire clan would face extinction. And only with their annihilation would the abominations truly invade the human world. But after countless generations of governing the Celestial Spirit Clan, her resolve was unshakable. Though momentarily thrown off balance, she forced herself to suppress the turmoil within and regained her composure, her gaze becoming resolutely steady once more. No, she said softly, shaking her head. The future holds infinite possibilities. What Nuwa showed us was merely the most likely outcome. It wasn't meant to plunge us into despair. On the contrary, it was meant to warn us, to spur us into action. I completely agreed. I was never one to resign myself to fate. If I had been, I wouldn't have survived so many years in the apocalyptic hell of my previous life. In this life, I have the divine eye, the hope, and comrades like Su Wanqing, who have stood with me through life and death. Giving up? It's not in my vocabulary. Suddenly, I thought back to the Huang Yimei of my previous life, who perished shortly after the survival game began. The death of Xian's treasured star. Perhaps this was the true reason why the Celestial Spirit Clan ultimately couldn't withstand the invasion. As long as in this lifetime, she could survive, grow stronger, then the bleak future might still be rewritten. The script of fate, pre-written as it is, has always existed to be torn apart. With this thought in mind, my heart solidified its resolve. I spoke in a deep tone. High Priestess, I have a suggestion. Since Ime is so important to you all, and the seal can only hold for another year, why don't you let her stay on Celestial Spirit Island? The outside world is far too dangerous. Human hearts are unpredictable, and monsters roam everywhere. Here, with so many powerful warriors to protect her, she'll be absolutely safe. This was the most secure plan I could think of, placing the critical figure in the safest place, raising her to her strongest state before letting her emerge. But without hesitation, the High Priestess shook her head. No. I was stunned. Why not? Are you saying you can't protect her? We can, she replied firmly. On the island, no one could lay a finger on her. Then her tone shifted, her gaze growing distant. But then what? If she stays, sure, she could train steadily and help us fend off the next invasion. But what about the one after that? Or the one after that? The Saintess's true destiny has always been in the human world. Celestial Spirit Island is too comfortable, lacking the challenges that can truly forge her. In a greenhouse, no towering tree can grow. Only by returning to the human realm, facing trials between life and death, growing in moments of despair until she gains the power to end this crisis. That's our only hope. I was silent. She wasn't wrong, and I couldn't argue against her logic. But Huang Yimei, with her saintly, self-sacrificing nature, sending her back to the human world felt like asking for trouble. Sooner or later, she'd throw her life away trying to save someone who wasn't worth saving. The High Priestess seemed to read my mind, her tone unexpectedly softening into something almost pleading. I understand your concerns. The Saintess is too kind, too innocent for the ruthless, dog-eat-dog reality of the outside world. She stared deeply at me, emphasizing every word. Which is why I hope she joins your team. I want you to protect her, temper her, and guide her. I was dumbfounded, pointing to my own nose. Me? You're giving her to me. I'm no saint. Are you really sure about this? I am, she said resolutely. You may be ruthless to outsiders, but you are fiercely loyal to those you consider your own. That, I have no doubt about. What the Saintess needs isn't another hero with a heart as broad and selfless as hers. She needs someone who can cut down the thorns ahead, who can teach her how to survive in the darkness. Someone to be her guide. Jiang Chun, you are the most suitable person for this. My emotions were a tangled mess. Was that a compliment or an insult? But I have to admit, she's got an uncanny ability to read people. Protecting Huang Yimei is undoubtedly a colossal headache. But her growth is tied to the survival of this world, and my life has long been tied to this world as well. Besides, after everything that's happened, she's no longer just some irrelevant outsider in my eyes. Just like Su Wanqing and the others, she's one of us, a member of the Hope. And protecting our own, well, isn't that just a given? All right. I let out a deep breath and nodded. I'll take on this mess. But let's get one thing straight. I'm only protecting her life. As for her personality, I'll try to fix it, but if I can't, don't expect me to force it. That's more than enough. Genuine relief and gratitude softened the High Priestess's expression. Just then, the cloud-bound sky vessel jolted suddenly and came to a slow stop. The second elder in charge of navigation announced gravely, High Priestess, we've reached our designated coordinates. Everyone, get ready. Begin the descent. Barely had the words left her mouth when Su Wanqing, along with the Lin sisters who had been tussling in the garden, came running up to the deck. Why did we stop? Lin Qingxue inquired curiously. A second later, her jaw dropped, leaving her speechless. A translucent, pale blue barrier, shaped like an upturned bowl, rose swiftly around us, seamlessly encasing the massive ship. The deck beneath us tilted slightly as this floating celestial palace began its slow descent into the abyssal blackness of the sea below. Whoa, are we turning into a submarine now? Lin Qingxue flung herself onto the barrier, her tiny face pressed against its surface, her eyes wide with wonder. Seawater surged in from all sides, but was perfectly repelled by the shield. Through that thin, transparent layer, the underwater world unfolded in striking vibrancy. Sunlight fractured as it passed through the shallow waters, scattering into dancing beams that illuminated colorful corals and schools of tropical fish. It was like something out of a fairy tale. So beautiful. Su Wanqing pulled out her terminal and began snapping photos nonstop. I stood off to the side, my mind preoccupied with another matter. The High Priestess had entrusted Huang Yimei to me, meaning there was now another high-priority person to protect on the Hope, and one with a trouble magnet personality no less. Still, looking at it from a different angle, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Her support abilities were absurdly strong. With her on board, our team's overall strength would undoubtedly see a huge boost. Keeping her around also meant we could solidify our ties with the powerful Xianling clan, a connection that could prove invaluable. All in all, this deal wasn't exactly a loss. Our descent sped up, and the light around us faded rapidly. Before long, the last hint of sunlight disappeared, and we were plunged into pitch-black darkness. This was the lightless zone of the deep sea. "It's so dark, I can't see anything," Lin Qingxue exclaimed, her voice tinged with alarm. As soon as she spoke, rows of soft white lights came to life along the sides of the vessel. Like searchlights, they sliced through the darkness, illuminating the way ahead. Hundreds of meters of open ocean. At this very moment, everyone drew in a sharp breath. A colossal creature, several times larger than the Yunhai celestial vessel, was slowly passing beneath us. It was a whale, but its sheer enormity made it resemble a moving undersea mountain. Its skin was etched with ancient, intricate blue markings that glowed faintly in the darkness, exuding an almost mystical aura. As it passed, an overwhelming pressure weighed down on me, making it almost impossible to breathe. What is that monster?" Su Wanqing's voice trembled. The oppressive feeling it exuded was far stronger than the ninth-tier abominations we'd encountered before. "That is a deep-sea spirit, Koan," the high priestess said, her voice as calm and steady as ever, appearing beside us without our noticing. "One of the oldest beings in this sea. Its temperament is peaceful, it won't attack unprovoked." "What tier is it?" Lin Qinghan couldn't resist asking. "It does not belong to any supernatural tier," the high priestess replied indifferently. "You can think of it as an embodiment of the rules governing this ocean. In these waters, not even a true god could necessarily contend with it." My heart pounded wildly in my chest. An embodiment of the ocean's laws. I immediately activated Divine Eye, focusing on the behemoth. Name. Species. Rank. A screen full of question marks. Its lifeform's level had long surpassed the scope of anything I could comprehend. This world was far more complex and far more dangerous than I had imagined. As we descended deeper, the variety of strange creatures increased. Schools of razor-sharp swordfish that darted like lightning, ghostly, glowing, toxic jellyfish, and colossal sea serpents over 1,000 meters long, coiling around underwater volcanoes. Each of these beings was a rare apex predator in the outside world, yet here, they were nothing more than part of the scenery. Lin Qingxue and Su Wanqing had become increasingly numb, their initial shock replaced by a quiet acceptance. I didn't know how much time had passed before the high priestess, who had been meditating with her eyes shut, finally spoke. "We've arrived." The Yunhai celestial vessel jolted violently before coming to a complete stop. I turned my gaze outward through the protective barrier. Directly below us was a massive, pitch-black vortex, seemingly infinite in depth, like a gaping maw waiting to devour anything in its reach. The center of the vortex churned and roared with chaotic, dark purple energy that radiated ominous, twisted, and baleful power. A wave of evil and madness seeped out from the vortex, reaching straight into the soul. Even from this distance, just gazing at it made my chest feel heavy, and my mind was plagued with uncontrollable visions of blood and carnage. "This is the Abyssal Rift." Su Wanqing's face turned pale as she gripped her Hellfire revolver tightly. The Lin sisters took 2 steps back, fear glimmering in their eyes. Whatever this thing was, its oppressive aura surpassed the combined threat of the 3 ninth-tier abominations we had faced before. I fought hard to steady my mind, holding my ground as tightly as I could. Activate Divine Eye. But as soon as my gaze landed on the crack, an indescribable torrent of information, brimming with pure chaos and malevolence, surged violently into my mind. Ugh! I let out a stifled groan, as if 10,000 burning needles pierced my brain all at once. My vision went black, and I nearly collapsed to my knees. Warning. Unspeakable source of chaos detected. Investigation failed. Warning. Severe mental contamination detected. Purge attempt failed. Warning. Divine Eye overloaded. Forcefully shutting down. The screeching alerts echoed sharply in my ears. I hastily severed my connection with the Divine Eye, and only then did the soul-tearing agony gradually subside. Leaning against the railing, I gasped for air, my complexion pale as a sheet. Just one glance was almost enough to completely destroy my golden cheat ability. As expected, this abyssal rift is far beyond my current capability to comprehend. At that moment, several powerful presences surged out from the cabin. Xiao Zhan, the second elder, and other top experts of the Celestial Spirit clan stepped onto the deck, their expressions laced with unprecedented severity and resolve. It felt as though they were preparing for a battle that would decide life and death. The High Priestess scanned the gathered experts, but finally fixed her gaze on Huang Yimei. "Yimei, are you ready?" Huang Yimei took a deep breath. Her pale face was full of nervousness, yet her eyes shone with unshakable determination. She gave a firm nod. "High Priestess, I'm ready." The second elder stepped behind her, placing a steady hand on her shoulder. "Your Highness, the Saintess, do not be afraid. You focus on performing the sealing ritual. Leave the rest to us." The High Priestess cast a cold, commanding look at the assembled elders. "Xiao Zhan, guard the eastern flank. Let no abominations interrupt the Saintess." Third elder, fourth elder, establish the water mirror formation to confuse the monsters. Fifth elder, stay with me. We'll channel energy to the Saintess. Understood. The elders responded in unison, their voices resonating across the sea. Form the array. Begin the sealing. Huang Yimei stepped forward, standing alone at the frontmost point of the deck, directly facing the abyssal rift below. Behind her, the High Priestess and fifth elder stood on either side, with the second elder stationed directly behind her. The three formed a sturdy triangular formation, ensuring her utmost protection. Xiao Zhan, along with the third and fourth elders, transformed into streaks of light as they shot out from the protective barrier. Suspended above the rift, they took positions at 3 key points. "Huh!" Xiao Zhan roared, and his silver spear erupted with blinding brilliance. Instead of scattering, the radiant spear beams transformed into intricate runes within the seawater, interlocking seamlessly with one another. The third and fourth elders chanted incantations, their hands flying through intricate gestures. The surrounding sea stirred violently, seemingly under the command of invisible forces. Layer upon layer of water screens, as thin as cicada wings yet unyielding as steel, materialized out of thin air. Layer upon layer, the flowing torrents converged into a colossal, mirror-smooth water wall. Shadows and light danced across its surface, shifting unpredictably, emanating an eerie and mesmerizing energy. Holy crap, this is something else. On the deck, Su Wanqing stood dumbfounded, her mouth slightly agape. The might of the Celestial Spirits clan was truly staggering. Every move the elders made felt world-shattering. Xiao Zhan's domineering marksmanship was unparalleled, while the third and fourth elders wielded their water-manipulating techniques with near-godlike mastery. It was raw, unrelenting power that none had ever witnessed before. So this is the heritage of the Celestial Spirits. Lin Qinghan's face was a picture of awe. She had been proud of her own strength since advancing to the third tier, but standing before the Celestial Spirit Elders, she felt as small and helpless as a toddler taking its first steps. Gripping Su Wanqing's arm tightly, Lin Qingshua's palms were damp with sweat. "Sister Wanqing, Imagia will be okay, right?" "Don't worry," Su Wanqing said, though the hesitation in her voice betrayed her inner anxiety. I pressed on, struggling to recover from the mental shockwave, while keeping my gaze locked on Huang Yimei below. The real test was just beginning. With her eyes slowly closing, Huang Yimei placed her palms together. She began to chant in the ancient and solemn language of the celestial spirits. This time, there was no fiery passion nor the comforting warmth of healing. Instead, her voice carried something monumental, as if her very existence resonated with the heavens and earth itself. Golden light seeped from her body, growing brighter and brighter until it coalesced behind her in the form of a massive, ethereal figure. A human torso with a serpent's tail, a compassionate face exuding immeasurable dignity. "Nuwa! Oh my God! It's the great goddess Nuwa!" Lin Qingxue cried out in shock. The divine majesty radiating from the apparition washed over us, instinctively compelling every soul to prostrate. Even my own damaged spirit felt inexplicably steadier at the sight of it. But the abyssal rift below seemed to react violently, as if sensing a mortal threat. The previously aimless surges of darkness suddenly turned feral. Roar! An unholy cacophony of roars erupted from the depths. Out of the fissures burst countless dark purple tentacles, littered with jagged barbs and grotesque, gleaming eyes, lashing furiously toward Huang Yimei with venom-like precision. "You wretch! How dare you!" With a thunderous roar, Xiao Zhan leaped forward like a streak of silver lightning, his spear vibrating furiously in his hand. Dragon spear piercing heaven. The sky seemed to explode with countless spear shadows, each one striking precisely at the joints of the writhing tentacles. Splotch! Splotch! Within moments, dozens of grotesquely thick tentacles, each as massive as a building, were severed completely. Dark green ichor spewed like a noxious waterfall. But for every tentacle Xiao Zhan obliterated, more surged forward with reckless ferocity. From another direction, a swarm of abyssal horrors poured out of the rift, deep-diving monstrosities, twisted mermen, and flying aberrations, all swarming toward Huang Yimei with single-minded purpose. Mirage of the heavenly waters, ensnare. The third and fourth elders crushed the azure crystals in their hands simultaneously. A radiant glow erupted from the gigantic water mirror they summoned, halting the advancing horrors in their tracks. Suddenly, as if descending into madness, they turned on each other in a frenzy. Chaos erupted across the battlefield in an instant. "What an incredible illusion!" Su Wanqing exclaimed in awe. But I frowned deeply. I could see it clearly. Neither Xiao Zhan's ferocious attacks nor the elders' illusions could do anything more than handle these small fry. They had no means to deal with the fissure itself. The outcome of this battle depended solely on Huang Yimei. At this moment, the shadow of Nuwa behind her had grown increasingly tangible, her chanting accelerating by the second. Countless mysterious golden runes appeared out of thin air, swirling and dancing in the air, each one brimming with divine power capable of purifying all things. "Now's the time." A sharp gleam flashed in the Grand Priestess's eyes. Exchanging a look with the fifth elder, they both placed their hands firmly on Huang Yimei's back. Celestial infusion. Buzz. Two surges of intensely pure blue energy erupted from their palms and poured wildly into Huang Yimei's body. "Ah!" Huang Yimei let out a pained cry, her body trembling violently. Her face turned ghastly pale, veins bulging on her forehead, sweat dripping like raindrops. With her third-tier body, bearing the energy of not one but two ninth-tier powerhouses was an unimaginable ordeal. But she grit her teeth and did not interrupt her chant. The golden runes flared with brilliance, glowing several times brighter. "Go!" Huang Yimei's eyes suddenly flew open, her once clear pupils now transformed into dazzling gold. She pushed forward with all her might. Tens of thousands of golden runes surged forth like a radiant torrent, barreling toward the abyssal fissure with unstoppable momentum. The golden runes clashed head-on with the dark void. Deep beneath 10,000 meters of ocean, an indescribable thunderous explosion erupted. The entire Cloud Sea vessel shook violently, causing Su Wanqing and the Lin sisters to hastily grab onto the railing for support. At the center of the collision, one side was the holy, purifying golden light, while the other was the chaotic, all-devouring darkness. Two forces, absolute opposites, commenced the most primal of confrontations. The light burned away the darkness, while the darkness gnawed at the light. For a moment, a bizarre balance emerged, with neither side able to overpower the other. "Damn it, these corrupted forces are even stronger than last time." The fifth elder gritted his teeth, his expression grim. The Grand Priestess shared his heavy tone. "Stay focused. Increase the output. We must reinforce the seal today." "Understood." The two ninth-tier powerhouses strained every ounce of their energy reserves, channeling an even greater torrent of power into Huang Yimei. "Ah!" Huang Yimei screamed again, blood trickling down the corner of her mouth. Her body appeared like an overinflated balloon on the verge of bursting. Beneath her skin, streams of golden energy roiled and surged chaotically. "Emesis." Lin Qingshue's eyes turned red, as though she wanted nothing more than to rush forward and share her pain. Su Wanqing held her tightly in place, shaking her head. "If you go now, you'll just make things worse." My own heart clenched. I could see it all too clearly. Huang Yimei was like a converter, channeling the Grand Priestesses. The surging energy was transformed into a sacred force to suppress the rift. However, the converter's output was far too low. If the current surged too high, it could overload and burn out at any moment. This wasn't a test of endurance. It was a reckless gamble with life. My fists clenched involuntarily. Meanwhile, Huang Yimei, deep in her casting, had already drifted toward unconsciousness. The searing pain was nearly unbearable, threatening to consume her. But one voice continuously echoed in her mind. Hold on, you're the only hope. Behind you stands countless lives. It was the will of Nuwa, embedded in her very bloodline. I can't lose. Huang Yimei bit down hard on the tip of her tongue, the sharp pain snapping her back into focus instantly. Golden light surged through her eyes, and the phantom of Nuwa behind her grew even more tangible. Heavenly Seal Technique. Repair the sky. Golden talismans rapidly reorganized in a profound and intricate pattern. In an instant, a massive golden web, formed by interwoven runes, took shape above the rift. The web seemed almost alive, descending slowly to push the violent darkness back into the crevice bit by bit. Roar! A furious roar erupted from the rift's depths. More tendrils and abominations came surging forth, frantically attempting to breach the barrier and prevent the golden web from falling. A bunch of filthy pests, get back where you belong. Xiao Zhan's fighting spirit soared, his spear transforming into a silver storm that shredded the approaching abominations into nothingness. The third and fourth elders poured even more power into their efforts. Within the shimmering water mirror they controlled, countless weapons of water, blades, spears, shields, took form, slaughtering the corrupted creatures trapped in illusions. But the abominations seemed endless, swarming relentlessly. And then, out of nowhere, a monstrous beast, its body plated with thick bone armor, surged forward. Its presence was suffocating, rivaling that of a ninth-tier entity in its early stages of power. It paid no heed to the illusions of the water mirror and charged directly toward the fourth elder, who was still casting their spell. Fourth elder, watch out. The third elder's expression shifted drastically, but it was too late. The beast's razor-sharp claw, radiating space-cleaving power, descended toward the fourth elder's unprotected back with lethal speed. In that critical instant, a pitch-black spatial rift appeared out of nowhere, right behind the fourth elder. The beast's claw plunged into the void, dissolving completely as though it had never existed. Humph, sneaking around with an ambush? Not on my watch. The High Priestess's cold voice rang out. Even as she continued channeling energy and maintaining control of the battlefield, her face had turned pale. Space banishment. With a wave of her delicate hand, the rift snapped shut in an instant. Crunch. The ninth-tier beast's entire arm, from the shoulder down, was severed as the rift closed. Roar. The beast let out a pained howl and retreated, a flicker of fear flashing through its eyes. It dared not advance again. The immediate danger had passed, but an oppressive weight lodged itself in everyone's hearts. It was only the beginning, and a ninth-tier monster had already appeared. If this dragged on, who knew what else might crawl out? We had to end this quickly. I stood on the ship's deck, watching the chaotic, fiercely contested battle unfold. My fists tightened to the point of turning white. Watching was all I could do. I was powerless to help. This feels like being suffocated to death. My eyes fell on the attribute panel. Mind control. Ignores levels. Forcefully takes control of the enemy's mind for 1 second. Cooldown, 24 hours. Control for 1 second. What if I use it to immobilize that ninth-tier behemoth? No. I immediately dismissed the thought. Even if I managed to stop it for 1 second, with Xiao Zhan and the others in their current state, there's no guarantee they'd deliver a fatal blow. It would be a complete waste of the most critical trump card we have. This card has to be saved for the deadliest moment. I took a deep breath, forcibly calming myself as I continued to focus on the battlefield. Huang Yimei's golden net had descended another 100 meters. It was slow but extremely steady. At this rate, completing the seal was just a matter of time. But the problem is, unexpected events could happen at any moment. Buzz. A wave of dread, more horrifying than the behemoth by countless times, rose from the abyss's depths. savage chaos accompanied by the crushing oppression of an undeniable higher existence. The moment it emerged, every single warrior among the Celestial Spirit clan, even the High Priest, had a drastic change in expression. "It's an advanced ninth-tier abomination," the fifth elder muttered with a trembling voice, her words freezing the air on the ship's deck to absolute stillness. Su Wanzing and the Lin sisters turned pale as sheets. They didn't fully understand what this meant, but judging by the High Priest's grim, battle-ready stance, it was clear. What was coming now was beyond anyone's imagination. My heart sank like a rock. Damn it. The thing I feared the most, it's happening anyway. Boom. The abyssal rift began to quake violently, as if some colossal monster was awakening from the infinite darkness below. The army of demonic creatures that had once attacked in a frenzy froze the moment this new presence erupted. They cowered in the water, trembling as if facing an apex predator, their wails tinged with despair. Even the ninth-tier behemoth, its arm recently severed, retreated into the rift in sheer terror, not daring to show itself. All was silent. Only that suffocating pressure remained, still escalating at a rapid, exponential rate. Everyone, prepare for impact. For the first time, there was an unhidden gravity in the High Priest's voice. The serpent's tail behind her lashed out, releasing an immense spatial force, which layered several more defensive barriers around the Cloud Sea Arc. Xiao Zhan and the elders abandoned their individual posts and quickly organized into a defensive formation. I understood. Against this kind of entity, flashy strategies meant nothing. The only thing we could do was brace for the storm. Hee hee. A bone-chilling, sinister laughter echoed from the depths of the rift, reaching directly into everyone's soul. It was filled with mockery and cruelty. Then, a massive hand made of pure darkness began to emerge, extending slowly outward. The hand alone was larger than the entire Cloud Sea Arc, with its 5 fingers ablaze with violet flames. The black flames danced, and with every flicker, the surrounding space rippled like water disturbed by a pebble. It ignored Xiao Zhan. It ignored Tianzhou. Its target, singular and unwavering, was the golden net, slowly pressing down from above. Not a chance. Huang Yimei shouted fiercely, desperately driving the energy within her. The golden net flared brilliantly, accelerating its descent, as if striving to seal the rift shut before the massive dark hand could strike. But against overwhelming power, all efforts were laughably futile. The enormous dark hand merely rose gently. Boom. The golden net, imbued with Nuwa's divine energy and forged from the full strength of 3 formidable experts, was shoved back as if it were a fragile fishing net. Cracks spread across its surface like a web of fractures. Uffed. Huang Yimei spat out a mouthful of blood, her aura instantly dimming. Behind her, the 5th elder groaned, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Only the High Priestess managed to deflect the brunt of the impact using her mastery over spatial energy, but even she looked ghastly pale. Gehehe. Nuwa's power? How nostalgic. The owner of the massive hand sighed with dark satisfaction. But unfortunately, you're far too weak now. With that, the colossal hand clenched into a fist and came crashing down toward the golden net's center, its force so immense it seemed intent on piercing the heavens and earth. My heart sank. We were doomed. If this blow landed, the golden net would shatter. Huang Yimei and the others would suffer fatal backlash. The seal, it would fail completely. High Priestess, take my strength. At the brink of disaster, the 2nd elder, who had remained at the rear, suddenly roared. His entire body transformed into a sphere of blue light, charging unhesitatingly toward the High Priestess's back. 2nd elder, no. The High Priestess's expression shifted dramatically. I didn't fully understand what it was, but from her anguished cry, I grasped 2 words: final sacrifice. It was a soul-burning offering, the act of igniting one's divine soul to transfer a lifetime of cultivation power in its entirety. The price? Eternal obliteration. No reincarnation, no afterlife. It was too late to stop him. The blue sphere merged into the High Priestess's body. A boundless surge of energy erupted within her, her aura skyrocketing wildly. From 9th-tier mid-stage, to late stage, to its peak. She even faintly brushed against the edges of that legendary threshold. A single tear slid down the high priestess's cheek. But she had no time to mourn. Her head jerked up abruptly, her deep eyes now radiant silver, ablaze with fury. Vile beast, perish. She channeled the immense power gifted by the second elder, raw and overwhelming, straight into Huang Yime's body. The Nuwa phantom behind Huang Yime awakened. For that brief moment, its compassionate gaze transformed, becoming cold and regal. The phantom raised a hand, and as the colossal dark fist descended with apocalyptic strength, it extended a single finger and pointed lightly toward it. No earth-shattering explosions. No violent collision of energies. Time seemed to freeze. The once invincible black, giant fist of darkness halted abruptly, less than a meter away from the golden web. Golden cracks spread across the web like a spider's web at lightning speed. Crack. In an instant, the entire massive hand shattered into pieces, bursting apart into countless specks of black light that dispersed and vanished without a trace. Impossible. A disbelieving exclamation came from deep within the abyssal crack where the Dark Lord presided. The shadow of Nuwa didn't give it a second chance. The golden web, once fractured, instantly restored itself, now shining with a brilliance 100 times brighter than before. Suppress. A voice, ancient, devoid of emotion, resounded from the heavens. The golden web, unstoppable and overwhelming, crashed down with an earth-shattering force. Boom! The entire sea boiled in response. That abyssal crack, an existence that had endured countless eons, let out a final unwilling wail under the suppression of the golden web. Slowly, it closed, disappearing without a trace. The rampaging darkness, the violent entities of evil, the suffocating pressure, all of it dissipated, leaving behind nothing but silence. The deep sea, 10,000 meters below surface, returned to its dead stillness. The seal was complete, but the cost was devastating. The shadow of Nuwa faded gradually. Huang Yime collapsed like a puppet with severed strings, unconscious and motionless. The high priestess and the 5 elders swayed on their feet, pale as ghosts. And the esteemed second elder, once a pillar of their strength, had vanished from this world forever. Second elder, Xiao Zhan, and the remaining elders stared at the vacant spot where he had stood. With grief brimming in their tiger-like eyes, their fists clenched tightly. 1,000 years of camaraderie, guarding the abyss together, fighting side by side. Yet now, they could do nothing but watch as he burned his soul, sacrificing himself entirely, obliterated in both body and spirit. The high priestess slowly closed her eyes, suppressing the sorrow that threatened to overwhelm her. Now was not the time for mourning. She approached the unconscious Huang Yime, lifted her gently, and fed her a green pill emanating a vibrant life force. Once this task was done, she finally turned around. Her voice hoarse, she commanded, "Build the second elder a cenotaph and place it at the highest point of the Hall of Heroes." Understood. The group, holding back their grief, responded in unison. "This place is no longer safe," the high priestess said, gazing at their surroundings. The air still carried faint traces of unease and lingering malice. "Let's head back." With a wave of her slender hand, the protective barrier reignited. The celestial ship tilted its bow upwards and ascended rapidly toward the surface of the ocean. Inside the ship's cabin, Su Wanqing and the Lin sisters surrounded Huang Yime's bed. "Will Sister Yime be all right?" Lin Qingxua asked in a small voice, her worry evident. Su Wanqing leaned over, checking Huang Yime's forehead, then feeling for her breath and pulse. She heaved a sigh of relief. Her life signs are stable. She's just overexhausted. She'll be fine after a good rest. Lin Qinghan, looking at Huang Yime's pale complexion, now fragile like a delicate porcelain doll, let out a quiet sigh. It's hard to believe reinforcing a seal could be so perilous, and that it would cost the life of an elder. That second elder, Su Wanqing murmured quietly, her voice trembling with emotion, was willing to give up his life to protect everyone. He's a true hero. Several girls looked downcast. This intense and thrilling battle had given them their first true understanding. This so-called survival game was far more brutal than they had ever imagined. I didn't join the commotion. Instead, I stood alone on the deck, letting the salty sea breeze seep through the cracks in the barrier. The death of the second elder left me full of respect and also gave me my first genuine grasp of the weight behind the word protection. At the same time, an unprecedented sense of urgency gripped me. Even a powerful race like the Celestial Spirit Clan had to pay such a heavy price to face those abyssal fiends. A year from now, when the seal weakens again and the fiends return in force, what does humanity have to stand against them? Rely on myself? I chuckled bitterly. Though I've had my share of fortuitous encounters and my strength has grown tremendously, compared to those ninth-rank powerhouses who can destroy mountains and skies with ease, I'm still as insignificant as an ant. I have to get stronger. Fast. My gaze became resolute once again. Whether for myself or for them, I had to surpass my limits. The sky arc flew swiftly. Before long, it surfaced from the ocean. Warm sunlight cascaded over the deck, making everyone feel as if they had just returned from another life. We had arrived at Celestial Spirit Island. The port had regained its usual tranquility, with the shattered docks being quickly repaired. When the island's residents saw the sky arc safely return, an earth-shaking cheer erupted across the land. Countless clansmen spontaneously gathered at the harbor, ready to welcome their heroes home. However, their cheers gradually subsided when they noticed the somber expressions of those disembarking and realized one elder was missing. Sorrow began to ripple through the crowd. The high priestess, without pausing to address the onlookers, gave Xiaozhan brief instructions to handle the funeral arrangements before leading us straight toward the grandest palace at the heart of the island. We passed through long corridors until we reached its deepest chamber. She stopped in front of a massive stone door, engraved with intricate runes and radiating powerful energies. Turning to us, her perpetually cold face softened slightly. The battle for Celestial Spirit Island. You played an irreplaceable role, she began. Whether defending the port or maintaining the final seal, what you've done was nothing short of pivotal. As per the rules of the heavenly path, you are entitled to significant rewards. She raised a hand to press against the stone door. Here lies the treasure vault of the Celestial Spirit Clan, accumulated over countless eras. Divine weapons, spiritual elixirs, ancient techniques. It has everything you could ever desire. This battle has earned your team a total of 524,562 points. Her gaze swept over the four of us. With these points, you can exchange them for anything you want. Go ahead. You've earned it. As her words fell, the heavy stone door groaned and slowly swung inward. A wave of spiritual energy, so dense it almost felt tangible, rushed out, filling the air. The aura of countless treasures surged forward, overwhelming the senses. Su Wanqing and the Lin sisters' eyes lit up instantly with excitement. 520,000 points. The treasure vault of the Celestial Spirit Clan. Even my own heart couldn't help but race as I inhaled that mesmerizing, intoxicating aura. At last, the moment I had been waiting for, the spoils distribution session, had finally arrived. High Priestess, what about Yimei? Lin Qingxue asked hesitantly, still concerned about the unconscious Huang Yimei. Don't worry, the High Priestess replied calmly. The Saintess' contributions have been noted. When she wakes up, I'll personally take her to select her reward. For now, you all may enter. After receiving this reassurance, the girls could no longer contain their excitement. Cheering loudly, they rushed in. I followed behind them, stepping into the world cloaked in endless radiance and treasure. As soon as I entered, even with the experience of 2 lifetimes and having witnessed countless grandiose sights, I was utterly speechless at the spectacle before me. What treasure vault? This was clearly a self-contained miniature world of its own. Above wasn't the ceiling of a typical room, but a breathtaking expanse of starry skies. Countless stars cast gentle lights across the space. Beneath our feet, instead of a solid floor, stretched an endless plaza paved entirely with multicolored crystals. Floating above the expansive crystalline plaza were tens of thousands of glowing orbs, with each orb encasing a unique treasure. Dazzling weapons and armors that shimmered with light, radiant elixirs and potions, ancient jade scrolls containing profound techniques, and various rare and unheard-of natural treasures. Everything imaginable was here on display, a dazzling collection to behold. My goodness, Su Wanqing covered her mouth, her wide, beautiful eyes unable to hide her astonishment. She had imagined how magnificent the Celestial Spirit Clan's treasure vault might be, but she could have never dreamt of such a wonder. A sea of glowing orbs drifting in midair, their radiant hues of icy blue, golden red, and silvery white merging into an endless flowing galaxy of light. This is just too unreal. Lin Qingxue, now completely incoherent, pointed towards a floating crystal sword and screamed in excitement. Wanqingjie, look at that sword. Breaking free from formalities, she darted all over the crystal plaza in excitement, her enthusiasm brimming uncontrollably. Wow, I really want this. Jiang Qinji, this pearl, it glows. Unlike her excitable sister, Lin Qinghan remained composed, but even her normally cold and reserved eyes brimmed with awe and astonishment. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to stay calm. After all, no matter how vast and dazzling the treasures, they would mean nothing if they remained out of reach. My first thought was to activate Divine Eye. I funneled mental energy into my eyes, but all I saw was blur. Divine Eye was being suppressed by some invisible force. At most, I could barely make out the shadowy silhouette of a dagger within one glowing orb, along with a line of indecipherable celestial spirit script. Jiang Chun, look at this. Su Wanqing tugged my arm, pulling me toward an enormous white jade steel hovering in midair. Curious, I approached to take a closer look. To my surprise, I could actually recognize the writing on the steel. It was written in the universal language of the player system. At the very top, it read, Celestial Spirit Treasure Vault. Exchange rules. 1. All items in the vault can be exchanged using team points. 2. To check details and required points, touch the light sphere. 3. Once selected, silently think, exchange, and the points will be automatically deducted. 4. Fighting or stealing is strictly prohibited. Any violators will be expelled and permanently disqualified. 5. Each person may exchange up to 3 items per visit. My gaze lingered on the 5th rule. 3 items per person. For people, a maximum of 12 items. Interesting restriction. Seems like it's to prevent someone from clearing out the entire vault in one go. Hey, you two, stop wandering around and come here. I called out to the Lin sisters in the distance. What's up, brother Jiangchun? Lin Qingxue dashed back, her cheeks flushed. I pointed at the stone tablet. Look at the rules first. We can each exchange up to 3 items max. Huh? Only 3. Her face fell. There are so many amazing things. How can 3 be enough? Be grateful. Su Wanqing shot her a side glance. You're getting 3 treasures for free and still complaining? What? Planning to empty their entire vault. Hee hee, just saying. Lin Qingxue stuck her tongue out. All right, the rules are clear. Clapping my hands to draw their attention, I continued. We have a total of 424,562 points. There's only one goal. I scanned the endless treasure trove, eyes burning with unprecedented excitement. Use every last point. Arm ourselves, and the hope, to the teeth. Let's start treasure hunting. Got it. With a goal in mind, the girls stopped aimlessly wandering. Let's split up to cover more ground, Su Wanqing suggested. Note anything good, and we'll decide together later. I nodded. This vault stretched out endlessly, taking our time to examine everything would take until morning. My sister and I will head over there. Lin Qingxue pointed toward a radiant section on the left, filled with floating jewelry and robes. All right, Wanqing, we'll head right. There are more weapons and armor in that direction. Dividing into 2 groups, we began a systematic search. I reached out to touch the nearest glowing green sphere. Piercing spike, Tier 3, gold grade. Effect, single-use throwing weapon capable of penetrating defensive barriers under Tier 4. Points required, 800. Only 800 points. I smirked. Useless for me. It's just a disposable item. Shaking my head, I moved on. Boots of agility, Tier 2, silver grade. Effect, slightly boosts movement speed and jump height. Points required, 350. These are way too cheap, Su Wanqing scoffed, glancing over. Feels like we're just cracking open loot boxes. It's the vault of the celestial spirits. Not everything inside is going to be top tier. I replied calmly. Bet most of the low-tier stuff is for their younger members. The real treasures are still ahead. The west lies deep within. The further we ventured, the brighter the radiance grew, and the higher the tiers of equipment we encountered. Soon, we were met with the sight of gold-grade and even diamond-grade gear. Raging Tide Battle Axe, Tier 4 Diamond Grade. Effect. Each swing activates the power of water elements, dealing area of effect damaged. Exchange points, 85,000. 85,000. Su Wanqing gasped audibly. A regular diamond-grade item costs this much? I looked serious as I quickly did the math in my head. A single diamond-grade item costs between 80,000 to 100,000. With about 400,000 points, we could only afford, at best, 4 or 5 pieces. Way less than my dream of being decked out in god-tier gear from head to toe. But then, suddenly, I froze in place. A blinding sphere of light, unnaturally radiant, seized my attention. It was the size of a millstone, suspended mid-air, radiating golden brilliance like the sun itself. Everything around it paled in comparison, dimmed in its presence, like stars bowing before the moon. Jiang Chun, what is that? Su Wanqing's voice trembled with excitement and disbelief. I didn't need to think twice. Whatever that was, it was undoubtedly a treasure beyond anything I could imagine. Let's find out. My heart pounded wildly as I grabbed her arm and rushed forward with hurried steps. Together, we waded through a star field of diamond-grade items until we finally stood before that radiant golden orb. Up close, its extraordinary nature was even more apparent. The golden glow was dazzling, yet surprisingly gentle, exuding a sense of majesty and power. Within the depths of the light, I could faintly discern the outline of a spaceship. It looked like a masterpiece of sci-fi design. The entire body was made of a dark golden material, shining with strength and innovation. Just gazing at its silhouette made my heartbeat drum uncontrollably. A vehicle. Not just any vehicle. A super warship, clearly of a level beyond comprehension. Is that? Su Wanqing was so overwhelmed that she couldn't even finish her sentence. Suppressing the storm in my chest, I slowly reached out and touched the golden sphere. The moment my fingertips made contact, buzz, an immense torrent of information poured into my mind, too vast to describe. Sky Vault, Interstellar Assault Ship Design Blueprint, Legendary, Unique. Description: a pinnacle creation of an advanced technological civilization, once a fearsome weapon of war that dominated the cosmic seas. Modified by the sages of the Celestial Spirit Clan, it is now adapted to fit the current world's rules. With this, you'll gain the ability to conquer the stars and beyond. Manufacturing requirements. Material lists spanning tens of thousands of words, containing over 1,000 rare resources. Exchange points: 3,800,000. 3,800,000. My eyes nearly popped out of my head. I counted the zeros repeatedly, only to confirm that my eyes weren't deceiving me. 3,800,000. This was freaking daylight robbery. We'd risked our lives battling sea monsters and fought near-death battles against Tier 9 abominations on Celestial Spirit Island, barely scraping together 50-some thousand points in total. And this thing, a mere blueprint, costs 380,000. When Su Wanqing finally processed the price, she was completely dumbstruck, her mouth hanging open for what felt like an eternity. I was at a loss for words, and all I could muster was a single, desperate groan. It's over. I feel like a bunch of clueless country bumpkins. I gave a bitter smile. Legendary class. 2 lifetimes lived, and apart from the High Priest's celestial cloud ship, this was the first time I'd seen something legendary with my own eyes. Blueprints, no less. The Skyvault class interstellar assault ship. Just from the name alone, you could tell how overpowered it was. Forget those so-called golden-class luxury yachts. Compared to this, those were nothing but toy boats. The problem was, we couldn't afford it. Forget 3.8 million, we couldn't even scrape together enough for a fraction of that. And the cherry on top? It wasn't even the actual ship, just the blueprints. I skimmed over the endless material list, reading terms like Void Dragon Bone, Annihilation Crystal, and Stellar Forge Core, none of which sounded even remotely attainable on this planet. Even if we had the blueprints, we wouldn't be able to build it. Sigh. Su Wanqing let out a long sigh, looking utterly deflated. What a waste of excitement. That thing's just here to tempt people and make them feel miserable. Stop staring at it. I patted her shoulder, forcing myself to look away from the blueprint. If I keep looking, I might lose my mental fortitude and feel the urge to steal it. That's what I said, but deep down, I memorized every detail. The Skyvault class interstellar assault ship. One day, I'll get my hands on it. With heavy hearts, the two of us turned to leave. After this round of dimensional suppression, even the diamond tier equipment we looked at next didn't feel so unattainable anymore. Jiang Chun, Wanqing, the Lin sisters came running over from the other side, their expressions just as defeated. You saw it too? Su Wanqing asked weakly. We saw it. Lin Qingxue looked utterly devastated. Over there, there's a staff called Branch of the World Tree. Legendary class. For 0.2 million. Even more expensive than yours. And then there's this Moon Goddess Feather Robe. Epic class. 1.3 million. Epic class items are in the millions now. Lin Qinghan added gloomily. We can't afford a single thing. I had a pretty good idea of how things stood. This time, the highest tier gear we'd be walking away with would be diamond tier, if we were lucky. All right, no more sighing and groaning. I looked at the three downcast girls, amused. Legendary and epic class things were never meant for us at this stage. If we can snag a couple of top-tier diamond items, that's already a huge win. That may be true, Lin Qingxue pouted, but it's still so frustrating. All these amazing items laid out in front of us, and we can't take even one. If you're not satisfied, then get stronger, I said calmly. Greed only leads to empty hands. Focus on holding on to what you can grasp, and you'll go much further in the long run. One day, we'll come back here and take everything. For some reason, my words seemed to carry a certain weight, and the girls perked up. You're right. Su Wanqing clenched her fist. We're only at tier 3. Once we rank up, we definitely make more money. Next time, I'll definitely snag that Moon Goddess Feather Robe. Determination reignited in Lin Qinghan's eyes. Now that you've set a goal, don't waste time. I pointed toward a brilliant white glow ahead. Let's move. Diamond tier zone. Pick carefully. The four of us readjusted our mindset and made a beeline for the diamond section. Here, the number of light spheres was far fewer than in the gold and silver tiers, but the aura of every single one was immensely powerful. The four of us began scrutinizing and comparing prices like shoppers at a high-end department store. Jiang Chun, check this out. Su Wanqing pointed eagerly at one of the light spheres. Poseidon's Trident, Tier 4 Diamond Grade. Effect, grants immense water control abilities. Plus 50% to all attributes in ocean environments. Comes with Wave Call, Vortex, and Water Tornado. Exchange cost, 155,000 points. 155,000. Lin Qingxue smacked her lips. That's expensive, but wouldn't it make you absolutely unstoppable out at sea? I shook my head. Not my thing. I need something with pure offensive power or broader functionality. Environmental bonuses are too situational. Though divine I was being suppressed, my ability to assess items remained sharp. This trident might be the ultimate artifact for a water element transcendent, but for me, the cost-to-benefit ratio just wasn't worth it. What about this one? Lin Qinghan pointed to another item. Titan Barrier, Tier 4 Diamond Grade. Effect, provides extremely high physical and energy defense. Can deploy an energy shield. Comes with Immovable Mountain, granting short-term immunity to all control effects. Exchange cost, 140,000 points. A shield, huh? I rubbed my chin thoughtfully. I did need a reliable piece of defensive gear. No matter how impressive the iron wall on the Hope was, it only protected the ship, not me. Right now, I was tanking hits with nothing but my bare body, and I knew that wouldn't hold up against a truly capable opponent. That Immovable Mountain effect looked particularly useful. Let's mark this as a maybe. I nodded and mentally logged it. Jiang Chun, come look at this one. It can awaken a transcendent sequence. Lin Qingxue grabbed my arm and dragged me toward a light sphere radiating intense, fiery red light. Heart of the Flame Demon, Tier 4 Diamond Grade. Effect, implanting it grants powerful fire element transcendent abilities and significantly enhances physical strength. Warning, the implantation process is extremely painful, with a 30% chance of failure. Failed attempts result in the user being consumed by violent fire elements and reduced to ash. Exchange cost, 180,000 points. I sucked in a sharp breath. reduced to ash. Who the hell would dare use this? High risk, high reward. Lin Qingshue's eyes sparkled with ambition. If it works, you'd gain an entirely new transcendent sequence. In your dreams, Su Wanqing thwacked her on the head. A 30% failure rate. That's basically betting your life. I shook my head and kept walking. We passed by a dozen or so diamond-tier treasures. Items like invisibility cloaks and tents, tracking crossbows, summoning scrolls. Every single one of them is a top-tier item that would cause a frenzy if placed out there. But something feels off to me. Either the boost they provide is too minor, or their functionality is too one-dimensional. We only have a little over 400,000 points, and every single point has to be spent wisely. That's when my eyes caught a subtle light in the corner. Among all the treasures, this light orb was the dimmest. And yet, the moment I laid eyes on it, my heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Almost instinctively, I walked over and reached out to touch it. Suddenly, my eyes lit up. Jiang Chun, what did you find? Su Wanqing leaned in curiously. The Lin sisters followed, and 3 pairs of eyes locked onto the orb. I stepped aside to show them. Future Epic Battle Armor, Tier 4 Diamond Grade. Material, Void Metal. A perfect blend of lightweight design and durability, capable of adapting to any extreme environment. Effect 1 Void Defense. Provides powerful all-attribute resistance, with a 30% damage reduction against energy-based attacks. Effect 2 Void Traverse. Built-in anti-gravity engine enables aerial flight. Max speed, 200 km per hour. Max altitude, 3,000 meters. Effect 3 Space Blink. Short-distance spatial teleportation with a maximum range of 50 meters. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Cost, 220,000 points. The 3 girls' mouths gradually formed perfect OS. F. Flying. Lin Qingshuo rubbed her eyes in disbelief. It's perfect for Brother Jiang Chun. Flying is the only thing he couldn't do before this. And space blinking. Su Wanqing's voice pitched higher. 50-meter instant teleportation, with only a 10-second cooldown? This is crazy powerful. Lin Qinghan didn't say a word, but the way her fists clenched betrayed her pounding heart. Flying and instant teleportation, either one on its own would be a god-tier ability. Especially now, when all the players are stuck at sea, relying solely on ships to move about. With the power of flight, it'd be like holding total air superiority. If a fight breaks out, you can either engage or retreat at will. Who could stop you? Space blinking, on the other hand, is an unparalleled ability for both survival and ambush. It enables you to dodge lethal attacks or instantly flank your enemy's backlinks. There's simply no countering it. This battle armor? It feels as if it was tailor-made for me. 220,000. Su Wanqing smacked her lips. That's half of our points gone in one go. Expensive, but worth every point. My gaze burned with intensity. This is a strategic level upgrade. Forget 220,000. Even 320,000 points would be justified. Brother Jiang Chun is right. Lin Qingshuo raised her hand immediately in agreement. His safety comes first. Lin Qinghan nodded firmly. What are we waiting for? Buy it already. Su Wanqing seemed even more eager than me. I placed my palm against the light orb. Exchange. 220,000 points deducted. Future Epic Battle Armor X1 obtained. The orb dissolved into a stream of light and merged into my body. The next second, a full-body dark silver armor appeared out of nowhere. Its sleek design was etched with faint blue patterns, energy coursing through them in a mesmerizing flow, exuding a distinctly futuristic vibe. Wow, that's so cool. Lin Qingshue's eyes sparkled with amazement. Su Wanqing reached out and touched the cold metal. This texture, it's like a work of art. With a mere thought, the armor disassembled into countless tiny parts, which moved like living creatures and wrapped around my body seamlessly. Click, click, click. Within 3 seconds, the armor had fully enclosed me. The heavy metal felt as light as air when worn. The faceplate, a dark gold mirrored surface, appeared impenetrable to the outside world, but my view was crystal clear. A data interface, similar to what you'd find in a fighter jet, appeared before my eyes, displaying energy levels, altitude, speed, all the stats at a glance. How does it feel? Su Wanqing asked. I stretched my arms and legs. the movements as smooth and natural as if I wasn't wearing anything. Then I willed it. Flight. A faint hum. Thrust emerged from my feet and back. My body slowly lifted off the ground, hovering in midair. He's flying. Lin Qingxue had jumped, shouting with excitement. I drew a smooth arc in the air before landing steadily. Then, I tested the teleportation feature. In an instant, my body vanished from where I stood, reappearing 50 meters behind Su Wanqing. Ah! She spun around, startled, before playfully smacking my chest plate. You're insane. That was so fast. I didn't even feel anything. Waves of exhilaration surged in my chest. It was too powerful. My personal combat ability had tripled, at least. First one's a success. I stored the armor away. Still 20,400 left. Each of you can pick 2 more. Let's keep going. With this strong start, the girl's enthusiasm soared. It didn't take long before Su Wanqing called out again. Jiang Chun, quick. Look at this. She pointed at a glowing white sphere, her face both excited and incredulous. I walked over, and the moment I clearly saw what it was, my chest tightened and my breath hitched. Inside the glowing sphere wasn't a weapon or some rare elixir. Instead, it was a palm-sized, softly glowing crystal. Ship core, soaring spirit, grade A. A highly rare and special ship core containing the law of defying gravity and gliding through the skies. Effect, when integrated as a vehicle trait, enables the vehicle to gain flight capabilities. Exchange cost, 190,000 points. A ship core, an A-grade core that could make a ship fly. My mind buzzed like an empty void. I had always dreamed of giving the Hope a flight upgrade someday, but I knew how rare it was to come across a trait that altered a vehicle's functionality to this degree. It was a goal so distant it seemed almost laughable. And now, it was right here before me, laid bare for the taking. Is this real? Su Wanqing murmured. My voice trembled as I asked, can we really make the Hope take flight? It's true. A spark of determination flashed in my eyes. If the battle armor transformed me as an individual, then this piece of skybound would push the entire Hope into its ultimate evolution. A ship that could fly. It meant we would completely break free from the shackles of the ocean. Those terrifying sea monsters, bizarre waters, cursed storms, and tsunamis would no longer be a threat to us. We'd be like birds, free to soar wherever we wanted. This wasn't just survival anymore. This was domination on another level. We have to go for it. Whatever it takes. Su Wanqing grabbed my arm tightly. I don't care if we have to sell everything. We must get it. She understood the weight of this ship core piece better than anyone. With it, the Hope would finally become a true sky fortress. Don't rush. I pressed down my overflowing excitement, forcing myself to stay calm. Trading 190,000 for an A-rank flight ability? Absolutely worth it. But doing so would leave us with only 14,000 points, barely enough for one more gold tier item at best. Each of us had 2 more opportunities left to redeem something. Su Wanqing also started to calm down, realizing the dilemma. Was it worth it to give up all our remaining options for this one ship core? I think it's worth it. Lin Qingxue chimed in first, her thoughts simple. The Hope is our home. If our home is stronger, it makes all of us safer. We should do it. Even Lin Qinghan, typically silent, expressed her opinion. Individual strength will always have its limits. Improving our vehicle is the best way to boost the entire team. Their reasoning matched my own. I was never someone who only thought of personal gain. The Hope was the foundation for all of us. All right, I didn't hesitate any longer. We're getting it. No objections. The 3 girls spoke in unison, not a hint of doubt in their voices. I reached out and pressed my hand onto the glowing orb with resolute determination. Redeem. Ding. Team points consumed, 190,000. Obtained. Ship Corb Skybound, a rank, X1. The softly glowing crystal turned into a stream of light and flew into my hand. Its cool touch instantly met my palm, roughly the size of my hand, but it felt as heavy as a mountain. What I was holding wasn't just a crystal. It was the future of our entire team. This was beyond worth it. With this, the Hope would take to the skies. Images filled my mind of the 25-meter-long, 3-level yacht piercing through clouds like an airborne warship. When that day came, no sea beast or enemy would stand a chance. All they'd ever do was look up in awe. I couldn't help but laugh out loud at the thought. Quit grinning like an idiot. Su Wanqing shoved me lightly, snapping me out of it. Put it away already. You're embarrassing yourself. I coughed awkwardly, quickly but carefully stowing away the skybound core. This piece was the key to the Hope's next evolution. I glanced at the remaining points. Team points, 14,562. Over 14,000 points left. This is a bit awkward, Lin Qingxue muttered to herself, her eyes fixed on the dwindling points. We couldn't afford the diamond tier items, but we could just about stretch for 1 or 2 gold tier ones. That said, we weren't exactly thrilled about gold tier anymore. Are we really going to waste the last chance we have like this? Lin Qingxue whispered, visibly conflicted. I did a quick mental checklist. Armor, covered. Ship spirit, done. Offensive techniques, I've got my own. What's the team still missing? A fleeting image flashed through my mind, the port at the immortal Spirit Island. I remembered the spirit soldiers using specialized bags to carry away their spoils. As for us, every time we looted, we had to haul everything back to the ship manually, grunting, sweating, cursing. If it was something large, it became a logistical nightmare. Spatial storage equipment. The thought hit me like lightning and refused to leave. All right, let's see if there's any spatial treasure here, I suggested. Yes, that's exactly what we need. Su Wanqing slapped her forehead in realization. Every loot run feels like we're moving house. It's so exhausting. You mean something like those storage rings you see in novels? Lin Qingxue's eyes sparkled with excitement. What girl hasn't dreamed of a magical pocket that could fit an entire world? The four of us immediately gained a new focus. With a clear target, our efficiency skyrocketed. We skipped over all the weapons and armor, focusing only on strange-looking, low-energy artifacts. The treasury was packed with a ridiculous variety of items. We had no choice but to investigate them one glowing orb at a time. This one's a conch for summoning water elementals. This rock here can keep you from feeling hunger for 3 days. Hey, Zhangchun, look at what I found. Lin Qingxue waved excitedly. It lets you shrink monsters and trap them in bottles. I wandered over to check it out. Spirit Confinement Bottle, Gold Tier. Can forcibly trap a being no more than 1 rank higher than the user into the bottle. 1 use per day. The trapped being will remain in a state of slumber. 9,800 points. Interesting, I murmured, rubbing my chin. You could grab elite monsters you couldn't defeat. Rare creatures? Just capture them first and deal with them later. Heck, you could even use it to kidnap a person. Should we get it? Su Wanqing's voice betrayed her excitement. I shook my head. It's good, no doubt. But right now, it's not what we need most. A storage item would be a bigger benefit for the whole team. We kept digging. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours as we scoured the edges of the diamond tier section. Yet, not even a glimpse of a spatial treasure appeared. How could a treasury this vast not have a single storage item? Lin Qingxue grumbled, exasperated. Maybe the immortal spirit tribe doesn't need them, guessed Lin Qinghan. Their grand priest has spatial abilities, so they wouldn't rely on external tools. Did I misjudge? Or are spatial treasures so high tier that they're well out of our reach? Just as I was about to call it quits, my peripheral vision caught sight of a small, unassuming orb nestled deep within the chaos of brighter, more vibrant treasures. A dull, grayish-white glow surrounded it, barely noticeable unless you were looking for it. Still, there was something about it. Something different. Sure, here's the translation. I pushed aside the glowing orb ahead and lightly touched it with my fingertips. Storage ring, gold tier. A rare spatial artifact accidentally created by a celestial spirit forge master, containing around 10 cubic meters of stable space. Non-living items can be stored or retrieved through thought. 12,000 points. Found it. My heart skipped a beat. I found it. I found it. The 3 girls instantly gathered around, took a closer look at its attributes, and screamed in unison. Oh my god, it's really a storage ring. 10 cubic meters. It's like a small room. Exactly 12,000 points. We have enough. Lin Qingxue hugged Su Wanqing and jumped up in excitement. 10 cubic meters might not sound like much, but it's a cube 2 meters by 2 meters, big enough to store ores, timber, or even the corpse of a small sea monster. For us right now, this is a lifesaver. Hurry up and exchange it. Su Wanqing urged, worried the ring might suddenly vanish. Exchange. Ding. Consumed 12,000 team points. Acquired storage ring, gold tier, X1. The gray-white orb transformed into a stream of light, flying into my hand and forming into a simple, unadorned silver ring. It looked like something from a cheap street stall, but to me, it was priceless. I slipped it onto my finger. An incredible sensation came over me, my mind faintly connected with a vast, empty space. I tried storing the compressed biscuits in my pocket. The biscuits vanished into thin air. A moment later, I mentally summoned them back, and they reappeared in my palm, unharmed. It worked. Whoa, this is amazing. Lin Qingxue grabbed the biscuits from me, eager to try it herself. Let me. No way. This thing is bound to my mental energy. Only I can use it. Huh? You're so stingy. She pouted. Don't worry. Once we've got more points, I'll get one for each of you. I grinned, ruffling her hair. And with that, the 520,000 points we painstakingly saved up were reduced to nothing but crumbs. Team points, 2,562. Su Wonqing let out a deep sigh. I thought we'd be rich after this trip, but we ended up with just 3 items. When we first came in, it felt like we could buy everything, and now we're flat broke. Lin Qingxue complained as well. I couldn't help but chuckle. All right, enough whining. Think about it. Out of the 3 things we got, which one wouldn't make all the other players drool with envy? I pointed to the battle armor I was wearing. The future epic battle armor, diamond tier. It can fly, teleport, and offers comprehensive defense. My survivability and mobility have just skyrocketed. Then, I gestured to the hover core. This ship core, A tier, lets the Hope soar into the skies. From now on, the ocean is no longer a barrier for us. It's a canvas for endless possibilities. Let me know if you'd like any adjustments. The map we've crossed, I said, enunciating every word. Do you realize what this means? We haven't become poorer. We've exchanged every resource we had for top-tier combat power. Out there, most players are still at the bronze level. Silver is considered skilled, and gold-tier players are rare like phoenix feathers. But we have multiple sets of diamond-grade gear, already ahead of them by countless game versions. The girls fell silent. Thinking it over, they realized it was true. They had just been thrown off balance for a moment, overwhelmed by the sheer insanity of the legendary items in the vault. But calming down, they could finally appreciate the incredible gains they had made on this trip. I guess I was being a bit greedy, Lin Qingxue said, sticking out her tongue. We're already incredibly fortunate. Lin Qinghan nodded in agreement. Fine, I'll give you that, Su Wanqing retorted, still a little stubborn on the surface, though the corners of her mouth lifted into a subtle smile. She walked over, reaching out to touch the battle armor I was wearing, then glancing at my ring with bright eyes full of curiosity and admiration. All right, let's go. We've finished exchanging the items. It's time to head out, I said. Disabling my battle armor, I stored it back in the ring and began leading the 3 girls toward the exit. Pushing open the heavy stone door, the same dimly lit palace corridor stretched before us. The radiance of the treasure room vanished in an instant, and as the light dimmed, the girls blinked, adjusting to the change. Once their eyes had adjusted, what they saw stopped them cold. Standing quietly at the doorway, as though waiting for us all this time, were the High Priestess and Huang Yimei. Huang Yimei looked slightly better than she had before, still pale, but she could now stand on her own. Seeing us, she offered a faint smile and nodded gently. The High Priestess, ever serene and solemn, still carried her usual air of calm authority. Yet, her gaze now felt deeper and wearier. The lingering excitement from the treasure vault cooled instantly the moment we saw them. It was only then that I remembered, just a few hours ago, the celestial spirits had lost their second elder. Have you all made your selections? The High Priestess asked softly, her voice light. Yes, I replied. Good. She didn't question what we had chosen, didn't press for details. Instead, she turned and began walking down the other end of the corridor. Follow me. I exchanged a glance with Su Wanqing, both of us puzzled. Where were we going? None of us asked. Silently, we followed. Huang Yimei walked beside me. The corridor was vast and empty, the sound of our footsteps echoing. No one spoke. The entire celestial spirit island seemed steeped in sorrow, and as outsiders, We had no idea what we could possibly say to comfort them. Thank you. Huang Yimei's quiet, mosquito-like voice broke the silence. Thank me? For what? For staying by my side down there. She lowered her head. I was casting spells, but I could feel a little of what was happening outside. She knew. She must have realized that without us standing guard on the ship and providing her an absolutely secure environment, there was no way she could have. The sealing of the heart was finally complete. It was the right thing to do, I said quietly. The one who truly paid the price was the second elder. If thanks are due, it shouldn't come to me. The mere mention of second elder caused her body to tremble visibly. She lowered her head further, her eyes quickly reddening. I'm sorry, it's my fault. If only I'd been stronger, the second elder wouldn't have. Her voice cracked, laden with guilt. From her perspective, she bore the brunt of the responsibility for the second elder's death. If it weren't for her lack of strength, failing to hold on during the final moment, the elder wouldn't have needed to resort to such an extreme measure, burning his own soul for a forced power boost. That guilt weighed upon her like a massive, unmovable boulder pressing against her heart. I said nothing at first, because, in a way, what she said was true. If she had been stronger, perhaps this tragedy could have been avoided. But was it really her fault? She was just a girl who had barely come of age, yet had been forced to bear the weight of saving the world. That in itself was already deeply unfair. It's not your fault. I finally spoke, my voice calm. You gave it your all, even beyond what anyone could have expected. The thing inside that rift, it was far stronger than anyone anticipated. Even if the High Priestess herself had gone, there's no guarantee she would have done better. The second elder, he gave his life to protect this island, to protect this world. His death was not in vain. He was a hero. What you need to do now is stop blaming yourself, I said, staring at her intently. Instead, you need to carry on his will. Grow stronger. Next time, defend the things you hold dear with your own strength. My words weren't loud, but they landed like unrelenting hammers, striking deeply into her heart. Huang Yimei snapped her head up, her red-rimmed eyes filled with astonishment. Carry on his will, grow stronger. She bit her lip, those words now etched into her very being. Yes, she nodded firmly, her gaze reigniting with determination. I understand. I won't let the second elder's sacrifice be for nothing. The High Priestess walking in front never turned back, but I knew that every word of our conversation had reached her sharp ears. In those deep, wise eyes of hers, a faint, nearly imperceptible glimmer of approval arose. It seemed entrusting Yimei to me had been the right decision. We arrived at the port of the immortal Spirit Island. Gone was the usual tranquil serenity of this place. The area teemed with countless craftsmen and soldiers, tirelessly repairing the dock that bore the scars of battle. The air was tinged with a faint scent of blood and an overpowering undercurrent of grief. Many soldiers still had tear stains on their faces, yet their hands worked with unerring precision and focus. When they spotted the approaching High Priestess, everyone immediately stopped what they were doing and bowed in respect. She gave only the slightest nod before walking straight to the edge of the port. The sea stretched out before us, a vast, empty expanse. Our ship, Hope, was nowhere to be seen. High Priestess, what about our ship? Su Wanqing began. Unable to resist, I asked softly. Don't rush. She slowly raised her right hand. In her slender, pale palm, space began to twist and distort. From thin air, a silver vortex took shape. In the next instant, the Hope, a 25-meter-long ship with 3 decks, was forcibly squeezed out of that small vortex, transforming from tiny to massive in the blink of an eye. Boom! Waves exploded outward as the Hope landed steadily on the ocean's surface. The ship is yours again, she said, withdrawing her hand, her tone calm. Go back to the human world. Keep growing stronger. Her gaze finally landed on Yimei Huang, softening slightly. Yimei, remember what I told you. Once you're out there, follow Jiang Chen's lead in everything. Your life isn't just your own. It holds the weight of all our futures. Protecting yourself is the most critical task you have now. Understood. I understand, High Priestess. Yimei Huang's eyes reddened as she bowed deeply. Go. The High Priestess waved her hand and turned away, no longer looking at us. We will meet again in a year. Her voice carried a faint tremor, dissipating into the sea breeze. I watched that solitary figure recede into the distance, my emotions a complex mix of gratitude, respect, and sorrow. We had only spent a few days together, yet her strength, wisdom, and resolute determination to protect her people had left an indelible mark on me. She was truly someone to be admired. Are we really leaving? Lin Qingxue asked softly. All good things must come to an end. I patted her shoulder. This isn't our home. We have our own path to take. I turned to Su Wanqing and Lin Qinghan. Get on the ship. The familiar wooden deck beneath our feet gave everyone a sense of comfort and belonging. The ship's layout remained the same as when we'd left. Even the battle scars on the deck lingered as a reminder of the past. I'm back, Lin Qingxue exclaimed, spreading her arms wide and twirling in place on the deck. Her melancholy gave way to joy in an instant. Only Yimei Huang still carried traces of reluctance. I didn't disturb them. This journey had been a profound experience for everyone. They would need time to process it all. I stepped to the bow of the ship, gazing at the distant figure growing smaller on the horizon. A year from now, just how powerful will I have become by then? And what will this world look like? Jiang Chun, the passage is ready. Yimei Huang's voice came from behind me. I turned back to see a dark rift slowly opening in the air ahead of us. AI, set the course. Target, spatial passage. Command received. Captain and crew, please prepare for entry. The Hope let out a low hum, its bow turning steadily toward the rift. Plunging into that consuming darkness, this journey entered its final chapter. For a moment, I turned around, taking one last glance at the mist-shrouded celestial island and the solitary figure standing by the harbor. Goodbye, Spirit Island. The Hope ship plunged headlong into the deep darkness. This trip was incredibly fruitful. Future-era battle armor, skyship soul core, spatial storage ring. Any one of these treasures would be enough to send the current player base into a frenzy. Especially the skyship core, which could transform the Hope from a seaworthy yacht into a super vessel capable of navigating sea, land, and air. My first priority upon returning is to integrate it. As for Huang Yimei's addition to the team, it means we've got someone we absolutely need to protect. A core member who comes with a saint's heart. The road ahead might not be easy. Just then, the AI's alarm blared suddenly. Warning, exiting the channel. Detecting numerous unidentified vessels ahead. Extremely high density. What? My brows furrowed deeply. Numerous unidentified vessels? Extremely high density? Before I could fully process the warning, the darkness outside the porthole was suddenly replaced by a blazing, blinding light. The Hope jolted violently, emerging back onto the familiar sea surface. C. 9527 quadrant. Within seconds, everyone on board was stunned. Our ship was at the center of an immense encirclement. On all sides, as far as the eye could see, there were ships, dense, innumerable. From battered fishing boats and makeshift rafts to modified speedboats, and even a few silver-grade battleships. Tens of thousands of vessels stretched across the horizon, sealing off the ocean for dozens of kilometers in every direction. On every deck stood players, clutching weapons, their gazes hostile. The sheer killing intent emanating from this mass of tens of thousands of players seemed to freeze the air itself. Oh my God, Su Wanqing muttered, her hand clutching a wine glass, stopping midair. Where did all these ships come from? Lin Qingxue and Lin Qinghan rushed up to the deck as well, their faces drained of color. Huang Yimei, shaken, hid behind me, trembling slightly. She was a saint who had survived the fierce battle at Spirit Island. But this modern mechanical armada before her was an entirely different kind of overwhelming force. I took a deep breath and composed myself, though my expression darkened. Damn it, has hell broken loose? How long had I even been gone? Weren't the major guilds decimated during our last encounter? And this setup, this was 10 times the scale of the previous allied fleet. Nobody panic. I exhaled slowly, forcing myself to calm down. Soon enough, I noticed a few things. The sheer number of vessels was intimidating, but their formation was a mess. Most of the ships were packed with malnourished, poorly equipped players. More importantly, while they had us surrounded, not a single one of them dared to approach. They were afraid. At the front of the encirclement, four luxurious ships began to cruise toward us. To the Golden Class yacht. It looked a bit familiar. The moment I caught sight of the faces on the deck, my gaze turned icy. Xiang Kuan, Gao Yuan, Chun Guang, and Lin Feng. These brainless fools. They actually dared to show up in front of me again. And this time, even more brazenly. Each surrounded by 3 layers of black-clad bodyguards armed with AKs. Yet despite all that, they only had the guts to stop 100 meters away. From across the distance, Lin Feng grabbed a loudspeaker, his voice nearly maniacal. Haha, Jiangchun, Huang Yimei. Bet you didn't expect this, did you? I, Lin Feng, am back. I've been waiting for you two here for quite some time now. What an idiot, Su Wanqing cursed under her breath. She couldn't figure it out. This fool had been so scared last time he was on his knees, begging for his life. How had he bounced back so quickly to act this cocky? Brother Jiangchun, Lin Qingxue frowned. Want me to grab him and make him wet his pants again? Lin Qinghan didn't say a word. Threads of black aura had already begun swirling at her fingertips. Only Huang Yimei looked ghastly pale the moment she saw those men. I'm so sorry, Jiangchun. It's all my fault, she whispered, her voice as quiet as a mosquito's hum. If only I didn't plead for mercy on their behalf last time. I glanced at her but said nothing. Some lessons can only be learned through a personal, bloody price. In a post-apocalyptic world, a bleeding heart attitude is the last thing anyone needs. Perhaps today's lesson would not be such a bad thing for her. My focus shifted back to the other side. Lin Feng, Xiang Kuan, Chun Guang, Gao Yuan. 4 familiar faces, not one missing. All of them wearing expressions of sinister triumph, as if they'd narrowly escaped one calamity and were now poised to take revenge. My frown deepened. This wasn't as simple as it seemed. These 4 pieces of trash, they wouldn't dare come after me again, not even if you handed them 10 lives to play with. And there's no way they could pull off an operation of this scale. Thousands of ships, tens of thousands of players, and those elite gunmen with AKs. There had to be someone behind them. Jiangchun, what's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Too scared to talk. Lin Feng grew even more brash. I'm telling you, times have changed. You think you're still the ruler of the seas? Huh. To us, you're nothing but a lamb waiting for slaughter. Xiang Kuan snatched the mic, looking down condescendingly. Your 2 fists can't fight off all these hands. Look around you. These tens of thousands of brothers here. If each one spits on you, you drown. Be smart for once. Hand over Huang Yimei and the secrets of that immortal island right now. Then break your own arms, kneel, and beg for forgiveness. Maybe, just maybe, we'll leave an intact body behind for you. Chun Guang and Gao Yuan both chimed in with their taunts, acting like my life was already firmly in their grasp. The girls on my ship. Her face turned bright red. Those bastards. Su Wanqing gritted her teeth. Jiangchun, stop wasting time. Lin Qingxue's eyes flashed coldly. Let Qinghan and me go out there. We'll cut their tongues out. Not necessary. I finally spoke. My voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unusual calmness, as if those thousands of enemies in front of us were nothing more than air in my eyes. I looked at the 4 pitiful clowns with interest and said flatly, "Finished talking? Good. Now it's my turn." I picked up the microphone, my pace measured and unhurried. First off, I admire your courage. Idiots like you, who forget pain and remember only the meal, are becoming a rare breed these days. Second, I'm genuinely curious. Who gave you the audacity to think you could come and challenge me again? With those ragtag fools behind you who can't even feed themselves? My voice echoed across every ship, each word dripping with unmistakable contempt. Puffed. Lin Qingxue was the first to burst into laughter. Su Wanqing and Huang Yimei couldn't hold back their giggles either. It was satisfying, deeply satisfying. On the other side, Xiang Kuan and his cronies looked as if they'd just swallowed a fly, their faces turning an unsightly shade of livid. You're asking for it. Lin Feng's entire body shook with anger. He pointed a trembling finger at me before roaring. Brothers, did you all hear that? This punk has no respect for us. He called us a band of nobodies. Today, we'll show him what us nobodies can do. We'll rip him apart. Lin Feng's inflammatory words immediately ignited the surrounding players. Most of them had joined for the lure of profits and promises, and many didn't even know who I was. All they knew was that taking down this luxury yacht would mean loot and women to seize. Kill him. Take all of his supplies. Profane shouts combined into a booming chorus, as if they were about to drown out the Hope's engines. Yet in the face of this tsunami of voices, my expression remained impassive. I even dug a finger into my ear. Noisy. Then, fixing my gaze firmly on Xiang Kuan, I let a faint, amused smile tug at the corner of my lips. Xiang Kuan, you still don't get the situation. You really think dragging a group of trash here is enough to scare me? I'll give you one last chance. Tell me who's backing you. Because if you don't, this will end worse for you than last time. My words made Xiang Kuan visibly flinch. The fear the Lin sisters had instilled in him during our last encounter came flooding back like an unrelenting tide. He stumbled back a step, his bravado fizzling out like a deflated balloon. He opened his mouth, but it was as if an invisible hand squeezed his throat, silencing him entirely. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly chimed in. There's no need to guess. No one's backing us. He arrogantly waved his hand and pointed at Xiang Kuan's group, full of swagger. Slowing down, these old dogs? They're nothing more than my subordinates now. What? Everyone on the ship froze in place. Su Wanqing's brows knitted tightly. Impossible. Those sly old foxes like Xiang Kuan. How could they be taking orders from an idiot like Lin Feng? It made absolutely no sense. But in the next moment, Lin Feng's sudden action shocked everyone. With a swift wave of his hand, he shouted into the cabin. Two men in black suits dragged out a woman, her body covered in blood. Her disheveled hair hung loosely, her clothes torn, and her arms and face were marked with dark bruises, evidence of severe torment. The moment her face came into view, Huang Yimei's pupils constricted as if struck by lightning. Dujia, she let out a panicked cry, rushing 2 steps forward, gripping the rail tightly. The one who had been dragged out was none other than Duhua. In her current state, there wasn't a hint of the powerful businesswoman she once was. Weakened, she slumped against the 2 men holding her up, her head hanging limply. Dujia, wake up. Please wake up. Huang Yimei burst into tears, clutching my arm as though begging for her life. Her voice quivered as she sobbed. Jiang Chun, help her. I'm begging you. I frowned deeply, looking at Du Hua's miserable state, then at the shiny golden desert eagle pressed against her temple. My face darkened with a grim severity. Though Du Hua wasn't exactly a close ally, she and I had fought side by side once. The gun was now aimed straight at her head, and there was a gap of several hundred meters between the 2 ships. Even though we were third-tier extraordinary beings, no speed could outpace a bullet. One move of their finger, and she would be gone. Saving her from under the barrel of a gun hundreds of meters away, it was almost an impossible task. I could tell that Huang Yimei was already blaming herself. If she hadn't pleaded for Xiang Kuan's mercy the last time, none of this would be happening now. But it was too late to dwell on what-ifs. Ha! Jiang Chen, are you scared now? Lin Feng's voice rang out mockingly. He grabbed Du Hua's chin, forcing her to lift her bruised face so everyone on the ship could see the damage done. You want to save her? It's simple. Hand over Huang Yimei in exchange. The moment these words left his mouth, a flicker of delight unexpectedly flashed through the eyes of Su Wanqing and the Lin sisters. Su Wanqing leaned in close to my ear, speaking quickly and quietly. Jiang Chun, this is the chance. Lin Feng doesn't know Yimei is an extraordinary being too. Lin Qingxue quickly nodded, chiming in. Exactly, brother Jiang Chun. Let Yimei go over and pretend to be a hostage. Once she's close, she can take him down instantly and save Dujia. The plan was straightforward, an extraordinary third-tier being dealing with an ordinary person up close. It would be a guaranteed success. But I didn't smile. I stared intently at Lin Feng's smug face. My frown grew deeper and deeper. Something was off. Lin Feng isn't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed, but having been scared out of his wits by the Lin sisters' angelic forms last time, you'd think he'd come better prepared this time, right? I doubt it. Something smells fishy here. Have you decided yet? Lin Feng's voice rang out, brimming with impatience. I'm giving you 1 more minute. If Huang Yimei doesn't come over in a minute, I'll break this woman's leg first. No, I agree. I'll trade places with her. Huang Yimei, looking at Du Hua's deathly pale face, could no longer hold back. She shouted across the way, her mind focused entirely on saving her. She wasn't thinking about traps or schemes at all. Yimei, Don't be reckless. Su Wanqing grabbed her arm. Jiang Chun hasn't said anything yet. Lin Qingxue and Lin Qinghan flanked her protectively. But Sister Du. Huang Yimei's eyes were brimming with tears, ready to spill over. Trust Jiang Chun. Su Wanqing gripped her hand tightly. Sure enough, as soon as Huang Yimei agreed, Lin Feng didn't rejoice. Instead, laughter burst out of him, as if he'd just heard the most absurd joke. Ha ha, you agreed so easily? What? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? His laughter morphed into a frosty smirk in no time. You all just came back from the secret realm. I'm not dumb enough to gamble on whether or not you've gained extraordinary powers. It was like a bucket of ice water poured over them, extinguishing any glimmer of hope. He'd already anticipated everything. Then what the hell do you want? Huang Yimei practically screamed. It's simple, Lin Feng said with maddening calm. I want you to become an official member of my crew. Accept my crew invitation, and I'll let Du Hua go. A crew invitation? Su Wanqing turned as pale as a ghost. She grabbed Huang Yimei's arm tightly, her voice trembling. Yimei, whatever you do, don't agree. Crew members must unconditionally obey their captain. That's the system's ultimate rule. He could even order you to commit suicide, and you wouldn't be able to resist. This isn't a hostage exchange. It's shoving you right into the fire. Unconditional obedience. Even to the point of being ordered to die. Huang Yimei froze. She stood there motionless, as a chill crept up her spine and into her very soul. She finally grasped it. This wasn't a choice. It was a no-win scenario. Either she stood by as Du Hua died in front of her, or she plunged herself into an abyss with no way out, forever a slave, her life no longer her own. She shut her eyes as 2 streams of tears rolled down her face. On one side, her friend's life. On the other, her freedom. It was just too cruel. Aboard the Hope, the mood hit absolute zero. The Lin sisters were trembling with rage, their eyes burning with murderous intent. Su Wanqing clung to Huang Yimei for dear life. And me? I breathed a long sigh of relief. My entire body felt lighter. I smiled. I really thought he'd wised up for once. Turns out, that's all he's got. I'd overestimated him. This idiot. The so-called stalemate is full of flaws in my eyes. I turned to look at a conflicted and distressed Huang Yimei and spoke calmly. Agree to his terms. What? Jiang Chun, what did you just say? Brother Jiang Chun. The girls all froze in shock, staring at me like I'd lost my mind. Su Wanqing was the first to jump up and rush toward me. Jiang Chun, are you crazy? That's a crew contract. You're pushing Yimei into the fire pit. I waved my hand dismissively, signaling them to move further away from the ship's railing. In a quieter corner, I lowered my voice and laid out the entire plan. Calm down and listen to me. Lin Feng's move is indeed exploiting a loophole in the system's rules to gain complete control over Yimei. But he's overlooked one crucial detail. Executing an order has a prerequisite. A prerequisite? Su Wanqing paused mid-thought. Yes, the prerequisite is that you must have full consciousness. Can an unconscious person carry out a captain's order? Su Wanqing's eyes lit up as understanding dawned. My plan is straightforward. I cut to the chase. Step 1. Yimei pretends to agree and accept his invitation. Step 2. The moment the hostage exchange is complete, Yimei, you immediately knock yourself out as fast as possible. Knock yourself out. Lin Qingxue blinked, processing what I just said. Exactly. An unconscious person cannot receive or execute commands. And then, Lin Qinghan pressed for more details. A glint of cold determination flashed in my eyes. Then, it's our turn. Once we confirm you're unconscious, I'll take Qingxue and Qinghan, and we'll storm Lin Feng's ship at full speed, destroying his vessel and taking down his crew. The moment the captain dies, the contract is automatically voided, and Yimei will be safe. Simple, direct, and brutally effective. Exploiting the rules loophole while relying on overwhelming force to create a flawless gap in timing. The girls were left dumbfounded, jaws practically hitting the floor. The game could be played like this? Knocking someone out to bypass commands. Such an unorthodox approach. Yet, when you think about it, it's undeniably logical. But isn't this too dangerous? Su Wanqing still couldn't help but worry. If Yimei's alone on their ship and we don't make it in time. Relax. I cut her off. I've considered all the risks. Yimei is a Tier 3 superhuman. Even unconscious, ordinary weapons can't harm her. The only real threat would be those two Barrett sniper rifles. As long as we're fast enough, they won't have time to react. The tension visibly melted from everyone's faces. From the enemy's psychology, to our team's strengths, to every meticulous detail. I had covered everything with no room for error. What seemed like an unsolvable stalemate had now been flipped into the perfect opportunity to counterattack. I get it now. Su Wanqing clapped her hands in realization. That idiot Lin Feng knows about the existence of superhumans, but has absolutely no idea how powerful a Tier 3 is. He thought a piece of paper contract could bind Ime. How deluded. They're absolutely outrageous. Brother Jiangchen, you're amazing. Lin Qingshue's eyes sparkled with admiration. Lin Qinghan said nothing, but the trust in her gaze towards me was unmistakable. Ime, what do you think? I finally turned to her. No matter how solid the plan was, the most crucial part depended on her. She needed to muster the courage. Huang Ime took a deep breath, locking her gaze with mine. Fear, confusion, and pain seemed to dissipate in that moment. I understand. Jiangchen, we'll do it your way. All right, I nodded. Go ahead. Remember, be decisive. She gave a firm nod and turned, heading toward the ship's bow. The sea breeze whipped across her face. She stared at Lin Feng, whose smug and ugly grin only fueled her determination. Using all her might, she shouted, Lin Feng, I agree. I'm willing to become one of your crew members. Lin Feng's face lit up with a triumphant smile. Ha 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 ha. Good. Very good. Huang Yimei, you've made the smartest decision of your life. Beside him, Xiang Kuan, Chen Guang, and Gao Yuan all wore expressions of relief and smugness. In their minds, controlling Huang Yimei meant having leverage against me. Since you agreed, no need for unnecessary chatter. Lin Feng impatiently opened the game interface and sent her a crew invitation. Accepted. A glowing blue screen appeared before Huang Yimei. Player Lin Feng has invited you to officially join his vessel, Fury Wind. Do you accept? Warning. Accepting this means unconditional obedience to the captain's orders. Seeing the bold red text, Huang Yimei's heart jolted slightly. But thinking about my plan, and about Du Hua, who was still suffering, her resolve strengthened. Without hesitation, her finger pressed accept. Ding. You have successfully joined Fury Wind. Captain, Lin Feng. The moment the contract was sealed, Lin Feng burst into elation. He could even sense Yimei's position and emotions. This newfound ability to control her life and fate sent shivers of excitement through him. Ha 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 ha. It worked. Jiang Chen. Huang Yimei is now one of my crew. What tricks do you have left? Ignoring him, I coldly replied. Where is he? I've done my part. Now it's your turn to keep your promise. Don't be so hasty. Lin Feng chuckled darkly. A promise is a promise. Bring him out. Despite the words, a malicious plan brewed in his mind. As soon as Yimei got closer, he'd order her to cripple herself, making her completely lose any combat ability. A small speedboat was released from the back of his luxurious yacht. Two men clad in black carried a weakened Du Hua onto it. On our side, the Hope released a vessel as well. Yimei, be careful, Su Wanqing reminded her. Don't worry, Wanqing, Huang Yimei replied firmly. Mei returned her a reassuring smile, took a deep breath, and leapt onto the speedboat. The two speedboats shot forward like arrows released from a bow, carving two white trails across the ocean as they sped toward each other. Tens of thousands of players held their breath, their eyes locked on the scene in utter silence. They didn't understand anything about crew contracts or extraordinary powers. All they could see was the famous star, Mei Huang, an ethereal goddess-like figure, bravely heading alone toward the group of ruthless enemies. I stood at the bow of the boat, arms crossed, my sharp gaze like that of a hawk, fixated on the exact point where the two speedboats would meet. The energy within me had already started to flow, ready and surging. My battle armor was prepared to envelop me at any moment. 100 meters away, both speedboats came to a stop. Push her over, one of the guards barked. The guard roughly shoved Du Hua toward Mei Huang's boat. Mei's reflexes were sharp, and she quickly reached out, catching Du Hua just as she was about to fall into the sea. Sister Du, are you okay? Mei asked worriedly. Slowly, Du Hua lifted her head. A faint glimmer of light flickered in her cloudy eyes. Her lips parted as though to speak, but no words came out. "It's your turn now," the opposing side demanded impatiently. Mei gave Du Hua one last glance before leaping decisively onto the enemy speedboat. The hostage exchange was complete. Ha ha ha. Thunderous laughter erupted from Lin Feng's yacht. "She's back. Jiang Chun, your woman now belongs to me." Grabbing the microphone, he prepared to issue his most sinister command. And just then, Mei Huang, who had just steadied herself, abruptly turned around. Without hesitation, she locked her eyes on the sturdy metal railing beside her and rammed her head into it. Thud! The dull sound echoed with chilling clarity across the noisy waters. Every smile froze in place. Mei Huang collapsed weakly onto the deck, completely unconscious. The plan was a success. Lin Feng's face darkened instantly. He pointed at me and unleashed a furious tirade. "Jiang Chun, what kind of trickery is this?" At last, he understood the unconscious state. "I used this method to sidestep the binding force of the crew contract's orders. Hurry, wake her up. Throw water on her." Too late. My voice rang out coldly, devoid of any emotion, carrying effortlessly across the bow. As soon as the last word fell, a silver-white stream of light burst forth from my body. Buzz! The light spread like flowing liquid metal, covering me in an instant. Helmet, chest plate, arm guards, battle boots, every part fit seamlessly. The armor of the future era combat suit was now fully equipped. At my side, Lin Qingxue and Lin Qinghan moved simultaneously. Holy Descent, Dark Awakening. Their clear, resolute voices reverberated across the sky. A burst of pure and sacred white light erupted from Lin Qingxue's body, while an ominous, dark radiance surged outward from Lin Qinghan. Amid the dazzling lights, two massive pairs of wings unfurled dramatically from the sisters' backs. One pair formed purely of radiant light, warm and divine. A pair of wings woven from pitch-black energy, their edges shrouded in dark mist. Two opposing yet equally overwhelming auras clashed, suffocating the entire sea with their presence. The air seemed to freeze solid. What is that? Wings? Angels? Holy crap! Is that divine beings descending from the heavens? Countless people rubbed their eyes, thinking they were hallucinating. Yet those massive wings that blotted out the sun and that suffocating pressure were terrifyingly real. In the blink of an eye, we pushed off the deck with a swift motion, rocketing into the sky. No aircraft, no contraptions, just raw, unbridled power lifting us higher. Panic spread like wildfire across the fleet. Countless individuals dropped to their knees on the decks, bowing frantically toward the silhouettes in the sky. "Stop them! Fire! Shoot them down!" Lin Feng's voice roared with sheer desperation. His black-clad guards struggled to raise their AKs, spraying a barrage of bullets toward the sky in a frenzied panic. Rat-a-tat-ta-ta. A torrent of firepower intertwined in the air, creating a metal storm meant to tear anything apart. But to us in this moment, it wasn't even worth dodging. I didn't bother evading, flying straight into the swarm of bullets without hesitation. Clink, clang. Bullets struck my armor but failed to even leave a scratch, ricocheting uselessly away. The Lin sisters were even more extraordinary. They simply raised shields of light and darkness in front of them, and any bullets that got close dissolved into nothingness. Several hundred meters of distance felt like mere seconds to us. Three figures descended from the sky. Boom! The entire hurricane ship lurched downward as if it was about to split apart. The groaning of the strained vessel echoed ominously. The three of us landed in a triangular formation on the deck, slamming down with such force that the impact created three massive craters. The shockwave alone sent over a dozen guards flying. Amidst the wreckage, we stood in silence. One donned in glistening silver armor, a futuristic war god. Two others unfurling radiant wings like beings straight out of myth. The ruthless aura we exuded made it hard for anyone nearby to breathe. Lin Feng's knees gave out, and with a helpless thud, he collapsed to the ground, terror written all over his face. He finally realized the magnitude of the monstrous existence he had dared provoke. "No, don't come any closer." I didn't spare him a glance. A man about to die wasn't worth my attention. My eyes swept over the paralyzed guards, my voice cold and devoid of emotion as it echoed from behind the helmet. "Qingxue, Qinghan, leave no one alive. Understood, Brother Jiang Chun. Murderous intent surged in the Lin sisters' eyes. The rage they had been suppressing for so long finally found its outlet. Divine judgment. Lin Qingshue's sword of holy light burst with a blinding radiance as she leapt into the fray with a powerful flap of her wings. As her blade sliced through the air, a guard was instantly engulfed in pure white flames. The fire didn't radiate heat, but it carried an overwhelming sense of purification, the power to dissolve everything. A scream barely lasted a second before the man was consumed by white flames, disappearing into nothingness with not even ashes left behind. On the other side, Lin Qinghan's methods were even more chillingly strange. Darkness, decay. With a gentle slash of the Black Soul sword, an inky, venomous arc of sword energy slithered like a serpent into a guard's body. He didn't even have time to react before his eyes widened in horror as he watched his own body begin to rot and dissolve right before him, visible to the naked eye. Skin, flesh, organs, all melted away with a smoky sizzle and wisps of green vapor. Unable to even cry out, he could only watch helplessly as he was reduced to a puddle of black sludge and a pile of white bones. One reduced to nothingness, the other to a skeleton. Two utterly terrifying acts of slaughter shattered any remaining composure in the hearts of the onlookers. Demons. They're demons. Run. I don't want to die. The remaining guards completely broke down, throwing away their weapons and fleeing in all directions. Some tried to leap overboard into the ocean. Others scrambled to hide within the ship's cabin. But against two transcendent Tier 3 beings, any form of resistance, no matter how desperate, was utterly futile. The sisters moved like elegant yet deadly reapers, their figures flickering and intertwining across the deck. Each flash of light marked the end of another life. This wasn't a battle. It was a massacre, one without hope or resistance. And me? From beginning to end, I merely remained a cold, indifferent observer. Step by step, unhurried and deliberate, I walked toward Lin Feng, who lay paralyzed on the ground. My footsteps weren't loud, yet each one slammed into his chest like the weight of 1,000 hammers. Lin Feng was utterly petrified. He watched as his elite forces were cut down by two teenage girls as though they were nothing more than paper. His mind was no longer capable of rational thought. It was over. Everything was over. He finally understood. He had been wrong from the very beginning. He'd thought that with thousands of men at his back, he could finally wipe his slate clean. But what he had failed to see was the insurmountable gap between him and me, a gap too vast to bridge with numbers or schemes. This was the chasm between mortals and gods. As the silver battle armor drew closer, Lin Feng wanted to beg for mercy, to kneel in desperate submission, but it was as if an invisible hand clutched at his throat. Not a single word escaped. Fear consumed him, his reason, his dignity, everything swallowed whole by terror. Finally, I stood before him, my combat boots halting just inches away. The icy, towering shadow of my presence completely enveloped him. With great effort, he slowly raised his head, and through the helmet's visor, it was as though he caught a glimpse of eyes that regarded the living with cold indifference, as if they were nothing. My hand reached out slowly, coiling around his throat like an unyielding steel vice. The crushing force of my grip seemed to jolt him out of his fear, allowing him a sliver of clarity amidst the terror. Ugh, Jiang. Jiang. He struggled to force out the name, the one that would haunt him in regret for the rest of his life, though that wouldn't be very long. I didn't give him the opportunity. Crack. The sharp snap of bone echoed harshly across the silent deck. The light in his wide, terrified eyes faded instantly, his head lolling to the side at an unnatural angle. I released my grip. Release. The lifeless body crumpled to the ground like a pile of wet mud. The man who had just moments ago stood so arrogantly, believing he had everything under control, now lay dead, silent and unremarkable. Greed blinds people to their own limitations. He died learning a cruel truth. Some differences in power can't be bridged by numbers alone. Clean. Swift. Not a trace of hesitation. I didn't spare the body another glance. Slowly, I turned around, my eyes locking on the three golden yachts in the distance. Xiang Kuan, Chen Guang, Gao Yuan. They'd been frozen on their decks since the moment we landed, standing stock still like three petrified statues. When my gaze swept over them, Xiang Kuan's throat bobbed as his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, his face pale as a sheet. Chen Guang and Gao Yuan gripped the yacht's railing tightly, shaking so violently they could barely stay upright. Run, run. I could see it in their eyes. That was the only thought left in their minds. Yet fear rooted their bodies to the spot, like lead was weighing them down. I raised a finger, pointing at them. Bring those three old fools to me. Yes, sir. Just as Lin Qingxue and Lin Qinghan finished dispatching the last guard on the Tempest, their wings unfurled, and the two sisters took to the skies, shooting straight toward the three yachts. They're coming for us. Start the engine. Go. Now. Desperation finally overpowered their fear. The three scrambled into the control rooms, clawing to reverse the ships and flee at full speed. Engines roared to life, leaving frothy white trails in their wake. But against angels who could fly, their full speed was laughable, no faster than a crawling turtle. The Lin sisters didn't even bother giving chase. Hovering midair, they watched from above as the yachts fled in frantic disarray. Lin Qingxue slowly raised her holy light sword, the blade glowing as radiant energy gathered and surged into an enormous, dazzling sword tens of meters long. Strike. The energy sword slashed downward. Boom. One of the Golden-class yachts, built entirely from steel, was cleaved clean in half, the destruction as effortless as a hot knife slicing through butter. Flames and explosions engulfed the remains, shooting skyward. On the other end, Lin Qinghan extended a single hand toward the fleeing ships. Shadow vortex. Dark energy spheres materialized beneath the remaining two yachts, swirling violently and ripping open enormous whirlpools in the ocean. The suction force was horrifyingly strong. Help us! Chen Guang and Gao Yuan's screams didn't even finish before their yachts were forcefully dragged under, swallowed whole by the sea. The entire thing took no more than 10 seconds. Just like that, the three most valuable vessels in the C-95-27 waters were gone. The Lin sisters clapped their hands, as if they'd just completed a trivial chore, turning back to return to me. Wait, I interrupted. I raised a brow. I said to bring me the people. Who told you to sink the ships too? Ah. Lin Qingxue froze for a moment before sticking out her tongue apologetically. Sorry, Brother Jiangchun. I didn't mean to lose control for a second. Lin Qinghan also lowered her head silently. Forget it, I shook my head. Go fish them out. Anyone alive, bring them back to the Hope. I still have use for them. On the surface of the ocean, tens of thousands of players fell into utter chaos after Xiang Kuan and his men were killed, scattering in every direction. A disorganized mob. I couldn't be bothered with them. I bent down carefully and lifted Huang Yimei, unconscious, into my arms. Her body felt light, carrying a faint, clean fragrance. I glanced at her peaceful, sleeping face. Hopefully, this lesson will truly help her grow. The thrusters on my battle armor ignited with a soft blue flame, launching me into the sky like a rocket as I made my way back to the Hope. Jiang Chun. How's Yimei? Su Wanqing rushed forward immediately. Behind her was the recently rescued Du Hua. His face was deathly pale, clearly from excessive blood loss. She's fine. She passed out from her own doing. A little rest will do her good. I carefully handed Huang Yimei over to her. That's a relief. Su Wanqing sighed in relief, settling Huang Yimei carefully onto a couch on the deck before turning to give the command. Activate the spirit cannon. Target, Gale. Begin charging. The deck at the bow of the Hope slowly split apart as a massive cannon barrel emerged, covered in intricate, glowing runes. At the mouth of the cannon, a blue sphere of energy rapidly condensed and compressed. Hum, hum, hum. A low, resonating hum of energy expanded through the air. The fleeing players in the distance saw this and were terrified out of their wits. What is that monster? It's over. They're going to wipe us all out. Panic soared to its peak as every ship desperately tried to flee. Charging complete. Fire. Boom. A blue pillar of energy tore through the sky, slamming directly into the gale. The Golden Grade yacht was as fragile as a piece of paper in the face of the beam, not lasting even a fraction of a second. The hull, the deck, the bodies, the debris, Everything was instantly obliterated, leaving not even the faintest trace. As the light faded, only a few scattered remnants floated on the surface, accompanied by the lingering smell of charred destruction. The Lin sisters flew back down from the sky, landing on the deck. This time, they weren't empty-handed. Each sister clutched Xiang Kuan, Chen Guang, and Gao Yuan like they were helpless chicks, pulling them out from the sea. Thud! The three men were unceremoniously dropped onto the deck, drenched and miserably resembling three drowned rats. As soon as they saw me, all three scrambled to their knees and crawled over, banging their heads on the deck in frantic desperation. President Jiang, please spare us. We were wrong. We'll never do it again. It was Lin Feng. He forced us. We had no choice. I said nothing. The atmosphere on the deck felt heavy and stifling. Xiang Kuan and the other two knelt on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. Su Wanqing was using the medical supplies from the kit to treat the horrifying wounds on Du Hua. I didn't rush them, nor did I say a word. I just stood quietly at the bow of the ship, gazing at that couch covered by a blanket. Huang Yimei was lying there, her brow tightly furrowed. Even in her unconscious state, it was as if she could feel the unease. I could roughly guess what had happened. I also knew how much of a blow today's events would be for her. But maybe that's for the best. Instead of wasting my breath lecturing her 1,000 times, it's better to let her see for herself what kind of consequences her so-called kind decision had sown. Some lessons, no matter how many times others try to teach you, don't stick as well as the sting of falling flat on your face. The seconds ticked by. Huang Yimei finally opened her eyes, though her gaze was initially dazed. Yimei, you're awake. Su Wanqing quickly set aside what she was doing and approached her. Wanqing. Huang Yimei sat up, rubbing her throbbing temples. Where am I? What about Sister Du? Did we save her? She suddenly recalled everything that had happened. Her face turned ghostly pale in an instant. Don't worry. Sister Du is all right. We saved her. Su Wanqing reassured her, pointing at Du Hua, who was still unconscious but was now safe. Seeing Du Hua lying there out of danger let Huang Yimei's heart settle, if only halfway. But as her gaze swept across the deck to the other side, she caught sight of the three disheveled figures kneeling, and her expression immediately froze. Xiang Kuan, Chen Guang, Gao Yuan. Her eyes turned icy in an instant. In her mind flashed Lin Feng's arrogant grin, Du Hua's pitiful figure used as a hostage, and the reckless risk I'd asked her to take in order to save someone. A surge of anger and lingering fear welled up in her heart. She stood slowly, step by step, walking toward the three. Her high heels clicked on the deck, clack, 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 each sound falling heavily on their hearts. Why? Her voice was soft, but carried a bone-chilling coldness. I pleaded on your behalf, got Jiang Chun to spare your lives. And this is how you repay me. Miss Huang, we were wrong. We were so wrong. Xiang Kuan suddenly raised his head, his weathered face wet with tears and snot. It wasn't us. Lin Feng. That beast Lin Feng forced us. Forced you? Huang Yimei let out a cold laugh. You didn't seem very coerced when you willingly followed him back then. No. It wasn't like that. Gao Yuan frantically tried to explain. Please, you have to listen to us. I silently watched all of this unfold, saying nothing. Walking over to the couch, I sat down, poured myself a glass of water, and finally spoke in an unhurried tone. All right, enough with the crying. The cries of the three came to an abrupt halt as their voices dwindled. Their bodies froze in place, and they stared at me, their faces pale with terror. I picked up my cup of water, gently blew on the steam rising from it, and let my calm gaze settle on Xiang Kuan. I'm the kind of person who appreciates honesty, I said plainly. You've seen it for yourselves. I'm not exactly brimming with patience. And my crew? They're even less forgiving. So here's the deal. Lay everything out. Tell me exactly what happened, down to the last detail. If I like what I hear, maybe I'll let you live. But if you even try to feed me a single lie. I paused, letting a cold smile play at the corners of my lips. You've already seen what Qing Han is capable of. She's got plenty more tricks, and trust me, she can make your deaths unforgettable. Very, very memorable. The three of them stiffened instantly, like their blood had turned to ice. A chilling shiver seemed to crawl up their spines, all the way to the top of their heads. There wasn't an ounce of doubt in their minds. I meant every word I said. Just minutes earlier, they'd witnessed the one-sided massacre, seen those terrifying, grotesque deaths firsthand. Those scenes would follow them to the grave as unshakable nightmares. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Xiang Kuan's mental defenses crumbled completely, and he began spilling his words like a broken dam. President Jiang, Miss Huang, when you let us go last time, we really intended to lay low somewhere. We swore we wouldn't dare to cross you again. But before long, Lin Feng came looking for us. Lin Feng, Su Wanning furrowed her brows. Isn't he the one who practically wet himself in fear last time and ran off with his tail between his legs? Now he's got the nerve to come after you. This time's different, Chen Guang cut in, his voice shaking violently. The Lin Feng we encountered isn't the same as before. His old man, the one stationed in a different sector, finally established contact with him. His old man? I asked, my interest piqued. Yeah. Xiang Kuan nodded frantically. His dad supplied him with loads of resources, gold-tier schematics, rare materials, you name it. Lin Feng's strength just shot through the roof. He quickly put together a crew and became the leader of the biggest faction in the entire C-95-27 sector. That Stormwind ship of his. It got upgraded to gold tier step by step, all thanks to the materials and designs his dad provided. The expressions of the girls standing on the deck grew increasingly tense as the gravity of what they'd just heard began to sink in. None of them had expected Lin Feng to have such a powerful backer in his corner. And that's all it took for you crafty old snakes to fall in line and lick his boots? I asked, my voice dripping with sarcasm. No, that's not it. Xiang Kuan's face turned a deep shade of purple, a mix of shame and dread that nearly rendered him speechless. Struggling to form the words, he finally drew a deep, shaky breath, as though steeling himself for a painful confession. After building his power, Lin Feng came after us first. That night, he led dozens of his men to surround our ship. He didn't say much, just dragged a living, breathing man in front of us and drowned him in the sea right before our eyes. Alive. Only after that did he smile and ask us one simple question. Do you want to stay alive and join me in ruling the seas, or it's about feeding fish at the bottom of the sea? The atmosphere on the deck instantly dropped several notches in temperature. Huang Yimei and Su Wanqing's faces showed undeniable shock and disbelief. In their impression, while Lin Feng was arrogant and foolish, he was, at worst, a spoiled second-generation rich kid. When did he become so ruthless and cold-blooded, treating human lives as insignificant as grass? Gao Yuan picked up the conversation, his voice filled with lingering fear. From that moment on, we knew Lin Feng was no longer the same Lin Feng. The way he looked at us, it was like looking at three stray dogs. He said his father gave him a mission to unite all forces in the C-95-27 region. You either submit or vanish. He stole a glance at me. My face remained expressionless. We couldn't fight him, so we had no choice but to agree. So you became his henchman, I said evenly, my tone devoid of any trace of emotion. Helping him swallow up guilds and expand his power. Yes. Chen Guang's head hung low, his voice barely audible, like the buzzing of a mosquito. When it comes to management and resource integration, we're indeed better than that idiot Lin Feng. His resources, our expertise. The Whirlwind Alliance snowballed, growing larger and larger. Huang Yimei listened silently, her face gradually darkening with realization. She finally understood how Lin Feng had managed to rise so rapidly again. It turned out that behind it all were these three old men, the ones she had, out of kindness, let go back then. It was she who had armed the wolf with sharper claws. He expanded his powers so much, just to take revenge on me? I asked with a faint calmness. That's only one reason. Xiang Kuan gritted his teeth, spilling everything. Lin Feng never lets go of grudges. After suffering such a massive loss at your hands before, he vowed to get revenge 100-fold. He said he'd catch you, make you kneel and beg him for mercy, and then, in front of your eyes, do unspeakable things to every woman aboard the Hope. Two sudden waves of icy, bone-chilling killing intent locked onto him. Xiang Kuan jerked his head up, only to meet the seething, furious eyes of Lin Qingxue and Lin Qinghan, eyes that practically spat fire. Say that again? Lin Qinghan's voice squeezed out between clenched teeth. No, no, no. It was that bastard Lin Feng who said it. It has nothing to do with me. Xiang Kuan was terrified, frantically waving his hands in denial. That's enough. I raised my hand to stop the sisters and looked at Xiang Kuan, eyes glinting with a hint of amusement. And the other reason? Don't tell me he went to all this trouble just for revenge. Xiang Kuan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, averting his gaze from Huang Yimei. There's also Miss Huang. Lin Feng is determined to capture her no matter what, he stammered, his voice dropping further. To force you to show yourself, he came up with the most sinister plan. He set his sights on targeting Du Hua, the person Miss Huang is closest to. Boom. That sentence hit like a thunderbolt, exploded in Huang Yimei's mind like a bomb. Her body swayed slightly, and her face turned deathly pale in an instant. So that's how it is. Du Hua suffered this senseless calamity entirely because of her. Lin Feng attacked and tormented Du Hua only to use her as bait to lure Huang Yimei out. A crushing guilt, sharp as the coldest blade, stabbed deep into her heart. You animals. Huang Yimei's eyes grew red in an instant, and she pointed at the three men, her voice trembling violently. Sister Du had no enmity with you. How could you do this to her? Miss Huang, you're misunderstanding us. We tried to stop Lin Feng, but he's completely lost it. He'd kill anyone who tried to reason with him. We couldn't do anything to stop him. The three wailed and scrambled to plead their case. But every word they spoke sounded so pathetically hollow to Huang Yimei. Couldn't stop him? If not for the fact that you helped him consolidate power, schemed for him, backed him up, how could that idiot single-handedly establish such a massive alliance in such a short time? At the root of this, the three of you are nothing but accomplices. Huang Yimei bit down hard on her lip, tasting blood. Just then, a faint but familiar voice called out behind her. Yimei. She spun around abruptly. Du Hua, supported by Su Wanning, was struggling to stand. Sister Du, stay still. Huang Yimei rushed over to steady her swaying, frail body. Du Hua's lips were parched and cracked, her complexion as pale as paper. But her eyes burned bright with an unmistakable hatred, a hatred that ran deeper than words could describe. She slowly raised a trembling hand, pointing at the three kneeling men. Is it true? Her voice was weak, yet each painstaking syllable landed on Huang Yimei's chest like a hammer. Lin Feng killed everyone in my guild, just to lure you out. Huang Yimei opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Deny it? The brutal truth was laid bare before their eyes. Admit it? How could she bear to confess that her existence had brought such a catastrophic nightmare upon Du Hua? But her silence was answer enough. Suddenly, Du Hua laughed, a laugh far more heartbreaking than crying. As her laughter rang out, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. So that's how it is, she muttered through her choked laughter, her voice trembling from agony. I knew it. I just knew it. I kept wondering, why would Lin Feng go to such ruthless extremes against us when we had no quarrel with him? And now I know, it was all because of you. Because I knew you. I'm so sorry. Sister Du, I'm so sorry. Huang Yimei held her tightly as her own tears streamed down. Sorry. Du Hua shoved her back violently, with surprising force that sent Huang Yimei stumbling backward 2 steps. What good is sorry? Can saying sorry bring back my guildmates? Can it bring back my brothers and sisters? Her voice cracked into a roar as she slammed her hand against her chest, raw with heartbreak. They're gone. All of them. And the way they died was beyond horrifying. Du Hua's anguished cries reverberated through the air, gradually turning into the sobs of despair. Her legs gave out beneath her, and she collapsed onto the deck, clutching her head as guttural cries of anguish tore from her throat like the wails of a wounded beast. In those cries were carried an unbearable weight of pain and resistance. Su Wanqing and the Lin sisters had reddened eyes, staring at the heartbroken Du Hua and then at Huang Yimei, whose face was riddled with guilt. For a moment, no one knew what to say. I sat there in silence, my heart untethered by much emotion. The end of the world was like this, wasn't it? Lives were thinner than paper. Morality, friendship, when confronted with absolute power, often became the most fatal of vulnerabilities. Huang Yimei needed to understand this. And for Du Hua, her tragedy was now the harshest of lessons. Time passed. The sun sank lower, and threads of the sea breeze turned chilly. Only then did their sobs gradually fade into silence. Finally, I stood up, stepping in front of them, looking down. Done crying? My voice was steady, almost callous. If you're done, it's time to talk business. Like a bucket of cold water thrown onto a smoldering fire, the sorrowful atmosphere was extinguished. Crying won't solve anything. And I'm sorry. That's the most useless phrase in existence. Su Wanqing furrowed her brow, as if she wanted to argue. But a glance at my expression stopped her, and she swallowed her words. Huang Yimei flinched, her puffy red eyes welling again with tears. She let out a faintly indignant, "Jiang Chun, you. What about me?" I cut her off. Do you think that by crying, do you think by repeating the words, "I'm sorry," Duhua's lost comrades will miraculously come back to life? Do you think Lin Feng's damage will magically undo itself? Nope. I answered my own question. Since it can't, then tell me, what good does any of this do? Other than making you feel a little better about yourself, what purpose does it serve? Huang Yimei was struck silent. Then what am I supposed to do? Her tears began cascading again. Duhua's guild is destroyed. Her friends are all gone. And all of this is all because of me. There you go again. Because of me. I shook my head. You think taking all the blame onto your own shoulders makes you responsible? You think that somehow makes you kind and good? Let me tell you something. That's not kindness. It's foolishness. It's self-indulgence. My voice rang out, rising sharply, like a hammer slamming down on her heart. You still don't get it, do you? The root of all these problems isn't because you knew Du Hua or because Lin Feng took revenge on you. It's because of that laughable kindness of yours back then. I jabbed a finger toward the three kneeling figures before me. Look at them. Back when we were outside mystic realm of the immortal spirit island, I could have easily killed them. But it was you who stepped forward, saying their crimes didn't deserve death, claiming they deserved a second chance. And what happened then? They immediately went groveling to Lin Feng, becoming his lapdogs and helping him slaughter dozens of your best friend's guild members. Huang Yimei, is this what your so-called kindness bought you? Every word was a blade, slicing the truth wide open. Her heart, riddled with countless wounds. The color drained from her face bit by bit as she slumped weakly to the ground, blankly staring at the three faces filled with terror. Yes, if it weren't for her inexplicable and misplaced kindness, Du Hua's friends wouldn't have died, and Du Hua herself wouldn't have endured such inhuman torment. Tracing it back to the root, it all really boiled down to her one foolish decision. I was wrong, she murmured in a daze, her eyes hollow and filled with despair. So this so-called kindness, what I once thought was goodness, is the cruelest poison in this world. PHHHFF. A sudden burst of fresh blood sprayed from her mouth, splattering across the icy deck. Yimei, Su Wanqing, and Du Hua both cried out in alarm, rushing over to catch her as she stumbled. Jiang Chun, you've gone too far. Look at what you've done to her. Su Wanqing glared at me angrily for the first time, her voice trembling with rage. I remained unmoved, fixing a cold gaze on Huang Yimei's blood-streaked face. Better to let it out, I said icily. Some things, if left trapped inside, will eventually fester into demons of the heart. It's better for her to realize it now than to let her so-called kindness get us, and more of the people around us, killed in the future. Su Wanqing froze in place. She stared at me, then at the frail friend in her arms, a mix of emotions flickering in her eyes. Her reason agreed completely. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, mercy to one's enemies is nothing but cruelty to oneself and to one's comrades. Brother Jiang Chun, Lin Qingxue began, trying to plead. Silence, I ordered without turning back. Both of you, watch and listen closely. This lesson is for all of you. Remember this. In this world, the only people worthy of the trust and kindness we can offer are our own. When it comes to enemies, the only thing we owe them is complete eradication. Show no mercy. Give them no chance to stage a comeback. My voice echoed across the empty deck, every word sharp and unrelenting. The Lin sisters exchanged glances before quietly lowering their heads, saying nothing more. Meanwhile, Du Hua, who had remained silent throughout, slowly lifted her head. She looked at me, and in her sorrow-filled, hate-laden gaze, there was now something deeper, an unnameable glint of understanding. She gently patted Huang Yimei on the back, her voice hoarse but steady. Yimei, he's not wrong. It's neither your fault nor mine. The real fault lies in us still looking at this man-eating apocalypse through the lens of the world we used to know. We all need to wake up. Her words landed like a dose of cold reality, bringing a trace of clarity to the chaos in Huang Yimei's mind. Slowly, she lifted her head. First, she looked at Du Hua's pale yet composed face, then turned her eyes to me. Yes, everyone needed to wake up. This is an apocalypse, where only the most primitive law of the jungle governs survival. Only the strong survive, and the weak are consumed. Her blind kindness had nearly doomed everyone. I understand now, she whispered. I finally get it. I truly understand now. The confusion and weakness in Huang Yimei's eyes vanished entirely, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and resolve. She wiped away her tears and the blood from her face, and using every ounce of her strength, she stood up straight, her back upright. Word by word, she declared, Jiang Chun, thank you. Thank you for making me see the truth. I was wrong, so completely and utterly wrong. From today onwards, there's no more naive or foolish Huang Yimei in this world. From now on, my everything will follow your lead. Her voice was filled with a newfound determination, as though she had been reborn. I watched the fire return to her eyes, and a subtle sense of relief washed over me. This lesson hadn't been for nothing. A team doesn't fear having someone weak. It fears the one who can't see reality clearly, the person who drags everyone down at crucial moments, the so-called saint who gets in the way. Now, it seemed that the final weak link on the hope had been mended. I patted her on the shoulder. Remember what you said today. With that, I turned and walked away, not sparing her another look. The tension in the air began to dissipate. Su Wanqing let out a long breath and stepped forward to embrace Huang Yimei tightly. It's okay now. It's all behind us. Just then, as if something occurred to her, she turned to me and asked, So what now? Her gaze shifted to the three trembling old men, then stopped at Du Hua, who stood silently with an empty, hollow look in her eyes. Those three are definitely out of the question. But what about Du Hua? Her guild's gone now, and she's got nowhere to go. Should we help her? Everyone looked toward me, waiting for my decision. My eyes landed on Du Hua. Since earlier, she had remained eerily quiet. She hadn't broken down like Huang Yimei, nor had she rushed to declare loyalty. She simply stood there, watching and listening. Her eyes were devoid of any spark, as calm and still as dead water. Huang Yimei had been forced to grow because reality had pushed her to the edge of a cliff. But Du Hua? Her transformation came after witnessing the depths of hell, clawing her way back from the abyss of death and carnage. This woman had potential. I deliberated briefly, then walked up to her. Under the astonished gazes of everyone around me, I opened my game interface and sent her an invitation. The next moment, a blue holographic screen, visible only to her, appeared in front of her. Ding! Captain Jiang Chun of the Hope is inviting you to join as an official crew member. Do you accept? Du Hua froze, completely caught off guard. A crew invitation? She stared blankly at the virtual screen, then glanced up at me, her expression still stunned. My face remained calm. Say yes, Du Jie. Quickly, Su Wanqing whispered excitedly as she nudged her. Once you're an official crew member, it's like we're all family now. Plus, there are huge benefits. Family. Du Hua silently repeated the word in her mind, overwhelmed with emotion. She had just lost one family, and now another door to a family was opening right in front of her. She glanced briefly at the eager faces of the crowd, and finally, her gaze settled on me. This man, with his sharp words and domineering ways, had repeatedly shown an unstoppable strength and an unwavering reliability at the most critical moments. It was he who had killed Lin Feng, avenging not only himself, but also his fallen brothers and sisters. It was also his cold, cutting words that had jolted her awake. Following him, perhaps, was now the only and the best choice. Du Hua hesitated no longer. She took a deep breath, stretched out her hand, and pressed firmly on the glowing blue screen. Agree.